I'm calling to order the January 26, 2016 meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors, and Supervisor Euler is going to lead us in a flag salute.
Good morning. If you please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kirk. Okay, now our clerk will read our meeting procedures.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 6, 2016. Agendas are available on the chair just inside the meeting room door. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. Clearly state your name for the record and be aware that there is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. All items on the agenda will be opened for public comments before final action is taken. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total time of discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. Please place all cell phones in silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you. Next is the consent agenda. This is a cluster of motions that are intended to be considered and passed. Trying to change things up a little bit. Sorry, I don't know where that came from, but it must be the altitude. Bunch of motions anyhow, and we're going to consider them all at one time, but we are happy to pull any off for individual discussion if any of my colleagues wish to do that, or anyone in the audience would like to do that.
Mr. Chair, hoping to not violate your cluster, there is one item 6B, Bravo, regarding voting equipment, hardware, and software. Figure I'd take advantage of the fact that we've got some of our elections folks here to answer a quick question on that.
Okay, 6B
So if we could take that one off.
on page 55. So, all right, so any others? See none. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the remainder.
Motion is moved by Supervisor Montgomery and seconded by Holmes. Roll call, please.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Duran,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Euler,
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. And now we'll take up item 6B.
Wondering if perhaps Mr. Ronco might be willing to step up and just taking advantage of the opportunity of, number one, having you here, and number two, yet another time where we're talking about elections related equipment, to ask the question, are we any closer as a county to being able to use our elections equipment that we paid for in the manner for which we paid for it? Meaning, are we any closer to the electronic transmittal of the elections data on election night, so that we don't have to wait until all hours of the morning and the following morning to actually know who won some of these races?
Morning. Thank you very much, Supervisor Euler and members of the board, for this opportunity to be able to speak to you this morning about that item.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much.
It was yesterday.
Not today. Yes, that's right. It was yesterday, and I appreciate it. I partied like a madman. This item before you is to ask for a renewal of our maintenance contract with a company named Dominion, who does provide maintenance of our hardware and updates our software when necessary. It's a necessary item to be able to get into this presidential election cycle, of course, and it's a contract that we've had for now a few election sessions with this particular company. This item will not address your concerns, unfortunately, for this particular issue. We still are dealing with a Secretary of State's office that believes that the best way to protect the election systems as they're designed right now is to not allow transmittal of election results from the polling places, which allowed us in the past to be able to have election results to you at about 10 o'clock in the evening. Now we have to bundle all of that equipment together, bring it in, upload the results at our central counting facility, and produce results for you closer to midnight or 1 o'clock. We do think that there is actually, however, a little bit of movement to allow for some transmittal from maybe some of our most remote locations, like Tahoe. It won't necessarily speed up all of the count, because it still takes a while for us to be able to break a polling place down, collect all that information together, make sure that it's secure, bring it up securely to our office, and then be able to upload those results directly into the central count system. So that still will take some time, but with some practice and some showing the Secretary of State's office that it's secure, maybe we'll actually open up that opportunity for quicker results like we've had in the past.
Perhaps if we just put the information on a server in somebody's bathroom, like the Secretary of State does, then we'll be able to move forward that way. Maybe that would work?
I'm not prepared to comment at this time about that issue. So.
All right, well, thanks. I just thought I would, once again, ask where we are with that, since we paid for equipment and used it successfully without ever having any incidents of faulty reporting or anything, when we still have paper ballots to back up everything that gets transmitted electronically. Why we are not able to use equipment that we paid for, that was certified when we bought it, is just a little mind-boggling.
None of that has changed, that's correct, and we're still prepared to be able to move that direction if allowed the opportunity.
Thank you.
So we'll see.
Thank you
Great,
much.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval item 6B.
Second.
Motion is moved by Supervisor Euler, seconded by Montgomery. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is the time for public comment. This is a time when anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on the agenda, keeping in mind we can take no action. So if you have something, please come forward and state your name, Alex. I think this meeting is getting out of control. I'm a little rebel.
My name is Alex Morlatos. I'm the owner and general manager of the Morlatos Lakeshore Resort in Tahoe Vista. Welcome, members of the board and staff. It's a beautiful day in Lake Tahoe. We love it when you guys come up here and meet. And I know in the past there's been good days and bad days, but today's an awesome day, so thank you for being here. I have something really quick. Tahoe Vista, transportation, the transportation vision that this board approved. I am a private business owner investing in my own little shuttle, which I intend to share with all the lodges in Tahoe Vista, that absolutely complements what we have today in the form of TART and the investment that North Star and Squaw Valley make in shuttles. We are getting our guests out of their car and in shuttles, and we are investing and complementing the investment that this county makes in transportation. And that's all I had to say. A beautiful day. Thank you for being here.
Yay,
Thank you.
Alex. Shut up.
Anyone else? Please go forward, state your name. Thank you.
My name is Allison Schwender. I am the director of the Community Collaborative of Tahoe Truckee. We are a program of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation and comprised of about 45 health, education, and social service agencies that work together in the Tahoe area to address the fundamental needs of kids, families, and seniors. We do a few different things as a collaborative. We convene our partners on a regular basis. We work together to address emerging and unmet needs in the Tahoe North Truckee area, and we also work together to produce a report card, which is a data snapshot on how we're doing as a region in the areas of health, education, and economic well-being, as well as to determine if we're actually moving the needle in any of the areas that we care about. And I just wanted to share a letter today on behalf of our collaborative as it pertains to our homelessness issue in our region. For years, our partners have struggled to support individuals experiencing homelessness. While the numbers of homeless residents is considerably lower than that of Western Placer County, the February 2015 HUD homeless count revealed that 37 individuals qualified as being homeless in Tahoe Truckee, and that was in the heart of winter. Anecdotally, we know that the numbers of homeless individuals in the summertime skyrocket, yet we lack summer data and therefore a clear understanding of our total picture of our homeless population. Homeless camps around Lake Tahoe are prevalent, especially in the woods behind Kings Beach, Tahoe City, and on the West Shore. Supporting homeless individuals in rural communities is difficult across the country, and North Lake Tahoe is no exception. Low numbers of individuals experiencing homelessness, combined with a lack of agencies who provide specific homeless services, make it difficult to attract resources and funding. As a result, local agencies such as our Family Resource Center, so one here in Kings Beach and one in Truckee, law enforcement, Health and Human Services through Placer County, and Project Mana, which is our local hunger relief agency, piecemeal services, and really do what it takes to support homeless individuals. At the same time, we are at risk of relying too heavily on Greyhound therapy, which is basically buying bus tickets for folks and sending them to other communities where there are more robust homeless services and essentially not taking care of our own people. We are fortunate that there is an increased community energy and effort to address services for homeless individuals in North Tahoe, Truckee. United for Action, a coalition of faith-based and social service agencies, has established a weather-triggered emergency warming center at Church of the Mountains in downtown Truckee. The Emergency Warming Center opens when the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services calls for temperatures or overnight wind chill of 15 degrees for at least 4 hours, snowfall of 12 inches or more overnight, or extreme weather events such as severe rainstorms. The center opened its doors on Christmas Eve, 2015, and has so far been open 12 nights. The town of Truckee has issued a temporary use permit to operate the warming center through the end of April 2016 and is open to individuals from Placer County. And in fact, on Friday night, which was the last night we were open, the Placer County Sheriff's Office drove an individual over to the warming center from the lake. We recognize that although the warming center is truly saving lives on the coldest of nights in Tahoe, we lack shelter and homeless services on a day-to-day basis. As a result, we continue to look towards western Placer County for shelter services for our homeless residents. We also recognize that while access to affordable housing isn't the panacea to address our deficit in serving our homeless residents, we do know that the lack of housing is a factor in homelessness. Tahoe has long had a substantial affordable housing crisis. A high cost of living, which is significantly higher than California and the United States, combined with housing prices that are driven by the Bay Area housing market and our second homeowner population, price many local families out of the local housing market. Over 60% of the local workforce is employed by tourist industry jobs, many of which are low-wage paying, seasonal, and offer little opportunity for benefits, further pricing local families out of the market. The affordable housing units that exist in Tahoe, so about 80 of which are here in Kings Beach, are completely full with lengthy wait lists. As a result, the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation has taken the lead on conducting a housing study, which will provide us with a deep understanding of our housing needs and offer solutions. We are grateful for Placer County's support in this effort, and we really commend Placer County staff for helping move the study forward. We look to the Placer County Board of Supervisors to continue to include North Tahoe in strategies to address countywide homelessness. We recognize that our homeless issues are different than those in Auburn and Roseville, our numbers are lower, and that we lack a point agency to provide homeless services to rally behind. Yet we are hopeful that the increased countywide interest in conversations will result in solutions that work for all Placer County communities. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on first? Good morning.
Look up. Great to see you in that seat, Robert. Sandy Evans Hall, Executive Director and CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I just want to welcome you all to North Lake Tahoe, to a beautiful winter at last. And it's too bad that you don't have windows here in this room, because we probably have the best view today that we have had in a long time. So welcome. Our businesses are happy. We're doing well this winter. I was up before you in October, and I talked about a possible joint board retreat in April, and I just want to remind you of that and hope that we can put something like that together the next time you're up visiting, so that we can see the goals that we have for this area and really see if we might be able to find some mutual ways of assisting each other to make sure we get those accomplished. And we're also undergoing a little bit of an analysis of our structure of our organization over the next few months, and I wanted to let you know about that. We'll be forming a task force that will be looking at that and coming back to our board with some recommendations, not so much on the function, but really is the structure of our organization the one that's going to be the most effective and most efficient going forward. So we'll be sure to keep you in touch with what we're doing on that. Thank you very much, and welcome back to North Lake Tahoe.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board on regarding something not on the agenda?
Good morning. My name is Aaron Rudnick with Sierra Northwest Properties. I'm here to discuss a piece of property our family owns on 243 North Lake Boulevard. It's right in front of the golf course. There in Tahoe City, we've had some issues with the proposed development with the Tahoe City Lodge coming in and the driveway, what the easement is, how it's going to affect making the permanent and main entrance going through one of our driveways. We've tried to get in touch with Board of Supervisors before. We were told to wait till after 2 meetings in November, and then we'd be able to discuss. We still haven't. I never got any response after that. I'd kind of like some guidance on who in the county would be the best to discuss with this in the future. We get told planning sometimes, then we get told building. We get a little bit of a runaround, but as this is a very big deal and will affect the whole community, especially us, I'd like to get a little guidance from the board of who might be the best person to speak to in the future.
I think at this point, our county exec, Mr. Bosch, is right here, and here's his card. And we'll be happy to sit down and talk with you. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Anyone else like to address the board on something not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will take up our first item, which is clerk recorder, to consider election satellite warehouse and training facility. So, Jim, are you gonna? Thanks.
Sorry.
Good morning, Jim.
Morning. Morning, everyone. I am Jim McCauley, County Clerk, Recorder, Register of Voters. I wanted to bring this item back to the board at the earliest opportunity. So we are here before you today in Tahoe to request authorization to negotiate for a new County Clerk Recorder election satellite warehouse and training facility. I wanted to summarize where we are with the project right now. For many years, we have needed a new warehouse. Starting in 2014, the office has been actively looking for a new warehouse. The office requires a new warehouse facility to secure the climate control storage of our recording and election equipment, documents, maps, historical records, and election equipment and documents, including voting machines, equipment, precinct supplies, in order to reconstruct a contested election. We must keep voted ballots, vote-by-mail ballots, precinct rosters, essential all-paper materials for 22 months for a federal election, 6 months for a state election. Finally, this facility is proposed to provide space for the election officers in training and counting training. Excuse me. The current Auburn DeWitt facility is basically inadequate due to aging conditions and size. We have toured many sites and were unable to find any suitable options. In March 2015, your board approved a solicitation for the clerk recorder satellite warehouse and training facility, and there was only one response that we received. Today's board item is a request for the authority to negotiate only with the one proposal we received. No final decisions or commitments will be made. We will return to the board and request further consideration of the matter following negotiations. We have received a copy of letters from Ms. Charlene Daniels addressed to your board, and we appreciate her input and interest in the project. Further, the request before your board today is solely a request for negotiations only. A site at DeWitt is not practical at the present time given the clerk recorder's time and needs for the building. Clerk recorder has received proposed project timelines and cost, and the Placer County Government Center master plan process was looked at with the Director of Public Works and Facilities and determined that a facility off-site is preferred option at this time. Now I would like to hand it over to Ken Graham, the Director of Public Works and Facilities, who can spend further time as far to cost and timeline issues and other aspects of the project.
Thanks, Jim. Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works and Facilities. And as Jim mentioned, what we're talking about today is allowing us to begin negotiations with Loxley LLC for the potential building of a new building near the Auburn Airport. The city, or the clerk recorder's needs are really in 3 areas: storage of all the equipment and supplies that they have for polling places. They also have a need for training space, and then a comfortable space for citizen review and research of recorded documents and maps. And this tries to break out kind of percentage-wise those different areas, and we'll talk a minute or two on each one of those. On the storage side, they currently rent or lease approximately 13,000 square feet of storage space in different areas. Most of that is in the government center, but also off-site a little bit. Stores all the voting machines. It's amazing how much materials they have to make all of the polling places operate and be accessible to everyone within our communities. What we're saying for the future, making sure we create a building that not only is for today, but goes into the future, really we're saying storage space is really a function of the population. As the population of the county grows, there's likely to be more need for equipment and supplies. There's no doubt voting in the future may change, maybe more absentee ballots and those kinds of things. But we're basically saying storage space is a function of population, which is a function of the amount of equipment that may be needed. What we're suggesting today is we're providing a 50% increase in the available storage space for the clerk recorder's office, going from approximately that little over 13,000 square feet to approximately 20,000 square feet. In the 2000 census, we had 248,000 citizens. In the 2010 census, we had 348,000. So in that 10-year time period, we had 40% growth in the county. Those were the good times. We're probably not likely to have that occur in the future. But even between 2010 and 2013, we added approximately 20,000 residents, which is about 6%, which is about 2% a year. So providing about 50% increase is about a 20 to 25 years of growth that we're trying to provide for, which I think is a reasonable amount in terms of a building we're looking at having be around for quite a long time. The next area is really the training space. Right now they train volunteers during every election. A lot of them are the same, a lot of them are new, but every election they need to get updated and refreshed in all the rules that apply during the election period. They currently have those meetings at the Grange Hall off of Bell Road. An older facility, not quite designed for their needs, but they do use it. Fits about 100 people they can kind of squeeze in there. The county, as a larger rule, also has a need for larger meeting space for various departments and various employee groups that meet. So we're suggesting that a meeting room of about 100 plus is probably appropriate. And when you figure about 20 square foot per person, that's a meeting room of about 2,000 square feet that allows for tables and chairs and for people to circulate around and provide presentation space. So that's what we're suggesting on the meeting room area. The last is the map or document viewing room. I think the clerk recorder is finding a lot more people doing a lot more research. In fact, not just of the computerized files, but also wanting to actually see the real files. Currently, that is done in the Finance Administration Building, in the waiting area, kind of the lobby area. Probably not the best space with all the other work that's going on there and the noise and everything else. Mr. McCauley has proposed to provide a room or an area for safekeeping of all those original files, as well as a comfortable area for people to do their research in. The clerk collects a fee on all recorded documents, and that money raised through that is meant to augment and promote the availability and the safekeeping of all those files. And so we think for at least this one piece of the building, that is a very appropriate funding source for that. And then lastly, there'll be the common areas associated with a building, a small reception area, a break room, restrooms, just the typical facilities that we find in buildings. So when we go through these looking at a building and what we think is the right thing to do, we typically first preference is to look for an existing building. No risk in construction, we know it's there, we know what we're buying. May not always be perfect, but we know what we've got. First, we look at the government center. In general, we feel it's more efficient to build on the government center or to stay in the government center. We're closer to everybody. We also own the land. All things being equal, we kind of think that's going to be the most cost-effective also, but not always. After that, we look at off-site, and I think Mr. McCauley's already done that to a great extent. Once we look at those options, we start looking at a new building. And whether that's on the government center or off the government center, that's kind of the hierarchy that we try to go through. So past efforts, limited buildings today on the government center site. And the ones that are there, the building conditions are deteriorating. There's nothing that really meets his needs at this time. He's already looked at a variety of locations throughout the county, focused on Auburn as well as in Roseville. Most of those have been larger sites, 40,000 square feet plus, but not all of them. And none have fit the bill that was needed at this time. So your board approved a solicitation in March of 2015 for the clerk recorder to solicit for proposals for a new building. And we received one proposal that was received and evaluated, or one responsive proposal. That location is near the Auburn Airport off of Highway 49 off Loxley Lane. It's kind of circled up there in the upper right-hand corner up there. The clerk recorder brought an item to your board on September 1st requesting permission to do this negotiation with the proposer. At that time, your board had several questions, really around 3 areas, I believe. One was the needs assessment. What was really the need for the clerk recorder's office? What about this idea of building it on the DeWitt Center site as opposed to building it off-site? And finally, how is it going to be financed? So before we move on, I want to show you on the Loxley Lane site, this is just kind of how the building might fit on the piece of property that they are proposing. Not meant to be exact or anything, but just to kind of give people a little bit of a feel. So since the last board meeting, we've looked at the need, and we talked a little bit about that, about particularly the warehouse space, sizing it to be about 20 to 25 years of need based on population growth, about the need for this map viewing area, as well as meeting space for the clerk recorder's office, but also for other county functions. Originally, we were here talking about, and the original proposal was for a building of about 40,000, a little over 40,000 square feet. Based on some of the work we've done and really focusing this on the clerk recorder's needs and not on any other greater county needs, we've come up that we think a 25,000 square foot building is the most appropriate to fit the need today. 20,000 of that would be warehouse space. The next question you asked about was about looking at the government center. What about building a building here on site? Well, today we are still in the process of going through a master plan process. We'll be coming back to your board very soon. We've solicited for consultants. We're negotiating a contract as we speak that we plan on bringing back to your board. Very difficult at this time in what we call that core area of the government center, which I'm roughly saying is Bell Road to Atwood Road, Richardson Drive to First Avenue. Very difficult to place a building now with all the things we don't know about and that we're trying to determine with all the county needs. But we did identify a site within the DeWitt Center, but that's kind of off to the side, and that's this one off to the left, off of B Avenue behind the Auburn Justice Center. It's actually the current location of the Animal Control Shelter. For folks that don't know, we are building a new state-of-the-art animal control shelter and center across the street. Once that's completed, this site would become available and actually has a lot of potential as a site, particularly for something like a warehouse, because immediately behind it, there's some residential area. Actually, a warehouse might actually fit well as far as not a noisy neighbor for the people that exist behind there. So this is a possible site. But it isn't ready today. It is something that's more in the future. There are some unknowns in this site whenever we do deal with anything around the government center. When the federal government owned it way back when, they threw things down in the ground, and we typically find all sorts of things that need to be cleaned up. And that could happen at this site also. So the last thing I want to talk a little bit about was the financing. And the current proposal based on the 40,000 square feet is $5.6 million from Loxley LLC. That comes out to $137 per square foot. Now, the recommended building is now 25,000 square feet. If we assume we'd get $137 per square foot, and I'm not saying I think it's likely that it'll probably be more than that because a lot of the fixed costs stay the same, but that hasn't been negotiated. That's the point of what we're asking for today. But if we assume $137 a square foot, that means this building will cost about $3.5 million. We believe clerk recorder trust funds, which is a separate fund source strictly for the clerk recorder functions, could be used for a portion of that building, that map viewing area, which we believe is about 10, maybe up to 15% of the building. They can pay for that portion of the building as well as their proportional share of all the common areas, the restrooms, the break rooms, the reception areas. So somewhere between 10 and 15%, I'm going to be conservative and just say 10% at this point. If we assume a $4 million building, again being conservative on the higher end, that means approximately $400,000 could be used in clerk recorder trust funds. $3.6 million would be needed from the general fund to make that building come to fruition. Again, we We do not know what those numbers are. Those are just based on the numbers we've been given so far. The negotiation, we'd have to come back at a future date to tell you exactly what those numbers are. So $137 is a good price for a turnkey building where we have limited risk in how that building gets developed. We just know we're going to get a building and pay $137 a square foot. If we truly get that price, I'm probably going to come back to you and say, I recommend that is the most cost-effective solution for building a building in this area, and that includes the land. That's even in spite of the fact that typically I would argue to have a building built on the government center site, but because I don't believe we can build it for anywhere near the $137 per square foot. So we are requesting that the board give us the authority to negotiate with the proposing group so we can compare the whole entire deal, the cost, the risk, the terms, with the cost and risk of building on site. If it's substantially cheaper, I think we're going to come back to your board and recommend that we move forward with Loxley LLC. Regardless, we will come back to the board. We'll discuss the negotiations, the potential funding, and the recommended next steps for any building that we intend to move forward with. I do want to acknowledge that we did receive a couple letters, and I know it was mentioned from Charlene Daniels, dated January 26th. Really two concerns. One being, hey, we're in this process of the master plan, very good point, which is why we're trying to stay away from what we call that central master plan core area between Bell Road, Atwood Avenue, Richardson, and First. There is a lot of things that need to be still determined there, and we're shying away so we get a little bit further down the road at this point. The second had to do with the environmental review of your action today, and all I can say there is you are not committing the county to any action today other than to allow us to talk to this group that has proposed this new building and find out, is it the best deal for the county? And so with that, I think we're here happy to answer any questions, and again, requesting that you allow us to open up negotiations with Loxley LLC.
Thanks, Ken. Kirk's light is on, so.
Yes. As our board will recall, when this item came a few months ago, I had a number of questions, primarily focused around the proportional financing using the Recorder's Trust dollars in relationship to the amount of square footage that was going to be needed for that. In the intervening months, had the opportunity to meet with, tour the existing storage as it as it lays out today. I want to thank Ryan, Elisa, and Ken for that interesting tour. And really what the tour confirmed and what the subsequent meeting confirmed is that we've arrived where about 90%, give or take, of the cost of this building will be a general fund obligation. Unfortunately, we won't be able to use as much of the Recorder's Trust dollars as we might have hoped originally. And so having had the opportunity to confirm, number one, the need, and number two, the obligation in terms of general fund versus Recorder's Trust dollars, today, whereas I wasn't previously, today I am comfortable moving this item forward and allowing for the negotiation to take place on that off-site facility. I just wanted my colleagues to know that my concerns have been satisfied.
Thanks, Kirk. Jack.
Yeah, thanks, both of you, for bringing this up. Ken, I as you may recall, I had the similar concerns as Kirk just announced those two things. But I also had two other things, and one was the square footage price in relationship to whether or not we had an obligation to run this by the Department of State Architect, which, as you know, adds quite a bit of money to projects throughout the state. Is this a project, do you know, that is going to be subject to running that by the DSA or not?
It will not, unless we take some funding that comes through them, but this is meant to be general fund and clerk recorder trust funds. Typically, those buildings are not required to go through the Office of the State Architect, like schools and other buildings, or buildings that receive some sorts of state aid.
Great. I just want to make sure we have that I dotted and T crossed there. The second question was, could you, for everyone's sake, tell us how you came to the conclusion of the 40,000 square feet. What was the methodology that you used?
All right, so I think where we're leaning towards now is 24,000 square feet.
24,000,
40,000
okay.
was the original.
Okay, right,
And
okay.
so we, in fact, kind of going back.
And that's kind of why I wanted to know why we went from 40,000 down to 24. So can you kind of
Oh, sure.
tell us how we morphed from a bigger building down?
I think originally the clerk recorder's office was looking as maybe partnering with other county groups, looking to maximize warehouse space, not just for their own needs, but for the needs of other county departments. And I think as we talked about it, that a lot of other departments don't quite know what their needs are yet. We might be able to get there, but that made this grow substantially. And so we focused on what were the clerk recorder's needs. And that's where we looked at their current space. We looked at a growth in the population, and we're saying more people means more voting equipment proportionally. That's not perfect, but I think that's a good indicator. And so with 20 to 25 years of current growth during the recessionary times, that's about 20 to 25 years of growth that we'll create with about 20,000 square feet of space. So they have 13,000 today. We're going to provide for 20,000, allowing into the future. The meeting room space is really just about trying to get their meetings that are about 100 people for them, but also for all county departments to have a meeting room space that can be used for training and other types. The 2,000 square feet is adequate for that. And then the map viewing area, they've got a host of bins and materials that we want to first off make sure they're safeguarded, these original documents. Once they're gone, they're gone. You can't recreate them. But also creating a comfortable area for people to be able to look at those. And so we've determined that about 2,500 square feet, somewhere in that neighborhood, is a comfortable area. Could it be a little more, a little less? Absolutely. But I think that's a good order of magnitude for it. So you add that up, is really 25,000. So we really didn't focus from going 40 coming down. We really started from zero and said, what do we need?
As far as the warehouse space is concerned, are there certain requirements that we need, square footage wise, for the layout that we have and the layout that we anticipate? That's really what I'm trying to get at, is how did we, it sounds to me that we just kind of did a rough approximation. There's really no methodology as to, how we decided on that specific set of square feet. It could have been 25, could have been 27. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
And absolutely. As far as that, it is a broad level look at what the need is. I think as we go into design and start laying out a building, you start laying out, all right, how the functions will work within that building and within the individual rooms. And I do believe there will be some movement. I think for today's purposes, setting the outer walls was critical to be able to begin negotiations with Loxley LLC. And that's and so we're saying 25,000, we're going to fit it within 25,000. Maybe it's a little smaller, but we're not going to go larger. And it really spends so much money, we really want the proposer to kind of go to that. We want to tell them what we need, but we want them to do the work and take the risk associated with entitling a building and eventually getting it built. So you're right, it is not the detail that we will still need to go to program this building out. But I think
it's a good start, yeah. Okay.
To get there.
I'd like to point out that some of the cost factor on the meeting room, we do hold meetings with the title companies and the city clerks on the recorder side, so partial of that meeting room space could be paid for by trust funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you. I got maybe a question that's premature, but it's regarding the multi-year repayment of the trust funds that'll come out of the general fund.
Right. It was my idea that initially we could pay for the entire structure, and there would be a payback 3-5 years. County Council kind of mentioned 3-year payback. But initially, as far as budget planning for a couple years, you would not have to worry about payback if you didn't want to.
All right, but it's premature to find out how much that would be on a yearly basis for the over 3 years until we get more of a financial.
Well, and we can definitely, that's an internal financing mechanism. I would say until we know we really want to do this building and that this is the best cost-effective solution,
Right.
We did not go there yet, but I think Mr. McCauley has said he's willing to front the money and have the general fund pay him back over time.
All righty. Then the other question that causes me real concern on the location is the Loxley Lane, Highway 49
Thank you.
interchange. It's dangerous. You gotta be very, very careful when you pull out of Loxley Lane onto 49. You gotta time it, and it's real critical because people are coming around and they're getting.
Well, if you go down Loxley Lane to Bell,
Oh, I
you
know,
know,
I know.
go-
the whole
go-
routine.
yeah,
You
yeah.
go down Loxley Lane to Bell and then around, and then, or you can go make a right and go down to Dry Creek and around. It's just
Right.
kind of convoluted in order to, you gotta know where you're going in order to do that. So anyhow, it's just one of my concerns is about the entrance of Highway 49 X and XN.
Left turns out of Loxley Lane are very difficult.
Yeah.
My light doesn't light up.
You have to be
'cause I have a
adventurous.
different microphone.
I will add a positive, though, about the Loxley Lane is it appears to be properly zoned for what we're talking about doing. We're not moving into a residential or quasi-residential area or something. It appears to be the right kind of area for the use that's being proposed.
I apologize, Mike. I'm using Ann's microphone, so my light doesn't show up. I have to grab the chair every time I want to speak. I wanted to echo Jim's concerns about the Highway 49 Loxley Lane intersection. I have, multiple complaints about that intersection and concerns every month. And so part of our analysis needs to be how can we work with Caltrans to improve that intersection. That's a need separate from this conversation, but this conversation just really backs up the fact that we need to have some conversations with Caltrans about how to make that intersection safer. You can take a right, but you actually can't make a U-turn at Dry Creek, not legally at least. So that's a challenge, and it can be a little bit confusing for people to try to get out the other end of Loxley through the airport area. I also want to thank you for both of you for mentioning and responding to Charlene Daniels' letter. I think she did raise some good questions in there. I appreciate that you took the opportunity to really address her concerns and her questions. As for the property at DeWitt, frankly, one of my concerns about going ahead with something at DeWitt right now would be, I think there could be an argument under CEQA that we would be piecemealing, and that would be concerning for me. So I do think the thing to do right now, particularly since you've answered Supervisor Euler's questions that he raised at our last meeting, is to move forward with the negotiation with the Loxley Lane folks. I think it's the right thing to do, and it will answer some more questions that I know we all have. And hopefully those will be answers that we're all delighted to hear, and we'll be able to help the clerk recorder elections department move forward with this necessity, which is additional space. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this issue? If so, please come forward, state your name. See no one, we're being asked to consider authorizing the clerk, recorder, registrar to commence negotiations with Loxley Lane LLC regarding.
Second.
Motion by Euler, second by Montgomery. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is an update on the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, and Crystal, thanks. Crystal, I think, is going to present that to us with Paul, it looks like.
No,
No,
separate.
he just,
Oh, thank you. I don't. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Board. My name is Crystal Jacobson with the Planning Services Division here today to provide you with a status report on our efforts to update the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. As previously reported to your board, we did release a public review draft area plan and notice of preparation for the environmental document back in June of 2015. That was released for a 60-day public comment period. The area plan, just by way of background, is really focused on outlining an environmental enhancement strategy to implement the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's regional plan and also achieve environmental threshold gain. So after receiving comment during that notice of preparation period,
And after a meeting with the TRPA Governing Board, where they weighed in on a range of alternatives for the environmental document, we have worked with TRPA and consultants to begin the preparation of the environmental document. We've also worked with TRPA on some refinements, minor refinements to the area plan that are really reflective of some comments that we received on the area plan itself. And those are from stakeholders. They're largely centered on transit and mobility changes throughout the plan area, really recognizing the State Route 89 Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project, and other mobility efforts that the county is involved in the Tahoe Basin area. So while the EIR and EIS is underway, I think it's important to note that we do continue to accept comments on the area plan itself, and will likely continue to make small refinements as we move forward in this process in response to the input that we do receive. So really the EIR EIS preparation began in late September, and we've been largely focused in that effort since then. One piece of that analysis is related to cumulative impacts. This is environmental impacts caused by reasonably foreseeable future land use development projects in the area. So this is required by CEQA, where we have to take into account other projects that are pending in the area in the area plan analysis, EIR analysis. To that end, over the last few months, staff, consultants, and TRPA have been engaged in some productive discussion related to how to address cumulative impacts associated with some pending land development projects adjacent to the Tahoe Basin, namely two large projects, which is the Squaw Valley Specific Plan and Martis Valley West Specific Plan. And so to that regard, TRPA has recently submitted some formal comments on the draft environmental documents for both of those projects. I will note that the draft environmental documents for both of those projects, the comment period's closed. We are right now working on response to comments for both of those, and working to prepare the final environmental impact reports for both of those projects. So the TRPA comments were related on what they term as in-basin impacts. So these are largely related, centered on traffic and greenhouse gas emissions. So it's what TRPA sees as potential impacts from those projects in the Tahoe Basin area. They have noted in their letters the importance to explore opportunities for transportation and transit capital improvement programs and ongoing transit funding to really offset these sort of in-basin impacts that they've described. While these projects are outside of the basin, not associated with implementation of the TRPA regional plan nor the area plan, given their proximity to the basin and their pending land use entitlements, TRPA and county staff have agreed that it is important to take a comprehensive approach in strategizing on how to address regional transit improvements in the basin and really address cumulative impacts in the area plan. And so with that, we continue to meet with TRPA on how to address these impacts. And this has really caused a delay, unfortunately, in the preparation of the EIR and EIS. I will point out that these discussions that we've had with them have been, in part, educating them on what the efforts are in the North Tahoe area, namely the county's effort and all, lots of agencies in the North Tahoe area. Our effort on the North Tahoe Truckee Transit Vision Service Plan. So I know you have a letter that was received to that regard, and so we are a part of that effort. And so these discussions with TRPA is really trying to, in part, educate them on the Resort Triangle effort in transit. In terms of public outreach, since the last report to your board, we've continued to outreach to stakeholders. However, we have not held any area plan team meetings. Rather, we have focused our efforts right now on preparation of the environmental document, making some area plan refinements, and then also these discussions with TRPA that are ongoing. So we'll continue to meet with TRPA and consultants on this transit issue. We anticipate that a strategy in terms of how to approach the cumulative impacts should take shape within the next 4 to 6 weeks. As this piece is likely a key element in addressing cumulative impacts in the area plan, this task is high priority in order to advance the preparation of the EIR, EIS, and release the draft. Assuming the strategy takes shape in the next 4 to 6 weeks, we do expect a draft out in late spring, with Planning Commission's deliberations following that, and then we expect a final area plan and draft environmental impact report out in the fall. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions?
Crystal, just wanted to say thank you as always for the update. I did have the opportunity to read over the letter that we received this morning and wanted to verify that we are actually working with the regional transit strategy that we have already created to help address the issues that the TRPA raises specifically about near basin projects with impacts in the basin, and that that is the North Tahoe Truckee Transit Vision Plan is going to be part of this strategy that we're working on. So while it's a great suggestion, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that it is already actually on our radar and is going to be much of the basis for whatever we do come up with to respond to the TRPA. So we've not forgotten about it.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure that people are aware that we know about it, we're using it, utilizing it, and working with the TRPA both to educate and inform them and craft the plan for these near basin project impacts.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions by board members? See none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address the board on the plan update? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Shannon Eckmeyer, the League to Save Lake Tahoe. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Placer County staff, specifically Crystal Jacobson, also TRPA, and Tahoe City PUD, as well as other stakeholders. I think we've all been working diligently in keeping the lines of communication open over the past 2 years regarding this area plan, and it's really starting to take shape, and we believe it is within the parameters of the regional plan update. So looking forward to continuing to review the environmental review and hopefully being able to support the area plan when it goes to TRPA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to North Lake Tahoe. Ellie Waller, member of North Tahoe West Area Plan Team. I would like to know if the area plan teams will get some draft information before the FEIS comes out, just so we can look at the details that were discussed in the team meetings, so there isn't a holdup during the FEIS sessions if we can fix some of the issues there. I'd also like to strongly urge, the next item that you'll be hearing is the Tahoe other projects in the basin or nearby. It says this may be released in late spring. I'm requesting that there be a 2-week period and no overlapping of a release of maybe the Martis Valley West project, in all fairness to the public, so we can make specific comments, so we have some time. At least don't overlap them and try to give us, a little breathing space, because there are a lot of members of the public that will be commenting on several projects, not just Martis Valley West, but the Squaw Valley project also. So I know you need to get these environmental documents through, but in all fairness to the public, to overlap them isn't right. I'd also like to make sure all meetings, Planning Commission, and strongly urge that they're here in the Tahoe Basin so we can respond and come to meetings. I know we have a satellite in Tahoe City. I use it on a regular basis, but getting in front of you like this is a lot more effective in my mind. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Yes, I'm sorry.
Samir Tuma, Kila Tahoe. In this process, delays are inevitable, and they happen, and that's a fact of life. And I've been closely following the details, and I understand why we are where we are. But it really creates significant problems to moving projects forward. And all I would say at this point is that, two things. One is, the macroeconomic climate's changing, and I think that's going to present some problems as we go on into the next year and the year after. The other thing is, I would implore staff and the board to look at other ways to claw back time. The result of the impacts, the letters from TRPA and the need to do additional analysis are very real. but perhaps there's some ways to get back some of the time that we're losing in these delays in order to get the area plan somewhat closer back to, where it was supposed to be just a couple of months ago. So any thoughts or resources or ideas on getting back some of that schedule slip would be, I think would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this issue? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to an update of.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to take the opportunity to respond to a couple of things that were raised. I agree with Ellie. I'd like to see the release of those draft EIRs not occur at the same time. I do think we have an obligation to our public to allow them to review those. And to sort of follow on Samir, I would strongly encourage us to prioritize the area plans as the first to be released. I think it's really critically important. It frankly sets the tone for kind of everything that's going to follow. And so I think it's really important that we do prioritize those if possible, have the area plans come forward, and then have Martis West and whatever else is following behind that a reasonable amount of time behind so that people do have the opportunity to really review the drafts, look them over, and make comments. And then, Crystal, did you just have any anything in mind in terms of sending information out to the area teams ahead of time before the draft comes out?
Yeah, so we continue to make some revisions or refinements really to the area plan, and right now we're sorting out some of that language with TRPA. And so as that comes forward and those refinements are made, we do post those to our web and anticipate having, once they've kind of stabilized, having a meeting with the team on that. And then in addition, when the draft environmental document comes out, we will be outreaching to the teams to seek input on the draft. And then in addition to that, we make regular updates to the NITRAC, to your board, and to other various committee groups as appropriate.
So it sounds like, if I heard you correctly, that there will be an actual meeting with the teams.
Correct.
Before the draft comes out.
We could, yes, on the area plan refinements, and then again on the draft environmental document. So
Okay.
on both. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have update on area projects with Paul Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Paul Thompson with the Community Development Resource Agency. So I'm here today to provide your board with various updates of projects within the Tahoe area. We're going to start first with the Alpine Meadows and Squaw Valley area, beginning first with the Alpine Sierra subdivision. As your board is aware, this project proposes a residential subdivision. It includes 33 single-family residential lots as well as 14 half-plex lots that are in a half-plex configuration. The property comprises 46 acres. At your last board update and first administrative draft EIR had just been reviewed by the county, and the release of the draft EIR is still on schedule for this project for early this year. The Palisades at Squaw project, that's the next one here. This project proposes a residential development of 63 lots that includes a mix of single-family residential lots as well as half-plex units. The subject property is approximately 20 acres, and it's located at the entrance of Squaw Valley, on Squaw Valley Road at the entrance. As far as status of this project, the first administrative draft has just been received by the county, and we're beginning our review. I think your staff report may say that it's pending. The draft EIR is on schedule to be released for public review in the spring of this year. So here we begin the lineup of projects. So we'll, hearing your comment before, Supervisor Montgomery, we'll make sure and try to schedule these as we can, possibly to not overlap. The next project is the Alpine Meadows Squaw Valley Gondola proposal. This is a request from Squaw Valley to install a 8-passenger gondola connecting the Alpine Meadows and Squaw Valley ski resorts. Because this proposal is in close proximity to the Granite Chief Wilderness, as well as in view of, the United States Forest Service has required preparation of an environmental impact statement. The county itself, it will require a focused environmental impact report for this proposal, as well as consideration of a conditional use permit. So as far as status on this project, application was submitted on October 15th. A 3-party contract for the phase 1 environmental analysis has been approved. An EIS-EIR coordination meeting with the Placer County staff and the U.S. Forest Service has occurred on January 21st. And now we're going to begin our traditional EIR kickoff meeting with the applicant, the consultant, and soon after that, the notice of preparation will be released for public review and comment. Another new project that we received after your last update is the White Wolf Lodge subdivision. This proposal would create a residential subdivision on a 44-acre parcel. It's located approximately half a mile north of Alpine Meadows Ski Resort. The proposal would include 38 single-family residential lots, a lodge, chairlift, and including a tennis court and other equestrian facilities. As far as status of this project, in December, we had a pre-development meeting with the project applicant to discuss the processing and their proposal and processing requirements. At the meeting, both the staff and the applicant agreed that a preparation of an EIR would be required. The applicant has made their EIR consultant selection and is preparing a formal application to be submitted to the county. Next project is the Plumpjack Inn at Squaw Valley. This proposal, as your board is aware, includes the demolishing an existing hotel complex and in its place constructing a new hotel with underground parking, as well as a 3- and 4-story residential building. Approximately 34 units are in the residential building and 60 keys in the hotel building. The county has commenced with the preparation of the draft EIR for this project, and it's anticipated that it will be circulated for public review early this year. The Squaw Valley Olympic Museum and Winter Sports Heritage Center, also a new project since your last update, proposes construction of a 15,000 square foot public museum and heritage center at the existing Squaw Valley Community Park located at the southwest corner of Highway 89 and Squaw Valley Road. The facility would house a main exhibit hall, a multi-purpose theater, activity facility, catering kitchen, office, as well as a bookstore. On January 12th, the county held a pre-development meeting with the project applicant to discuss the proposal as well as processing requirements. The applicant is currently preparing a formal application to be submitted to the county. Moving on to the Village at Squaw Valley specific plans. Since your board's last update in October, the county staff and the EIR consultant has been focusing on preparation of the final EIR with more than 350 comment letters submitted. The release date of that document has been extended by a few months. It is now anticipated that the final EIR will be available for public review in April. Once that is available and released for public review, hearings will be set in front of the Planning Commission, as well as final consideration before your board, hopefully occurring this summer sometime. Moving on to projects in the Martis Valley area, beginning first with Martis Valley West. At your last board's update on October 20th, it was reported that the draft EIR was going to be circulated that week. That in fact did happen. It was circulated, and on December 22nd, A 60-day public review period concluded. During that time, on November 19th, there was a public hearing before the Planning Commission to receive comments on the draft EIR. The county and the consultants are currently working on responses to those comments, and the final EIR will hopefully be circulated in the spring of this year, with public hearings commencing shortly after that. Moving on to the Martis Valley projects. New project, the Tahoe Expedition Academy at Hopkins Ranch, is a proposal to develop a permanent educational institution for approximately 350 students, ranging from pre-K to 12th grade. Subject property is approximately 42 acres in size and is located 1/4 mile southwest of the intersection of Schaefer's Mill Road and Highway 267. Upon completion, the academy site would provide a mix of 1- and 2-story buildings and would include classrooms, training facilities, common areas, as well as on-site parking. The academy may also include on-site dormitories would hold up to 40 students, as well as faculty members during the school year. As far as status, a formal application has been submitted to the county for this project. It was done in October, and we are currently reviewing the environmental document for that, preparing the environmental analysis. It's anticipated that this project will be available to be heard by the Planning Commission in early spring. So moving on to projects within the Tahoe Basin. The Tahoe Basin, first, the Brockway Campground. This project, as your board is aware, proposes 550 campsites on a 120-acre parcel, as well as other amenities. It's located near the summit of Brockway Summit, west of Highway 267. So as far as the status on this project, the applicant has requested at this time that we place the project on hold to allow their team to focus on the Martis Valley West specific plan project. So the last one is the Tahoe City Lodge. This project proposes to redevelop an existing commercial complex into a 120-unit hotel that would include a mixture of rooms, 1 and 2 family bedroom suites, hotel amenities, parking, as well as redevelop the existing clubhouse building and shared use parking on the Tahoe City Golf Course property. As far as status, the preparation of an EIR, EIS, in coordination with the area plan process is underway, and it's anticipated that that will be released in early spring. So with that, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer those.
Thanks, Paul. Any questions?
Yeah, Paul, if you'll just sort of indulge me a little bit on this. There were some of these that I wanted to touch on specifically. And a lot of this you and I have already talked about at our monthly project update meetings. Would like to hear how the conversation went with the Forest Service on the gondola. As you know, I've expressed some concerns about the gondola. It appears that it will take 100 vehicle trips off the road per day. I really want to make sure we do that analysis, a real cost-benefit analysis in terms of GHGs specifically. What is it going to incur in GHGs to build, operate, and maintain the gondola versus a reduction of 100 vehicles per day? And would, frankly, it make more sense to run more public shuttles? I'm struggling with seeing the benefit to that. On the White Wolf subdivision pre-development project, I have some similar concerns on that. I'm particularly concerned about the chairlift and the implications for the chairlift that's part of that. I'm also really concerned by the fact that this is going to require an amendment to the Alpine Meadows general plan. That general plan, as you know, is from 1968 and has never been updated. I think we really need to take a long, hard look at that and potentially start an update on Alpine Meadows general plan. The Olympic Museum and Winter Sports Heritage Center. I want to follow up on the direction that our board gave when they moved forward to allow this project to be considered for this site, and make sure that part of the project proponents' actions are that public outreach that we ask them to take to demonstrate that there is public support for the project. I frankly still have questions in my mind. I know people love the idea of the museum. The site has been, and I think will continue to be, contentious in the Olympic Valley area. And want to make sure as well that since this is going to require a zoning text amendment to the Squaw Valley General Plan, that it really is consistent not just with the vision of the community, but consistent with our Parks Master Plan update that we are doing at the same time. Squaw Valley Plan, Village Plan, we've discussed that many times, so I'm not going to touch on that today. Martis Valley West, that continues to move forward. I know that we've received a lot of comments asking for a recirculation of the document. I'd just like your insight on that. My understanding is the county does not see a necessity for a recirculation. Is that our position?
Yeah, we're looking very closely at that, and we're allowing our environmental consultant to do the necessary analysis that would be required. And frankly, at this time, we're still making sure that we don't think it's going to be required, but that's something that we're working very close with our environmental consultant on.
Okay. On the Tahoe Expeditionary Academy proposal in the Martis Valley, while I love their proposal, I'm very concerned that this is Martis Fund property that was intended for workforce and affordable housing. And so I'm wanting a clear answer as to where that replacement property is going to come from. We're partnering with Allison, who spoke earlier. We're partnering with the town of Truckee. We're doing our own analyses on the necessity for workforce and low and moderate income housing. I don't want to be taking lands off the table that were really identified for this unless we are somehow replacing them. Otherwise, we are just continuing to magnify the existing problems. Tahoe City Lodge, I'm glad that CEO Bosch gave his card to Aaron. Aaron, thank you for coming today. I think probably a conversation between Aaron, David, Cindy from the PUD, because there's some implications for the PUD there, and then obviously the Kila Lodge proponents themselves, or the Tahoe City Lodge, I can't remember what we're actually calling it these days, is probably something potentially with county council present, something that we definitely need to do. And then on the Brockway Campground, would love to follow up on what being placed on hold means specifically. So those are all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, my name is Isaac Silverman. I'm staff attorney with Sierra Watch. So we've just heard an update about everything that's going on in this region. I think it goes without saying that there's a lot. I'm going to limit my comments to the Squaw Valley Village Specific Plan and really just attempt to provide an update for the board on what we see as really growing opposition to this proposal. So at the last meeting in Auburn on December 8th, our field representative Chase Schweitzer presented a letter from a group of local businesses and organizations urging this board to reject the current proposal so that a development plan for the region could come forward that makes sense for not just Squaw Valley, but really the whole region of North Lake Tahoe. In the time since that letter was delivered, that letter has grown. There are now over 50 local businesses and organizations who have signed on. New signatories include local conservation organizations like Mountain Area Preservation, the Tahoe Area Sierra Club, and we've also seen several notable local businesses sign on as well. Longtime business owners of the Cobblestone Center in Tahoe City, for example, see this development as posing a threat to quality of life and commercial viability, frankly, for areas like Tahoe City and Kings Beach. We've seen individuals continue to express opposition. More than 1,600 have now signed on to our petition to keep SQA true, with more every day. And approximately 30 people braved single-digit temperatures on December 27th, I believe it was, to stand outside on Squaw Valley Road with signs to let passerbys know, as well as really just make the point that there is community opposition to what is planned in Squaw Valley. And those people came largely from Squaw Valley, but also Tahoe City, Kings Beach, along the West Shore, really representing kind of the regional threat that this poses. So all of this is in addition to the 338 individual commenters. I think there was 350 letters who wrote in on the draft environmental impact report. We went through and read them all, tabulated them. Of those 338 individuals, agencies, organizations, 97% wrote with either concerns about environmental analysis or simply to express opposition to the proposal. Many did both. We've already had some discussion of the recent letter from the Tahoe Regional Planning Authority. I'll keep it brief because I think it was an excellent summary of some of their concerns that they raised. Simply put, like the 50 organizations and businesses who signed on to the letter, TRPA points out that these impacts, and I quote, would reach out and extend into the Tahoe region. TRPA reminds us, and I think it's kind of obvious if you just walk right outside this building and take a look around, that, I quote again, this is one of our nation's greatest treasures. I'll wrap it up. The main reason for that is the traffic. It would pump many new car trips in the Tahoe Basin. This increases vehicle miles traveled, which leads to more road sediment, which is one of the main drivers of decreasing lake clarity. So that's the main reason that we see the TRPA getting engaged, and we welcome their involvement and the county's openness to both work with them, educate them on what's going on, and hopefully find some real solutions for the transportation challenges that we face in this region. I, for one, have been trying to go skiing and snowboarding with mostly success, but it's been pretty grim out there. Finally, just close by saying we look forward to working with the Placer County Board of Supervisors in coming forward with a plan for Squaw Valley that makes sense not just for that area, but for all the Tahoe Truckee region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Help me reconcile in my mind the two statements. One, that businesses in the Tahoe Basin are expressing their concern about the negative impact that the Squaw expansion would have on their businesses, and yet we're also expressing the concern about increased vehicle trips into the basin because of that. How do you reconcile those?
It's an excellent question. I mean, I think there are certainly distinctions that can be made between vehicle trips around the Tahoe region and simply getting people into the basin. If single cars were the only way to move people around, I think you'd have a very valid point. Certainly businesses do not want to prevent more people from visiting Tahoe and their businesses. But I think what we really want to see is some way of getting people into the Tahoe Basin without degrading our environment, whether that's through lake clarity or greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay.
Yeah. The
Thank
second, sorry, really.
Oh, yeah, please.
The second point is that this development proposes about 200,000 additional square feet of commercial space in Squaw Valley. And certainly some competition is fine. However, when you have a development whose goal seems to be to attempt to bring and attract as much of the tourist dollar as possible, there are areas that we're seeking to revitalize, say Tahoe City, Kings Beach, who have some concern that if this isn't sized appropriately and if there isn't appropriate transportation to get people out of there once they've arrived and go see the lake, because they're going to want to, that it might actually hurt business for them as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address this item?
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. The Tahoe City Lodge is running a separate EIR from the area plan. I just want the public to better understand that. So it will come out concurrently with the area plan because it relies on the incentives. There is some concern there if an incentive in the area plan is denied, then that DEIR is going to have to be recirculated or revisited to look at. So it really is confusing that they're running together. I'm asking that both those EIRs have a 60-day response period because we're going to be looking at those two concurrently, just because that's the way the process is running. And in the future, the Tahoe City Lodge should probably be presented as part of the area plan package to be less confusing instead of a separate project, even though it is one. I also encourage you to read all the Martis Valley West comments. I still disagree with the recirculation. I'm going to give you a couple of those comments just briefly. The Friends of North Fork out of Loomis, California, the Martis Valley West project and specific plan review draft proposal to immediately cancel the west parcel TPZ threatens to undo the denial of the Bunch Creek rezone and undermine the TPZ that Placer County has already denied. Same people, instead of an exchange, we have a proposal inconsistent with the general plan by destroying forest use. This comment letter is 12 pages. It's well worth reading. TRPA has already said you need a more robust analysis. And now that the Tahoe Expeditionary Plan is kind of a near term, regardless of where it's going to go, those cumulative impacts now need to be added to the list. The town of Truckee submitted comments on Martis Valley West. Overall, the town of Truckee is very concerned that the project will be relying solely on the in-lieu fees to address the employee housing requirements, especially when no area has been identified in Martis Valley. Your Placer County Air Controlled Pollution Board, the mitigation measure, does not disclose the potential cost to the developer and does not state emission reductions. These are very detailed comments that many of them bring concerns forward for the recirculation. I'd also like to note, let's see, the campground. I would also like to better understand what on hold means. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the board?
Good morning, board members. Alexis Aller, Mountain Area Preservation. I'd also like to address my concerns with the Martis Valley West draft EIR not being recirculated. As Ellie mentioned, there's numerous letters. I'm still chipping through them. Agency letters, community letters, all addressing really important concerns for this environment. The draft EIR blatantly ignores cumulative impacts. There is an extensive project list, but there is not adequate cumulative analysis about what these projects will bring, not only to the basin, but to Martis Valley, to the town of Truckee. And Brockway being on hold, I think that leaves a lot of questions for me as well. I'd like to better understand what on hold means. The traffic and circulation chapter was had numerous issues, but one of the biggest issues is the traffic numbers were grossly underestimated. We had Mountain Area Preservation and Sierra Watch actually hired a consultant, MRO, traffic consultants to really look at that and to better understand if this traffic analysis was adequate. And our letter points out a number of areas where the traffic analysis was not adequately analyzed. The biological impacts also, that was deferred due to the east parcel, 6,736 acres being conserved. We're super supportive of that conservation, but you can't ignore biological impacts by saying land will be protected on another adjacent parcel so we can impact 662 acres on the west side. Visual impacts were also a big concern of ours. You're talking about 75-foot commercial development that would be visible to Martis Valley and the Tahoe Basin. And we had also suggested an alternative in the draft EIR, a reduction of units to mitigate the impacts with traffic, greenhouse gas emissions, biological and visual, placing a conservation easement on what is now known as the Brockway Campground proposal, and then also a suggestion of an alternative access point because 267's level of service right now is already at an F, and to further exacerbate the traffic impacts on 267 would be a very inappropriate move. So I really hope that the consultants and the county staff take a better look at those comment letters and address our concerns with this proposal moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Samir Tumakila, Tahoe City Lodge. Just a brief clarification of something that was just stated. The Tahoe City Lodge and the area plan are going through under one single environmental document. The draft EIR will encompass both of those, but it's those single documents. There's no need to circulate two separate documents. There are not two separate documents.
Thank you.
Shannon Eckmeyer, League to Save Lake Tahoe. I will be brief. We did submit extensive comments on both our concerns with the environmental review for Martis West and the nonconformance of the Brockway campground proposal with the regional plan update. We did provide a cover letter with the summary to all of you that bullet points our main concerns, so I suggest all of you taking a look at that when you have the time. As supporters of the regional plan update, we are extremely concerned with both the Martis West proposal and Brockway campground. It is concerning to hear that Placer County and the environmental consultants are leaning towards not recirculating the environmental review for that project. The review did ignore basin impacts, and it also ignored the cumulative impacts with Brockway campground. I really appreciate Supervisor Montgomery's suggestion in prioritizing the area plan environmental review with all of these projects. I recommend maybe doing that and having that come out. If it is going to assess cumulative impacts, it may form the environmental review for Martis and both Brockway. I also am not sure what being put on hold for Brockway means. If that project does move forward, the project proponents may want to consider doing one environmental review for both Martis and Brockway, considering it's the same project proponent and it's in the same area and could negatively impact the area plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amy Kelly, and I serve as the Executive Director of the North Tahoe Family Resource Center. We serve approximately 2,000 community members each year living in North Tahoe and on the West Shore, as well as community members from the Truckee region. And I wanted to make a statement to reiterate Supervisor Montgomery's priorities around workforce housing as it relates to the Martis Camp project. While I am personally an advocate of alternative education, I hold the priorities and values of those working in our community. Many of the community members that we serve work at North Star, work at Martis Camp, as well as Lahontan in the construction and resort industries. So I would like to set that priority to the board to remember that housing is one of the most challenging features of serving community members who are working here in North Tahoe and some of whom who are living in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mira Besser. I'm a local resident. I live in Tahoe Vista. I'm not nearly as organized as usual, so I may not be as funny as usual. I wanted to first thank the board, because I realized I missed it at public comments, for supporting Toys for Tots in our local area, and to let you guys know that between El Dorado, Placer, and Eastern Nevada, we served over 1,000 children, and we got them toys and no complaints yet. So I really appreciate the support that I got from the county for that, and we didn't have to use the storage, but I may have to next year, so I'm gonna look for support next year. This Brockway campground thing, yes, I'm going to be a NIMBY. It is in my backyard. But for me more, it's concern about ingress and egress. 267 can't handle another car in any direction. Even if they do put the traffic down a little bit lower below the summit, that's a really deadly area because we've got that 11% grade and nobody can stop. And at the top, we've had several tragic accidents in that vicinity of people turning left. A friend of mine was killed in a motorcycle accident right in that location because people were turning left and people were not paying attention. But you know, they try and make this look like it's going to be a public campground, and to my understanding, it's private with gates and fences. It's also too big, and it looks to me like a plan, an area plan for a secondary Kings Beach 25 years down the road. I don't know how many of you remember, but Kings Beach was built as a campground. It had 25-foot lots for tents. After a while, we had to expand the lots to make them 50-foot because, gee, not a lot of tents were happening down there, so let's make them 50-foot by 100 1/4. This is actually, I think, in numbers bigger than Kings Beach. And I consider the on-hold to almost be a tiny little bit of land extortion. Like, if you do what we want you to do, we're not going to do this. It just doesn't smell right. And also, as far as cumulative impacts, it doesn't smell right. And we really need to make them a combined impact and not say, that's over there, that's later. That's over there, that's later. You know, we did have to get the Attorney General involved in an old Martis plan because they just wanted to drop 9,000 units in the middle of the valley, and we couldn't convince them that that was not the highest, best use for that land. And as far as in lieu for housing, in lieu doesn't work up here because they in lieu it, and you can't rent a bush. And yeah, so thank you. And again, thanks for the support for Choice for Tots.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on this issue?
Jim Sadak, Tahoe City. You know, when I first moved up here and came to Tahoe in the late 80s and finally bought a house up here in 97, I had no idea that I was moving into an area that was so pristine, and this is why I moved here, that it would be such a struggle to protect what we have right outside this building. I mean, I really can't get over the amount of conflict and all the environment. I really support the environmental agencies that are here and a lot of the local members to help support, to protect what we have out here. We just can't replace it. And it just seems like, you know, I met with Diane Feinstein's office and they're all supporting, hey, we did all these great things for the Tahoe Basin. We're dumping in billions of dollars, millions of dollars. And, you know, one of their statements is we're protecting the wildlife habitat. And at the same time, we're talking about building a campground to take up some of that wildlife habitat that she's trying to restore. And the same thing with the roads in the basin. You know, we're creating roads up there in a forested area right now. And, you know, everybody's moving forward with that. But then you got Feinstein over there saying, well, hey, we're trying to minimize the road impact. So I just really want to have, when you guys walk out of this building tonight or this afternoon, look at what we're trying to protect. People come up here for the environment, not necessarily to go to all these fancy places and sit outside, you know, at a gas fire pit outside of a resort right out here on the beach where they can just sit in the sand and go, wow, what a great experience that was. We don't need all this infrastructure to create a good experience. And to address Mr. Euler's comment to the gentleman over here about Tahoe City and Squaw Valley, when Squaw Valley was developed, their statement that they made is we're going to build a resort that no one ever has to leave. We're going to provide everything to them right there. And what happened is they did create that. And what happened to Tahoe City when I first was here 18 years ago, downtown Tahoe City all weekend and most of the time during the week, there were people everywhere. The Naughty Dog was down there. There were young people everywhere. Right now, we cannot even keep our restaurants open 7 days a week. Probably a third of them are closed because there's nobody in town. It's a ghost town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Seeing none, this was an informational item, and so thank you. And we're going to move on to our next item, which is Public Works considering relinquishment agreement with Fanny Bridge State Route 89 Community Revitalization Project. Peter.
Greetings, Chairman, honorable members of the board. Happy to be here today to present this item, department item number 3A. This item, as you mentioned, Chairman, relates to the proposed relinquishment of certain Caltrans right-of-way to Placer County as part of the SR 89 Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project. Just to navigate everybody to where we are with this project, it's located in Tahoe City, where the Truckee River flows out of the lake, that area right there. And this location map also highlights the fact that we have two other projects going called the Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail and then a trail project down in El Dorado County that are funded. All three projects are funded through some significant federal funding that the Tahoe Transportation District garnered a few years ago. And so it's just to highlight that this is part of three projects that will actually potentially go out for construction later this year. Focusing in on the action today, zeroing in on the existing part of 89 where it intersects the Y intersection, signalized intersection, and Tahoe City on the west side. What you see in pink there is the proposed relinquishment area, It's about 0.25 mile of existing 89 and Fanny Bridge that would come over to Placer County. It also includes what you can see up here, a good portion of the Y intersection as this gets transformed to a roundabout. I'll talk about that a little bit later. New sidewalks and public parking that'll be built in that part of the project area. So standing back a little bit and talking what this means and why we're coming to you today about this proposed relinquishment. Section of SR 89 to be relinquished is being proposed because we've got a new highway alignment to be built called what we call, our engineers are calling the B line, kind of for reference purposes, to cross, and a new bridge crossing on the Truckee River here. This section of 89 then would become Placer County's. This new mainline highway will become Caltrans, and it'll be Highway 89. This will still be Highway 89 here, what we call the C line. And just to point out that a lot of improvements will be built here before we take over and before we actually accept ownership of this section of existing 89 and Fanny Bridge. The drawing also shows just overall just a lot of the effort going into this project and what this means of all the different improvements between the new highway, 3 new roundabouts for constructing this mainline highway to intersect with existing 89 North and existing 89 South, and then converting the signal to a roundabout here at the Y. Kind of in summary, we're getting, again, 3 roundabouts, a new mainline highway, a new retrofitted bridge and highway here, that or county road that will become Placer County's. Much in the way of sidewalk in and around that I'll go into a little bit detail later, and then lighting for pedestrians. And really just to point out, the focus and the goal of this project is to, it's all designed in a way to improve and enhance vehicular and pedestrian mobility on the west side of Tahoe City and split the flow of traffic between what I call flow through here, people going from Truckee to West Shore, and then town destination traffic coming along this section of road that is being designed as a complete street type roadway with narrower travel lanes, 11-foot travel lanes to really help calm vehicular traffic, sidewalks on both sides of that section of road, parallel parking, landscaping, those types of features. So I'll try not to lose you here, but just to really, a couple of slides here to emphasize on our section of road, 89 that is today Caltrans, that'll become ours, just showing you some of the improvements that'll become on this section of road. Sidewalks on both sides as closer to the existing Fanny Bridge that you don't have today to really have good mobility between this side of town and the transit center, and then further south down towards Grand-Lebacan Road. As you go further south, you have a sidewalk on one side, and then there's this existing Class 1 trail that the TCPUD maintains. So you'll have walking corridors on both sides of this section of County Road. Landscaping that you see in various parts, lighting, those are the red dots. Those sorts of features that will be built. Obviously, a new roadway surface and a new bridge. Those are the big things that will come to the county as well. And then honing in on the bridge itself, the cool thing, I think most of you have been to Fanny Bridge. What you see today there is one sidewalk on one side of the bridge, the upstream side of the bridge, and chains and a very narrow sidewalk, not very conducive for pedestrian mobility. This project will provide 6-foot sidewalks on both sides, so we're really excited about this transformation of the existing Fanny Bridge. A shot of the signalized intersection today at the Y will become a roundabout, as you see here, with a lot of landscaping area that you see in green and public parking to be available. A lot of effort with the community so far, particularly the business owners in and around this area. Very concerned initially about this being converted from a signal to a roundabout. What I would say today, again, similar to Kings Beach days where we really reached out to the community, particularly these business owners, to get them engaged with the idea that this will be a vast improvement of how ingress and egress, getting cars off the roadway to access their businesses, provide more public parking, those types of features. Moving out to the section of 89 west of the Y, again, this is part of the relinquishment area too. It's a sea of asphalt today, if you see out there with the rafting businesses going on there. And it doesn't look like much what you see here, but what we're trying to do is formalize a pedestrian sidewalk area, formalize ingress and egress for vehicles so it's safer, and it links in with the existing trail system that heads all the way out to Squaw Valley. So really looking at how this connects to the outside world of the project limits. This is just to show, this is what I call the east roundabout. This is the south section of our relinquishment area as you go towards Gronlebachen Road. All of this actually roundabout will be owned and maintained by Caltrans, including the splitter islands. The trail here will be TCPUD maintained. It'll be reconfigured. And I just want to focus on this area for a minute. It's really important, how we get pedestrians, bikes through this area, through the federal land, and the transit center is up in here. We spent a lot of time to make sure that the trail, the realignment of the trail here, that will go underneath the new bridge and go into Tahoe City, that most people, through hopefully good wayfinding signage, will take this route back and forth. We still want to provide a formal trail crossing, and this is the mainline highway, but we want to try to limit the amount of pet activity on the mainline highway so we don't impact traffic flow from vehicles. So that's just a feature I wanted to point out. Just honing in on the Y at the roundabout at the Y intersection. Again, showing a lot of landscaping that will go in here. Opportunities for art at the roundabout, all three roundabouts. Opportunities for art that hasn't been designed yet, but I think a cool thing similar to what we're trying to do with the roundabouts in Kings Beach. Also showing kind of the parking that doesn't exist today for the public to access these businesses and ways for cars to formally get off the roadway and out of the mainline traffic flow to park their vehicles and access businesses on foot as well. Finally, just another rendering of that roundabout, a key feature for this project at the Y, where the signal is there today. And I just want to point out a couple things here as I close out this request. Again, a lot of business owner engagement in the design going forward. The relinquishment today is one of those milestones proceeding forward that we need to do between Caltrans, our partner Caltrans, and the county. It makes sense for a lot of reasons. Similar to Highway 65 that we did a few years ago where they built a new section of Highway 65, we took over the old 65. Obviously, a key part of this project is to have two roadways, one for flow-through traffic, one for destination traffic. Very important. And I would just say that I'd summarize our request to you to give our director to be able to execute the agreement subject to the conditions in the agreement and the resolution, and leave it open for questions. I'll finally point out, again, just a summary of all the things that will come our way through this relinquishment and through the project itself. Again, I've pointed out a few things, the roadway and the bridge. From a maintenance perspective, these are things that, because it'll become a county-maintained roadway, we'll see our kind of fair share of state funding that comes through for road maintenance and bridge maintenance. These features, a lot of engagement with the community about what level of service we would maintain these features once they were built. And I'm optimistic that the community engagement will reveal that, similar to Kings Beach, we'll find a solution going forward to maintain these things hopefully at a pretty high level, similar to what we're trying to do, what we are actually doing in Kings Beach today as a comparison. So with that, I'll leave it up to questions of your board. Thank you for your time.
Peter. Questions or comments from board members at this time?
I want to start by saying thank you, Peter, for the presentation and just kind of the general update on what this project will encompass. I'm sure our board remembers that we adopted this, as did the TRPA. One of the things I did want to touch on the why specifically is we've talked about public art. I think it's important to remember that we have an amazing fish there already, which I would hope would stay. And the memorial, the blue spruce tree, I think we would like to see that remain as a feature at the Y. And that was for a longtime member of the Tahoe City community, and so that's something we do want to make sure remains. And then certainly, not least, but I will mention it last, is the flagpole that we have there with the American flag and the state of California. I think those three things we need to keep very firmly in mind as we go forward with the refiguring of the Y. And those are really all my comments on that today.
Thank you.
See no other questions or comments at the time. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Please come forward, state your name.
Good morning. My name is Robert Hines. I've been a resident of the North Shore for about 18 years now. A question I noticed on the roundabouts, and I wonder if the board has any opinion as to the pedestrian traffic. I know, going through Kings Beach now on the roundabout, the existing roundabouts, particularly during summer, there's a constant flow of pedestrian traffic back and forth, which backs up, traffic past 267. And I noticed on the renderings that were just shown for Tahoe City, I didn't see any pedestrian stop signs, anything that would delay, pedestrians and I was wondering, has it been determined, have the roundabouts, has the congestion in Tahoe, in Kings Beach benefited from the roundabouts, and particularly during the summer, the constant flow of pedestrians going back and forth at will versus perhaps, a stop sign, a wait for pedestrians. And I was wondering if there's any determination, have you benefited from it in Kings Beach? And is that something you might consider, in Tahoe City? Because I know right now the flow in Tahoe City is pretty much the same. Pedestrians during the summer walking at will, backing up traffic. So I just wonder if there's a benefit in stop signs or not, and if you've determined that, and if you would take that into consideration.
Sure, yeah, thanks. So with Kings Beach, certainly the board thoroughly studied. There was exhaustive analysis as to the questions that you just raised. But I'll refer to Peter as it relates to, do we have any now research done that compares what we expected as compared to what is happening to date, and then how does that map onto the question with regards to the Tahoe City?
We are taking some counts during different periods, working with TRPA on pedestrian counts, and we do see congestion. I'll first just, the umbrella responses, we're still not done with Kings Beach. There's still a lot of friction from construction, those sorts of things. And then, the goal of the Kings Beach project, similar to Tahoe City, is it's not just about the personal automobile anymore. It is about active transportation, getting people out of their vehicles. And so, yeah, we knew that there would still be congestion as part of the Kings Beach project during certain peak periods, and in favor of a safer, easier way for pedestrians to get around. I can say there's still an educational piece that goes on out there in these roundabouts for pedestrians crossing, that they have a splitter island that automobile drivers don't always recognize, that they can keep flowing on the one lane while pedestrians are crossing the far lane to that splitter island refuge. I think those things still need to work themselves out a little bit with the community and tourists that come up here as they get used to these sorts of roadway features. So the jury's not out yet in terms of what we see out there when Kings Beach is finished. Similarly to Tahoe City, it is not just about the personal automobile anymore. It is about enhancing or incentivizing people to take the bus more, with the transit center right in the heart of the Tahoe City project. And also we are looking at, because this is on the west side of town, we know we have a lot of pedestrian traffic on the east side of Tahoe City. We're also looking at pedestrian signalized crossings in downtown Tahoe City on Highway 28, just because we know we have a couple of places there where that could help a little bit. It's not a panacea, but again, we're looking at all these things going forward. I do think the roundabout feature for pedestrians is a good way to move pedestrians in concert with vehicles. It does cause some delay. We went from 4 lanes to 3 lanes in Kings Beach. We knew that would create some auto congestion, but we know in this new world of active transportation and revitalization, we're trying to people to come here and lodge more. I'm getting really big picture now, park their cars and walk around more than just traveling through and having the day tripper type effect, as I call it.
And do we expect to analyze that question more thoroughly, particularly as Kings Beach construction is wrapped up after next season?
Yes, yeah. There have been requests, not just by this gentleman, but business owners and the North Tahoe Business Association looking at potential mid-block opportunities with signalized crossings. We will look at that. We just think it's a little bit premature as we're trying to wrap up the Kings Beach project, but we are definitely hearing that, and we will look at that as time progresses, for sure.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, if I just may follow up on Peter's comments on that. I've also asked that we look at the mid-block crossings here in Kings Beach. We are looking at a separate but sort of same time frame project. Peter referred to it a little bit obliquely in Tahoe City, where we're going to be analyzing the multiple crosswalks that go through Tahoe City right now that are uncontrolled, and looking at controlling those, similar to the controlled pedestrian crossing on Fanny Bridge. The controlled crossing on Franny Bridge has really, frankly, been a godsend. And I think even people who were extremely skeptical of it initially have said, wow, it just worked out so much better than we expected. And the intent would be to try to synchronize to some extent the the controlled pedestrian crossings in Tahoe City and potentially in Kings Beach after the project is finalized and we've been able to review pedestrian changes and traffic changes, but to try to synchronize those lights so that traffic can flow fairly smoothly, but pedestrians have good, safe opportunities to cross our roadways. So we are looking at that. Peter knows, because I talk about it a lot. Every time I see him, I bend his ear on it. We are talking about those issues and making sure that we, achieve the goals that we really wanted to achieve, both here in Kings Beach, but also in Tahoe City. So I want to thank Peter for being really willing to engage and have those conversations with the community, with the public, with the business community, and with me, even though he feels sometimes like I'm beating a dead horse.
Never. And I'll say the pedestrian signal at the Fanny Bridge, that will remain as part of this project as it's built. Yes.
Thanks. Any other comments, questions from the public?
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. Thank you for bringing up that there's a future study on the crossings in Tahoe City. I was wondering when that's going to be out for public review. I know it'll be sometime this year. I would also like to ask why this wasn't part of the original environmental analysis. And is it really in the best interest of Placer County to take on the operation and maintenance of another highway? Is this funding securable? And if it's not, how will the project possibly be truncated? There's always issues with funding not being totally secured. The Kings Beach project really isn't done yet. There's the gateways that should have been part of the entire Kings Beach core project. I live on 2 unmaintained county roads, and I'd like to see a future presentation on all Placer County unmaintained county roads and consideration be taken equally to the residents here. I've been lucky that I have neighbors that'll help me pay for my snow removal. I love that I am a pervious concrete road, but I think that also needs to be taken in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Sadak, and Tahoe City. And I'd like the Board of Supervisors to look at the last sentence on page 32, I believe, of your board packet during my presentation here. Per the California Access Program project application dated April 29th, 2013, question number 9 states, describe how you plan to maintain the project after completion, including funding. The Tahoe Transportation District stated in the agreement, Placer County has agreed to take over the maintenance of Old State Route 89 and Fanny Bridge in order to create a bikeable and pedestrian-friendly area, so all the sidewalks and amenities and so forth, and maintain the historical value of Fanny Bridge. So over a year ago, in conversation with Placer County staff, TRPA staff, and a Placer County board member, we engaged in a few emails which included, when it comes to all of the additional items like benches, lighting, etc., it's like Kings Beach. What does the community want? And I would suspect the potential for an assessment district to form to pay for the operation and maintenance of these extra items that road funding would not cover. And also like Kings Beach, I would want to attempt to get community buy-in before final design on these extra items. Otherwise, why would we build them if there's no certainty for them to be maintained? Perhaps the 3 individuals that I corresponded with did not realize that in the agreement for the funding, it was stated that Placer County, not an assessment district, would fund the amenities. Right now, it is difficult to fund and maintain the amenities that we have in Tahoe City. Some of our bus shelters are maintained by volunteers of the Kiwanis Club. The Tahoe City Downtown Association had to raise money to provide the hanging flower baskets and hire a person with a watering cart to maintain them. After 1 year of the initial request for resolution on behalf of Placer County to finalize the funding source for the project improvements, it is unacceptable as a taxpayer and financially irresponsible to sign an open-ended agreement today with Caltrans before determining the viable annual funding source for the project improvements and amenities. I hereby request Placer County follow through with the proposed financial commitment made in the original agreement with the Federal Highway Administration to take on the additional road maintenance and amenities for Fanny Bridge area before signing the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Please step forward.
Okay. Hi, this is Mira Besser again, and I really appreciate Peter's concept of getting people out of their cars and onto the road on their feet and their bicycles. As an aging American, oh God, I hate to say that, who is experiencing mobility problems, I also hate to say that, I can't walk from Tahoe Vista to Incline. I can't. I mean, it's a valid comment. I can't actually walk from my house, which is up at the North Tahoe PUD, down to the highway to catch the bus. We have lovely bus service. It runs once an hour, and it takes 2 hours to get to Truckee. And I know TTD is doing the best they can to make buses better. And I realize that we're trying to make things best we can for the tourists. We need to consider our infrastructure. We need to consider the rest of the people here as well. As far as the roundabouts in Kings Beach, don't get me started, but the one thing I do want to say is plants should not be this tall at a crosswalk. So when they took out the plants because they made the splitters incorrectly, now we can see the little kids that are trying to cross the street. There are 2 splitter areas that have plants this tall, and they obscure the view of anybody behind them. So as you're coming around, you can't see people that are crossing. That's a really dangerous thing. The other thing is, and I could be wrong on this, but I think I'm not, when you take the westbound bus and you get off in Tahoe City and you need to go to Homewood, because the bus is not going that way anymore, you have to walk from Save Mart over to the bus station, the transit center. That is not ADA compliant on any planet. So looking at things like that, I think we really need to take, and some of the parking lots, and Peter, you know what I'm talking about, in Kings Beach were so badly designed that businesses that need parking, that were told they would have parking, have the strangest configuration you've ever seen, and no parking. So we really need to carefully look at what we're doing here. But no tall plants and no ugly art. I like our fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Again, my name is Aaron Radnick. I live in Tahoe City. We also own that ocean of asphalt, as he put it, and the raft company on there. That ocean of asphalt does create over 85 jobs when we have rafting, which, as far as I can tell, makes it one of the largest independent employers in Tahoe City. One of the issues with this is Caltrans relinquishing the right-of-way. I think is fantastic. The thing we were not informed of as business and property owners is that it would instead be given exclusively to the county. In fact, we were told, get on board, as this current plan as it is gets a lot of the parking from our parking lots. And it's not just me, it's the luxury properties around the corner, it's the Gary Davis building, it's all of them. There is concerns there as well that they are giving up their private parking in lieu of a public shared parking they have no control over. But going back to the parking in general, when you're a raft company, we see each other every 3 years when we go over the same raft permit again. As we all know, it has not changed. We are still limited to the same number of boats. The pricing structure is per head on that. Losing a bunch of parking spaces and things when we're already at a limit and have had no growth in decades and will not have any more, it's very crucial to be able to use every inch of space we have. So with this, I stand to lose a ton of parking that's going to sidewalks, and we don't have any foot traffic on that spot. It very much kind of ends at the Y. If you were going past the rafting gas towards there, there's the lumber yard, and that's about it. Not a lot of people go on foot to the lumber yard, as you usually leave with lumber. The concerns there would be not, instead, the PUD does have gorgeous trails there for biking as well as foot traffic that they've connected in the recent years through the North Shore, everything else. Where that trail right before it comes to the Raft and Gas and Front Street Pizza, it's supposed to go across the bridge, and that's where it connects to where the bridge tender is, Fanny Bridge, the Gatekeeper Museum, all the good stuff, and kind of the last of what's available that we really want people to see there in Tahoe City. So one of my concerns is how much we're giving away for what we're actually getting back, and why not spend a much smaller amount of money on some signage, get a return on the investment that we've already spent money on building these gorgeous trails, connecting them, everything else, and getting people to use them. That forces them to the transit center that you want more people at. It forces them to the bridge. It's taking the cars off the street. But as it is right now, we've asked a lot of questions in the meetings we've had with the property owners and the government agencies, and that was a big one is, well, if the sidewalks come back, are they like all the other sidewalks in Tahoe City? Are they controlled by the PUD? Does that mean we have to clear them? Because right now, as business owners, like our building at 243, I'm out there with a shovel every morning that it snows because we are responsible for our stretch of sidewalk as per the PUD agreements when they did the assessment originally. We still haven't gotten an answer on if they're going to be our sidewalks we need to take care of. What would be the difference of relinquishing our Caltrans right away to Placer County? Is that going to be harder on me as a business person or easier? You know, that's also, we do staff people in our parking lots purely for safety, guiding people, everything else through that. There's just a lot there, and the project jumps so many points from 30 to 75 to our upcoming one, which will be 90, I believe, 95. There isn't actually a lot of room for talk back and forth, any input aside from the 45 minutes we get every 4 months.
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you mean by 30, 75, 90?
The percentage completion of the project, they had a meeting with us at about 30. We had one recently at 75. We got an email that it actually got pushed back. It should have been, I believe, this week to February, but that'll be the 90, 95 one. So by then, too, I don't want to waste people's time and money. We still have a lot of issues that we haven't got answers, that we haven't been allowed input, and it seems like by the next meeting, we're pretty much set.
Can I ask Peter to address?
Sure, yeah, I was just thinking the same, so Peter.
I'll just jump in and say I will plan on following up with Aaron on a lot of these questions and drill down with him offline.
And then
Happy
maybe
to
if
do
you
that.
could fire off an email to the board, just a recap of that meeting would be great.
You bet.
Yep,
Will do.
thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, bring back to the board. I'm sorry, Jack.
Actually, you know what, don't worry about it, I'll have my director talk with the gentleman. I'd like to know a little bit more about the restrictions that he has on his license that he gets from the county. So Christina, if you could talk to that gentleman about that, thank you.
Thanks.
Won't waste any more.
Thanks. So the question for the board is to consider adopting the resolution authorizing the Public Works Director or facilities to execute the relinquishment agreement just discussed.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Montgomery, second by Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And next is a presentation by Jennifer Merchant, County Exec's Office, on the Tahoe Prosperity Center. Good morning, Jennifer.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm actually going to be introducing Heidi Hildrum. She is here today to provide the presentation from the Tahoe Prosperity Center, where she is the executive director. The presentation will include information about current projects and initiatives that the Prosperity Center is working on right now, including the Measuring for Prosperity document that I have to hand out to you folks today in summary form. Includes demographic data and economic indicators for the Tahoe Basin region. I think a lot of what you're going to hear from Heidi today builds on themes that you've heard already today, especially as it relates to economic development and housing and the importance of that to our tourism-driven economy. And you'll continue probably to hear more about that even later today as we discuss the budget. So I want to introduce Heidi Hildrum.
Thank you all, Chairman and board members. Appreciate your allowing me to have the opportunity to update you on our projects. Placer County, I think there's a PowerPoint. Sorry, thanks, okay. Sorry, thanks, Jennifer. But Placer County was instrumental in helping to support the original Lake Tahoe Basin Prosperity Plan in 2010, which was the first identification of economic and community data. We have strong environmental data in the region, as you all are aware, but that was completed in 2010, and the result of that was to create a basin-wide organization, the Tahoe Prosperity Center, to implement many of those initiatives. And so we were founded in 2011 and have been working on many of those initiatives from that report. The mission of the Tahoe Prosperity Center is uniting Tahoe's communities to strengthen regional prosperity. We, again, are basin-wide organization, nonprofit, focused on not just the economy, but also the community and the environment. So we've taken in consideration all three of those efforts with our support for different projects. So the Tahoe area, as you all know, the next slide will show you that the region is made up of 2 states and 6 government jurisdictions, numerous plan areas, regional authorities, but from our perspective, it's still one region, one lake, one Tahoe. Oh, I can do it. Oh, thanks. Sorry about that. And it's a challenging place to do business, but it is not impossible. And by working together, we can continue to ensure that our $5 billion economy is thriving. So the Tahoe Basin, the Tahoe Prosperity Center is collaborative. We're made up of community members. I have 2 board members in the room today. Jennifer Merchant, as you know, represents Placer County on our board. Sandy Evans Hall was our previous board chair this last year, and also was instrumental in helping to work with us on the Measuring for Prosperity report, which I'll spend a little more time in detail telling you about. One quick update on one of our, a couple of our projects. If you haven't already heard, the Alert Tahoe project is a partnership that we're doing with the University of Nevada, Reno, to place, as you can see there, that camera at Heavenly, to place fire prevention cameras all around the basin to stop fires before they become devastating, like the Angora fire did in 2007 near my house where I live in South Lake Tahoe. And this last summer, those cameras spotted 8 fires, and we're able to alert the proper fire prevention officers and get the fires stopped before they became out of control. The Connected Tahoe project, I believe you've also heard about before, but that is our program manager, Bev Ducey, who's working very hard on ensuring that we have access to high-speed internet as well as expanded cell phone coverage around the lake. That's a basic infrastructure need for economic development to occur in the basin. It allows people to work from home. It allows businesses to have satellite offices up here, more creative opportunities for tech companies and others, and especially being placed right in between Silicon Valley and all the activity that's happening in Reno. Tahoe is really poised to attract, I think, a new type of workforce, and we need to have high-speed internet for that. So that project is moving forward. We have a number of different areas mapped for expanded cell phone towers around the lake, and we suspect that we'll see those soon in place in the next year or 2. And then the broadband is happening. 2 infrastructure grants actually were submitted this last year, one for the North Shore, one for the West Shore, to bring in high-speed internet to underserved areas. So that project is happening and moving forward. But I'm here mostly today to give you an update on the Measuring for Prosperity report. So it's a lengthy, heavy, 70-page document, which you can get on our website, or if you need a copy, please let me know. I'll be happy to give you the full report. But it has a lot of economic and community data for the basin, and it's compiled in one place. As you know, the Tahoe Basin has small pieces of each of those county jurisdictions that I mentioned, so it's challenging to pull out the data that is just for Tahoe. But we were able to do that on over 20 community and economic indicators. And we find that this will be extremely useful, not just for government jurisdictions like yourself who need that data to make sound policy decisions, but also other businesses in the region, nonprofit organizations, and community groups that can use this information. It was a grant-funded project by the Tahoe Mountain Resorts Foundation as well as the Parasol Tahoe Community Foundation, and then obviously the support of Placer County allowing us to continue our work on a variety of projects is much appreciated. Some initial highlights from the report are that we saw our first population increase in the basin in over 15 years. That's significant because we lost a lot of families during the recession, and we lost a lot of the 25 to 44-year-old age group. But in 2014, the most recent data that we have access to in terms of population numbers, we finally had a little bump up. We don't know what that means. It might be an anomaly, but we hope that it's actually a sign that people want to come back to Tahoe, want to move here, want to live and work here. So that's an interesting highlight from the report. Some of the other interesting things to note are that the TOT growth, we've had some transit occupancy tax growth numbers, but compared to our competition, we're not at the same level in terms of economic growth in that area. The housing affordability issue is probably the biggest highlight that came out of the report. The housing affordability income ratio is basically how much a home costs to the household income that you can afford to purchase that home. An average across the country is 3-to-1 or 4-to-1. That's a typical average nationally. The Reno average is 5-to-1. San Francisco Bay Area, which I think we all would agree is probably a very expensive place to live, is 8-to-1. And unfortunately, Tahoe is 10-to-1. The reason for that is because the incomes in our area have declined rather than increased, and they have not kept up with inflation. So we have many low-wage workers trying to afford homes that continue to increase in cost, and that trend is continuing to get worse. This is a snapshot from the report that shows that actually the Tahoe, the North Lake Tahoe incomes dropped more significantly than the other areas around the basin. 19% in Tahoe City was extremely high loss of income. The overall basin average was 6% since the recession. It's not all bad news, however. The good news is that what we are seeing is the redevelopment areas that have reinvested in their community revitalization are thriving. And then the way that we look at redevelopment is, again, triple bottom line. So it needs to take into consideration the environmental improvements that come with that redevelopment, because much of the current blight, as you all are aware, in our community does not have environmental benefits. The community development that happens with some of these revitalization projects are also significant. Just go down here on any Tuesday night and you will see locals, visitors. It's a thriving community. It's much like one of the gentlemen earlier said Tahoe City used to be like, with lots of people walking around. That is what these areas are doing, and they're doing very well. So it's a fun area for community members as well as for visitors. But again, all these projects, and many of which you are all looking at, need to really not just have the economic benefit in mind, but also the community and the environmental benefit from our perspective. And I think many of them do. So we encourage you to continue to support those types of projects. And then starting this year, our next project is a workforce effort that we're going to be working with. It definitely intertwines with housing, and we really appreciate the work that Placer has been ahead of the curve in working with the town of Truckee and the Nevada County on the housing study that will be coordinated by the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. That's a really important effort. We're working with them and collaborating on our workforce projects so that we can share information and make sure that we're collaborating on all of that. But we have too many families living in poverty, as you heard from the executive director of the North Tahoe Family Resource Center. We have too many families living in motels and too many kids that are on free and reduced school lunch programs. Over 60% of our children in the basin qualify for that. And so the workforce issue, the way that it relates to housing, but it's a little bit different, and the reason that the Tahoe Prosperity Center is going to be taking it on is because if we can attract different kinds of businesses to higher wage positions, and if we can encourage businesses to be paying more living wages, or having employees that know how many hours they're going to get each week, then they can afford better homes and they can afford to stay in Tahoe, and we can address the housing issue as well and be creative in our solutions. So again, TPC is really, the Tahoe Prosperity Center is the catalyst for these conversations. We want to work with our government institutions, with our business community, with our residents, with the folks who are working in our community together to figure out the best solutions that work. It may be different in Tahoe City than it is in Incline Village and than it is in State Line, Nevada, for example. So our Tahoe Jobs Project will be coordinated. Again, we'll be doing business walks. We'll be interviewing employees, employers. We'll be, talking to all the jurisdictions. We're working very closely, as I said, with the town of Truckee and the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation on the housing piece and trying to share information where it makes sense to do so, and then come up with the solutions that we can hopefully then bring forward for you and other jurisdictions to implement to improve the quality of life for residents. So I like to say Tahoe is a great place to visit. It's always going to be a great place to visit. It's a wonderful place to live. I've been here 20 years. I'm raising my 2 boys here. But it's a tough place to make a living. So again, thank you for your support of our efforts. We really appreciate that. We appreciate, again, having Jennifer and Sandy on our board. It's really great to have that basin-wide representation. So thank you.
Thanks, Ida. Any questions, comments?
I did have, first of all, I want to say thank you, Heidi. It's the 3rd time I've heard the
I was just
presentation.
going to say, you could probably give it.
I probably could, yeah. I think the value of this presentation is it actually, and the document that the presentation is based on, is it that it actually quantifies things we've all sort of felt at a gut level, and not just with Placer County data, but with more regional data. And I think bringing Truckee into the conversation is going to be hugely helpful because they really are an integral part of our region, in having their data as part of the larger discussion is going to be really important to understanding regional solutions. My biggest concern, I don't know if it's my biggest concern, one of my big concerns is that loss of population in 25 to 44, because frankly, those are the peak earning years for most folks. There is some speculation out there that the Reno area will be bringing about 60,000 new jobs online over the next, I believe, 10 years. What do you see for implications to the Tahoe Basin for that in terms of outmigration?
So thank you for that. And I think you have 2 points. One is that we all have that gut check and that anecdotal feeling that we feel like it's going to happen one way or the other, but it is nice to have the data. And so we hope that you utilize this report, give us feedback on it, and that other businesses and community members do the same, so that we can make sure it's really useful to most of us. But in terms of the Reno growth in particular, anecdotally, we feel that it will impact our region, in particular the higher wage jobs that many of those businesses are bringing to the Reno area, and the fact that currently, at least, Reno is more affordable to purchase a home than it is in the Tahoe Basin. So our concern is that we may lose, again, that more of that 25 to 44-year-old age demographic to jobs in the Reno area. But again, we don't know that. We will be addressing that as part of our workforce and jobs project this year, because we're working with the community of Reno. We have Washoe County represented on our board as well. And then we are partnering with the Mike Kazmierski from the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, as well as the other local economic development organizations in that region, to share data and make sure that we're understanding better what those impacts will be.
Do we see any hope that maybe we'll see actually the reverse of outmigration, and that, people who are working in Nevada at, good jobs, with good paying wages, may actually purchase and live in this area?
Well, one notable new resident of Incline Village is Elon Musk. So if you're not familiar with him, he is the co-founder of Tesla Motors. But it's quite possible that we will see, and again, our hope is that with the higher speed internet and the greater capacity in cell phone coverage, that it's possible that software project teams could be located up in Tahoe, and maybe the manufacturing is done in the outer lying areas where there's more availability for that. So it's possible. It will definitely be addressed during the workforce project.
Okay, and then I'm fairly certain that Supervisor Euler would ask this question, so I'm going to ask it anyway. The difference between the tax structure for Nevada and the tax structure for California, if we did see, again, I'm asking you to crystal ball gaze here, but if we did see, sort of in-migration, would your expectation be that more of those people would probably be looking to buy in Nevada rather than in California because of the differential in our tax structures?
It's a good question, and I don't know the answer, but I will tell you that I am working with both the governor's offices of economic development. On the California side, it's called GoBiz, Governor's Office of Business Development. On the Nevada side, it's called the Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GoEd. And I've met with both those, the directors of both those organizations, and I'm working with them on ensuring that we are able to promote Tahoe as a destination region for businesses that are interested in relocating here or potentially moving their project teams up here, and that we give them the information on both sides of the states as to the benefits for coming up here. From our perspective, again, Tahoe's a great place to live, but a great place to visit, but it's always going to be a great place to live. And the more we can encourage, again, bringing in that level 25 to 44-year-old age group, the higher wage jobs, and providing skills to the current residents who want to stay. I moved here 20 years ago as a snowboarder and decided I wanted to stay, and I couldn't keep doing that on a snowboarder salary, so I eventually found a year-round long-term job, and that's what I would hope that we can encourage more of that for our residents who decide they want to stay.
Okay, and then last but not least, I always want to take the opportunity to thank Bev Ducey for the work she's doing on internet connectivity, not just collecting data, but actually, bringing grants forward and partnering with providers to get better access to high-speed internet connectivity here. I have high hopes that over the next couple of years, we're going to see some great and real changes in the basin that do allow people to work from home. And I think those are where a lot of the opportunities for home-based businesses, or at least locally based businesses, are going to occur. So thanks to Bev as well.
I'll see her this afternoon when I get back to the office, and I'll tell her. I did want to add one comment, because I think that you just brought up something that reminded me that the changing workforce is really important for us to understand, but the millennial generation, for example, has a different outlook of what they see as housing and jobs. They like to be in town centers. And I'm generalizing, not everyone fits into this category, but what we're seeing in terms of economic development of communities and community development is that infill development, mixed-use retail, providing those more affordable units on top of restaurants and businesses that are in those areas does attract the millennial generation to an area those are the amenities that they're looking for. So some of the projects that you will be seeing and have already seen that provide those kinds of benefits are absolutely an economic driver for that generation.
I have a question. Maybe you can just direct me to the report more, but you talked about the housing prices as compared to the incomes, and you mentioned that the incomes were going down, and that was the real driver as it related to that ratio being worse than we would hope. Over what time frame generally are we talking about? And I'm presuming that there's been some elevation in housing cost, but I'm just curious if you have off the top of your head some more background on that.
I think the housing ratio numbers were done since 2008. I'd have to refer back to that specific page in the report to be sure, but we looked at, so the housing costs went down during the recession. They had climbed up previously, and they went down a little bit during the recession, but they have climbed back up and are continuing to rise for the region. The availability of housing is also an issue. So over 60% of our housing stock in the basin is owned by second homeowners and those who don't live here permanently. So that further reduces the availability of primary residence for our local residents here in the basin. But in my comment earlier about the different types of housing, and that's why it's really great that you guys have been forward thinking and conducting a housing study. There are a lot of different, I think, ways to look at housing in our region that will even with some lower wages will allow folks to find something that's more appropriate than living in a motel.
But clearly it sounded like the driver was actually a loss in income.
It's both. So increase in housing costs and loss of income makes that ratio much more difficult. So San Francisco, for example, is an extremely expensive place to find an apartment. I mean, I hear, upwards of over $1,000 for, a studio to rent on a monthly basis, or $2,000, I think I've heard as well. But the incomes in San Francisco are much higher. So while it is crazy place to purchase a home or to afford rent in San Francisco. The incomes in San Francisco are much higher, so it's compatible. It's still a little out of whack at 8-1, but Tahoe is more extreme in part because of the loss of income and the lower wages that we have in the area.
Thank you. Okay, it's information item, but if someone from the public wants to make a comment or ask questions, we're happy to take those right now. Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, I'm Mira Besser. I'm a almost 40-year local. Sometimes that counts for things, sometimes it doesn't. I really appreciated the report. I wanted to bring a couple of things up above the water line that may need to be considered. A part of the problem that we have with housing up here and incomes is that our large ski resorts import foreign nationals to do the jobs because they don't feel like locals qualify. Part of that is because it's a less than 6-month period of work. So they bring quite a large number, I don't have the percentages, I'm sorry, of people in from a variety of countries, which is a nice thing, but they also don't provide housing for them. So in terms of workforce housing, worker housing, there were a couple of projects that were tried. Sawmill Heights in North Star, which started out life getting permits as workforce housing, failed miserably and is now sort of that, but not really that. And their prices to rent are high, and you have to live with somebody you don't know unless you rent the whole apartment. So I think we need to make our ski resort people, who unfortunately are probably a large percentage of prosperity groups people, we need to hold them accountable for what they're doing to our communities in terms of bringing in outsiders to work jobs that we do have people who could work, and then not providing them housing. And this is one of those places where in-lieu housing didn't work. Doesn't work. I have a lot of bushes I need to rent. This winter has been particularly bad, not just for the homeless, but for people who want homes. There's been nothing on the market for rentals. Some of that has to do with the new development because they take up TAUs and housing for single families that people can't get into. A suggestion regarding connectivity that I found really interesting is that you can get buoys that are wired for cell tower. Why are we building really ugly green trees instead of putting connectivity in buoys? We already have the buoys. And if you talk to Verizon, I believe it's the company that's doing it, they have some very good electronics to put in buoys. So I want to just bring that whole thing about the ski resorts and lack of housing a little bit above the waterline, because I work with United for Action, I work with the Collaborative, I've been working with the homeless coalitions and trying to get people houses. And yes, we have chronic homeless that are perfectly content living under bushes, but we do have people that would like to come indoors. So, and I do thank you guys for the forward-looking for housing up here, and I do appreciate the stuff that you've let me get away with getting some people down to Western County. So, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Seeing none, we are now going to take up a board workshop, and for everybody's, thank you, Heidi, informational use. It's a 3-hour scheduled workshop. There's been a huge amount of preparation that's gone into it. Andy is going to kick it off. I'm presuming that everybody's going to want a break for lunch before the 3 hours are up. It's planned to be very interactive with the board as we get into the meat of things, discussing, of course, our budgeting, our priorities, and critical issues. So I'm looking for feedback, too, from my colleagues as to when they think it might be about lunchtime, where when we do that, we're going to break also into closed session. So.
Lunch is ready if you want to do it now, or we could do staff presentation, take a break, and however you prefer.
Staff has anticipated some good break times where our mental capacities won't be impinged by leaving for lunch.
Too late, Rob. Whatever the majority.
What's your pleasure?
I don't care one way or another.
Why don't we kick it off, but for a short period of time, for the shorter version of time, and then we'll break.
Good leadership.
Is it on now? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andy Heath from the County Executive Office, and I'm joined by Gretchen Nedved, also from the County Executive Office. Pleased to bring to you today the board workshop on priorities and emerging issues that are coming for fiscal year 2016-17 as part of the budget process. We're conducting this process at the outset of the budget process, very early in the stages of the budget development for 2016-17, as a means to get information from your board and from the departments themselves to kind of be able to put together the budget as we go into 2016-17 with all the information that is out there. Looking at the outline, again, the action requested is to conduct the workshop itself. We'll be going through a few things this morning. We'll go over very briefly the approach to the budget process and some of the things that we're considering as part of this year's 16-17 budget development. State of the county, just give you a very brief overview of the state of the county and kind of where we're at and some of the considerations that are going into revenues and expenditures. We'll also look at the state budget overview and just give you a very brief indicator of what the state is thinking. We'll also talk about priority-based budgeting and give you an update on where we're at with priority-based budgeting and how it relates to this workshop and some of the elements that we would like to take away from this workshop. As you may recall, we had a Challenges and Choices workshop back in May in the development of the 15-16 budget, which produced some critical issues that became part of the budget process in terms of funding and moving forward from a prioritization perspective. We'll give you an update on those, a brief update. Also go over the 2016-17 county-wide priorities that we're seeing as a result of the process that we used this year to augment the budget process for this workshop. And then most importantly, we'll have selected departments provide presentations on some of the things that we see as emerging issues and priorities moving into 16-17 that will continue to require ongoing and or one-time resources which are finite in the whole spectrum of the budget issue. Looking at the state of the county particularly, approach to the budget process, as I mentioned, we took a kind of a different approach to the budget process this year where we augmented the process by including this workshop. When we rolled out the budgets in January of 2016 for the coming fiscal year, we had a meeting with all departments. Prior to that meeting, we asked departments to submit what we called the emerging critical issues and their state of the department and what some of those emerging critical issues were, what some of their revenue challenges might be, what some of their changes in demand for services might be, whether they're seeing an increase in demand for a particular service or a decrease in the demand for a particular service. We asked departments to identify any retention and or recruitment issues that they're experiencing in their departments to kind of get in front of some of their human resources challenges as well. We asked departments to identify this in what we called a one-pager, and I can honestly say that very few departments were able to do that in one page, and it ranged between one page and about 17 pages. But nonetheless, we did receive the information from the departments, and thank you to all the departments that are here and not here for participating in that, because it was a county-wide effort of gathering that information.
Can we get a guess who submitted the sentence?
So what we asked departments to do particularly is go back and identify these emerging issues. And for this workshop itself, we picked out some particular emerging issues that we thought would resonate most with the board and with the community. Some of those issues that have already been discussed by your board and are ongoing issues, some of the issues that have been around for a long time, and some new issues. And we asked departments to identify specific things that they'll be making a presentation on later, and I'll kind of go into that a little bit. And again, this process today is to really help enable this office and the county, for that matter, to get an early communication on emerging issues to guide this budget process. The earlier we get ahead of understanding exactly what the emerging priorities are and where the county needs to go in terms of using its discretionary finite resources, the better we are able to bring back to your board in June a proposed budget that will identify specifically exactly what you're looking for. When we're looking at the state, in the state's budget for fiscal year 2016-17, you may recall that on January 7th, a couple weeks ago, The budget for the state of California was introduced by the governor in a press conference. In that budget itself, calls for really not a whole lot of adverse impacts to county or local governments themselves, but has a lot of indicators in it that we may want to think about as we prepare the budget moving forward. The budget itself for the state of California is laden with references to the coming next recession and how we really need to think about what sorts of programs, or the state needs to think about what sorts of programs they're providing, and the ongoing nature, the cost of those programs, and some of the things that they may want to maybe put off at this point in time to see exactly where the economy is going. But the governor did talk a lot about the recession. He had many charts in the press conference that showed a lot of the red bars that were below the line that indicated that, you know, over the cycle of time, there have been more recessions than there have been, and more downturn deficit years than there have been surplus years for the state, especially as of recent note. The budget also proposes to add an additional $2 billion to the state's rainy day fund, which is a good thing. It would take the rainy day fund to $8 billion, which would be a nice amount to have in reserves for the state. It also warns against, again, program expansion and looking at really those programs and some of the requirements from an ongoing perspective, particularly fiscally, what those programs are going to cost. It discusses the need to begin to chip away at the state's unfunded health costs of $72 billion, and that, you may recall, is the OPEB for the state. Also has conversation about the state's retirement costs as well, and the state has a considerable amount more than $72 billion in unfunded retirements. But again, the budget itself does have limited impacts to local government, and we don't expect anything to change too much as the budget continues to roll out for 2016-17 from the state. We will be working with departments as they prepare their budgets for consideration in March. They're coming back to our office in March, and then we'll be going through those. But we will be working with departments specifically to determine exactly what the impacts to the department's perspective is from the state budget as they're seeing it. Looking at the county's fiscal condition, when we put the 2015-16 fund 5-year models together for the fund, we kind of changed the way we were doing it. And we looked at it from a perspective of actually trying to mitigate the amount of carryover fund balance that's needed for year over year to balance the budget, where that carryover fund balance has been as high as $30 million in the general fund at one point in time, and as high as $9 million in the public safety fund at one point in time. And really mitigate that amount to free those resources up. But more importantly, to present to your board a balanced budget where you have revenue sources aside from carryover fund balance matching what expenditures are, or being greater than what expenditures are over the long run. The 5-year budget models have been prepared for the coming year at a very conservative. We will continue to take a conservative approach, but we will diminish the expectation of carryover fund balance in those 5-year models. So what that will do is require us to really think about exactly what the revenue sources are that will be coming in versus the array of expenditures that those revenue sources will go to cover, knowing that carryover fund balance is anticipated to be less, so bring it more in check. The anticipated carryover fund balance moving into fiscal year 16-17 for the general fund will be $20 million, and for the public safety fund, it'll be $4.5 million. That's before any increases in revenue to 2016-17, before we look at any other expenditures. That's just what we anticipate this year moving into next year for those carryover fund balance. Looking at preparing the fiscal year 15-16 mid-year projections, the intention is to come back to your board in late February with a very high-level overview of exactly where we're at as of mid-year for 16-17, focusing on the county's major funds, and major operating funds, which would be the general fund, the public safety fund, library fund, capital fund, and the public ways and facilities, or road fund. And really looking at where we're at, where we anticipate carryover fund balance will be, consistent with the expectation for 16-17's fiscal year, and then also presenting to you what we're seeing as any emerging trends resulting from some of those budget to actual issues. We'll also have a good indication, or a better indication, of what some of the state impacts may be, and any revenue impacts to the county that may result from that. For fiscal year 2016-17, there are some cost increases that were built into the base budgets that were rolled out to the departments that are due back on March 1st. Most of those cost increases predominantly dealt with salaries and benefits, where we've built in the salary and benefits costs associated with any increases that have been approved with a memorandum of understanding or with Major F for DSA. And looking at those salaries, just salaries increases, not including benefits, the increase year over year from 2015-16 budget, final budget, to the base budget that was rolled out is about $3.2 million additional dollars, taking the total salaries to $208 million for all the county's operating funds. CalPERS increase of about $2.1 million there to $54 million countywide. Health benefits and retiree health combined increase of about $2.2 million there to $38 million countywide. So you can see just for salaries and benefits and the benefits that we provide to our retirees, about a $7.5 million increase has been built in to the base budgets moving into 2016-17 that we recently rolled out, that we recently rolled out to departments. These amounts ultimately will need to be covered by the revenue augmentations that will go into the general fund and other funds for that matter, the revenue increases as we begin to build the 2016-17 budget. And again, we are preparing the mid-year budgets now. We continue to look at internal service funds as well. One thing we did this year when we prepared the budget is we consolidated into one work group all the preparation of all the county's internal service funds to look for trends in the way that we are charging departments for the services we provide, whether it's employee benefits, whether it's information technology services, workers' comp, general liability, probation food services. There's several internal service funds that the county does have. Looking at the ways that those are charged out so that we can make the most efficient process possible in delivering those charges to the county so that they can build their budgets adequately. That process has resulted in some good things that are in the budget process so far. And again, we just continue to really look at this budget process with, as opposed to cautious optimism, maybe guarded optimism, given what we're seeing. Seeing the economy continue to rise, but if you've noticed the market the last couple of weeks, the market's kind of all over the place. Where is it going? Interest rates are rising. Now they're talking about quantitative easing number 4, where interest rates are going to drop again. And so there's just a lot of uncertainty, if you will, in the economy right now with respect to where it's going to be in the future. So we really need to have guarded optimism as we prepare our budgets for the coming year in 2016-17. We'll continue to monitor budget actuals. We will respond to board priorities. Your board makes it very clear throughout the year what your priorities are. And part of this process that we're going through today is to affirm some of those priorities that you've already indicated are priorities and have been built into the budget process thus far, and then those that we see as emerging issues and emerging trends. And then what we've also asked departments to do is identify any supplemental requests, many of which you will see in the priorities that are being discussed today by the departments. And then with those supplemental requests, obviously that will depend on the amount of finite resources that we determine will be available and then consistent with the way your board wants to build the budget as we move forward. So that is the state of the county and kind of where we're at fiscally with the county's fiscal condition. What I'd like to do now is just turn it over to Gretchen Nedved, who's going to give you a brief overview of where we've come with priority-based budgeting and how this all fits into it.
Good morning. So I'd like to kind of look back to April 2015, which is when the CEO's office last brought an update on priority-based budgeting to the board. At that meeting, you may recall that we highlighted more or less a roadmap on how we were going to get where we thought we needed to go with priority-based budgeting, and a couple of key things that we thought were very important, such as building a fiscal budget that's very transparent, and as well as using the framework that we've been using to budget for many years in terms of priority setting, using the framework that we have with our existing goals and our desired outcomes of all those goals, and then how our priority-based budgeting, which is taking departmental budgets and turning them more or less into program budgets to identify more of the services versus just the department name moving forward. And so identifying those programs and trying to use our existing framework for those goals is part of what we plotted out the roadmap to achieve back in April. You also heard from one of our pilot departments. We have several departments who took I'll say colossal effort in getting into this priority-based budgeting and identifying the challenges and what really needed to occur to develop program budgets. You heard from Health and Human Services in particular, and they identified where their successes and their challenges were specific to perhaps reporting. Once they had identified some key program areas and how best to report on those. And most importantly, lessons learned through the pilot departments were two key things. We figured out our accounting system, our financial reporting system, what the limitations and what that system could actually pull off for us as we design program budgets. And what we found was we learned how accounting structures in departments needed to be designed, from developing cost structures to carrying over particular items during changing fiscal years. So a lot of technical accounting information was learned through this pilot process. One of the biggest challenges, I'll say, was the technology piece. And when it came down to the ability or inability to report out on program budgets, we are limited with the technology that we have to do that with our financial system. In addition, in order to get further down the line with priority-based budgeting, it meant a pretty substantial workload for staff. Now that they knew what it was going to take to pull it off and some of the challenges, it was going to take a lot for departments to do everything that we had envisioned at the beginning. So what that really means is today, that roadmap that we were talking about back in April, we're adjusting it a little bit. And we're moving forward with priority-based budgeting into fiscal year 16-17. All departments, based on the knowledge that has been gained through the pilot process, they're going to be preparing their program budgets. And they're going to be using either the accounting structure that they already have, or some are still going to take an effort to redesign their structure to make our existing accounting system work for them. But in addition, the biggest positive thing that has come out of this is really understanding if we are going to be able to do this right, we need a technological solution to do it. So we did a great deal of research, vetted out some possible software for budget processes, and arrived at one recently called New Brain. The software is called Board. And this software is envisioned to go ahead and do what we wanted to do with priority-based budgeting, which means take programs, identify costs that are both discretionarily funded, meaning the general fund might have to pay a certain part of a program currently to maintain the same level of service, and all of the cost components and revenue components of that particular program. And through the software interfacing with our existing systems, it'll be able to report out in some very effective, transparent, user-friendly ways so we can get where we want to go with priority-based budgeting. You may also recall that as part of this back end, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just have a comment. You know, before we go out and purchase some program or to link us all in, I think it's real important that the board understand how the program works, and more importantly, if it works correctly. We've had a couple of situations most recently where, you know, and we still have some ongoing issues with some of the programs that our departments are using that have some challenges, you know, some serious challenges. And we've had a couple of failures. And I want to make sure that we know with absolute, as much possible certainty that when we purchase something and then for use for the county, that it works and that it's integrated with our system. I don't want to spend 3 years, 4 years of staff time trying to do something and then walk away from it. So that's my comment.
Well, it's an excellent comment, and we've taken a lot of that experience over the years to heart. With this particular system, we spent a lot of time talking to other agencies. This particular vendor and software solution is something that the United States government uses. It's has a very solid platform, at least as far as what it can do and what it's delivering for that side of government. We've also talked with area, whether it's in-state or out-of-state agencies that are using this software. They are delighted. They were excited to hear from us when we were calling them that they're actually being able to achieve certain things.
Gretchen, I appreciate that, but these are the kinds of things that we were told, at least I was told, with a couple of other projects. And I want to make sure that if the board desires, some of the supervisors may not care, but I'd like to know how it works.
Okay.
That's,
we can absolutely set that up for
that's,
anyone.
you know, that's where the rubber meets the road for me.
And if I could just tag on to that very quickly, I'm always looking to increase our transparency to the public. And so I'm going to want to understand, in what way will this be able to intersect with our new, I think it's the CRM that's going to be sort of our public platform. How is that going to intersect so that people can actually really dive into these budget data pieces?
What this software will do is we actually looked at several different software systems that would take the information that we have, the financial information that we have in our PAS system, which is our financial accounting system, and our PeopleSoft system, or Acorn, which is our human resource management system and has payroll in it, basically. And where we were finding challenges, as Gretchen mentioned, is trying to take that information, consolidate it, and then get meaningful reports from it for priority-based budgeting purposes. And a good example of that might be articulating exactly which position costs and the components of position costs were allocated to different programs, where there may be portions of a position allocated to different programs. So our financial systems and our payroll system combined had a very difficult time doing that. We were finding it was extremely cumbersome to produce reports. So what we sought was a platform to take this information and consolidate it, to do a download, a real-time download at any point in time in the process, consistent with how it's defined in the New Brain system, in the New Brain platform. Where do we want this data to go? And that could be, for example, centered around the programs that have been developed for the county and the cost structures for those programs. That data comes in, and what New Brain will do is basically manipulate that data in a reconciled way into those programs and give us meaningful data that we can actually report from a budget perspective. What the platform also does is it has the opportunity to replace the extensive Excel files that we use to produce our budget now. Our base budgets are rolled out to departments, and there are multiple tabs of Excel spreadsheets for every appropriation in the county. This platform actually will facilitate that for us and allow departments to begin to input on their own. We had a lot of departments that were involved in the selection process where they attended the demos that we did see. And then ultimately, New Brain did come to your board, for consideration for purchase, and is here this week. They're supposed to be here starting tomorrow to begin to identify exactly how we're going to move forward with the process. In terms of transparency, this information can be made available. The reporting that comes out of it can be made available on the county's transparency page, the governmental website. We also are working currently on what's called OpenGov, where OpenGov downloads similar information and presents it in a more user-friendly fashion for people that log on to the county's website to manipulate, even where they can kind of manipulate which departments they want to look at, or which divisions, which appropriations, which costs, if they want to just look at salaries, comparable years, all of that. So that's being done right now with the OpenGov, and we're in the process of vetting through that information to make that transparent for the community in the very near future. So all of these things are absolutely part of the transparency process and are absolutely going to be part of what we disseminate to the community.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll talk now about the Priority-Based Budgeting Coordinating Council, which was established back in 2014. It's a group of a lot of our departments, staff, and their representation on a council to help guide this process. So in the upcoming months, we see three big steps for this council to be taking. First and foremost is identifying program attributes. And by attributes, we're talking about things that could perhaps be measurable. It could perhaps be an efficiency that's not so much measurable. But in particular, we'd like to really have a good discussion with the council on how individual programs in the departments, now that we've defined what programs basically are, how do those programs account already for perhaps mandated costs that are unfunded, funded, partially funded, and then how much, if any, is the general fund helping to come up with the difference to help pay for that particular program? So with those kind of concepts in mind, what we've done here on this slide is given an example of where we see we could go with this type of concept. We've taken the entire county's budget as an example, the $816 million, and then we split it up into two very high-level categories: non-discretionary costs and discretionary costs. And when you're talking about non-discretionary costs, those are the things you kind of have to do. We're here to provide a service, many of them, and they're just things that we have to do. And then there are the discretionary costs, where things that we choose to do things, perhaps not always because we have to, but because it's a good idea. And it's really that discretionary cost, small 15%, that we want to allow the coordinating council to start digging a little bit deeper into in defining program attributes. So, for example, the things within that 15% could be unfunded mandates that we choose to fund to avoid penalties. And for a couple of examples of that, because I think that might be helpful, is water quality requirements tied to the environment could fall into that category. Certain programs in environmental control and developing a groundwater sustainability program could perhaps fall into that area. The second is services that have become a way of doing business, and we choose to fund a continued level of service. Examples of that could be perhaps in our public safety arena with the PrEP Center and prevention programs underway. And other areas can include our code compliance program and public health lab. Services we choose to fund based on a response to community demand would be the third component. And some examples of that are perhaps our road maintenance programs, where we choose to respond proactively and where there might be troubles out there on the road, our community plan updates, and illegal dumping cleanups when we need to react to those situations. So that's kind of one of our first critical paths for the PBB Council. The second item is, again, touching on community engagement. And we've been talking for several years about using PBB as a mechanism to engage our community. And we've been thinking about that in depth along the way on how best to pull that off, both through education and involvement, and having some sort of structure in place before we go out into the community and do those activities. So in the upcoming months, we have partnered with our communications and public affairs team to develop a community engagement plan that will involve perhaps a phased approach in getting some budget information out to community forums. We've discussed testing these concepts to make sure we're getting it right in the community and responding to what they really want to know. Perhaps we do a pilot out in our MAC committees to introduce budget information. So we are getting our arms around the community engagement piece more than ever probably in the upcoming year, because we're ready now with what we've learned in our lessons learned with the pilots and where we foresee having the right technology to do what we want to do. So in particular, those two items, 1 and 2, they adjust our roadmap. So we're looking now at continuing our priority-based budgeting implementation into fiscal year 17-18. There are some pretty good milestones along the way, and we wanted to just make sure that the board was aware that we're still chipping away at the process incrementally, and we have a work plan, and it looks like it's going to go another year after the current budget cycle further informs the process. And then the third major outcome that the priority-based counseling is going to be charted to do is, this is a slide, if you might remember, from that April 2015 workshop. And that slide was meant to identify, similar to how I started the PBB segment, on how do we use these programs that departments have identified in their budgets to align them to our county's overarching goals. And within the county systems, there are 5 of them that we've been talking about for a while now. How do we align everything to make sure that those programs and results of those programs are still in line with these goals? So if you had a chance to look at the board packet, there were a series of attachments that gave greater information on how our system goals are mapped, per se, as part of the budget process. All of those materials are published each year in the budget book, and they're intended to highlight what our priorities are now and in the past. We've had them for quite a while now. And one of the missions of the council is, do these vision statements, mission statements, county systems, and system goals still apply? Are they still the right goals, given where we are today as a county? And perhaps they are. They look pretty good. But one of the things that the council is going to do is make sure everything's still possible with aligning everything with department programs, now that we have a greater understanding of what the programs are. So that is the first segment that we wanted to bring to your board today. And we wanted to ask a question before we pause to make sure that we're on the right path. We got some good feedback already. But the approach that we're taking with the budget, the state of the county, and priority-based budgeting as a whole, and just open it up for feedback if you have any.
Members of the board? No, the curricular's over there on the side doing something. I actually don't see any comments at this point. My initial reaction is very favorable, and for a lot of years, boards have talked about trying to focus on how you actually identify the effectiveness, the cost effectiveness of the different missions of the different departments and segments within the departments, and it's a tough challenge. So I'm liking what I'm seeing and the approach that we're taking, and look forward to us continuing with our workshop today.
I did have one.
Yeah.
I did have one comment, which is I'm delighted to see that we're going to be really trying to do some greater community outreach on this, but I just really want to take the opportunity to say, take a look around in the audience. I see literally 2, maybe 3 members of the community, not either employees or people whose jobs are dependent upon county dollars here. And it's frustrating because there were a couple dozen people who were here earlier who had some real concerns about things that are so strongly related to this conversation, and they're not here. And it's, Mira, thank you for staying. Teresa May, thank you for staying. Thank you for staying to represent Tahoe City. And I may have missed a few others because I can't actually see everybody in the audience. But it's an ongoing struggle and a frustration. We talk about setting board priorities, and while I think it's great to set board priorities and that we all get feedback from our communities and our constituents, they've got to be bigger than board priorities. They really have to be community/county priorities. And that means people are going to have to stay at these meetings and participate. And I'm not going to lecture anymore, but it's just a particular frustration for me, because if we have more folks up front helping craft that 15%, which I think is a pretty important number, helping craft what we do with that 15%, I think we'd have a lot less contention in our communities in terms of policies and projects moving forward. So I'm going to shut up and get off my soapbox now.
And Jack.
And I'll jump right back on it. After spending 4 years as a school board trustee, you know, it was very distressing going to board meetings where the board members themselves were very interested in academics and programs and those kinds of things, but everybody else wanted to talk about sports, and that's not a bad thing. But you know, the primary purpose of school is to provide an education and a framework for the future. But I'm very pleased with how this is shaping up. I know when I got here, gosh, it's been 5 years now. It was very difficult for me to kind of identify what exactly the priorities were. And it was almost as if we didn't want to say what those priorities were. But, you know, and you could name them maybe 4 things: services, public safety, some environmental things, business, and, you know, economics. That was pretty much it. But I like the fact that we're delving in and getting into the mix as opposed to just talking about these things at 30,000 feet. We're actually getting into the dough and talking about them more. So while I do agree with Supervisor Montgomery that there is somewhat of an apathy, this is a record of our work and how we take care of the public's money, which, if anything, is the most important piece of what we do. So.
Okay, with that then, I think it'd be a good time to break for lunch.
We can.
Yep. I think we're ready. So thank you, and we'll be back. Do you want
to do closed session while
I thought that was the plan.
Yeah, so, yeah.
So Jerry will take us to closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to discuss the items on page 2 of the agenda. There's a conference with legal counsel to discuss one item of anticipated litigation, and then there'll be a conference with labor negotiators regarding the DSA negotiations. The board has returned from closed session. In a conference with legal counsel, the board heard a report on a matter of anticipated litigation and gave direction to counsel. In a conference with its labor negotiators, the board heard a report from its labor negotiators. That concludes the closed session report.
Thank you, Jerry, and I'll turn it back over to Andy and Gretchen.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We'll go ahead and continue this workshop and have a very brief discussion on part of the process that we considered as part of last year's budget in developing the priorities and some of the things we were thinking about in terms of discretionary funding and its use to the extent it was made available at the end of the year. And that was the 2015-16 Challenges and Choices Workshop that your board heard in May. As you might recall, and on the slide that's before you right now, there were several areas where the county identified as key areas and emerging areas at that time that, to the extent possible, any discretionary funding may be allocated to as it became available to the final budget. With the final budget, we did allocate some funding to most of these areas. And more importantly, it serves as a framework for the way we looked at moving forward in 16-17 in development of the priorities that we're presenting to you today at this workshop. Very quickly, capital and deferred maintenance, financial sustainability. You may recall that your board did allocate $2.5 million of discretionary funding towards a multi-year plan to decrease the amount of deferred maintenance that's out there. So far this year, we've looked at carpeting, re-roofing, countywide paving, other carpeting, overlay projects and the such as part of that process. So that money is being used for those purposes. Environmental sustainability, the biggest area there would be the PCCP, Placer County Conservation Plan, and some of the efforts that are going into that, and the ongoing financial expenditure with that. Placer County Library System Planning, right now, as your board is keenly aware, we're looking at moving towards a consolidating the library to provide a more robust level of countywide library service consistent with some of the things that are discussed in the recently approved strategic plan, well, December 2013 approved strategic plan for the library. Looking at criminal justice master planning, we have the jail, community supervision, and reintegration long-range planning that continues with our public safety partners across the county and outside the county. Placer County Fire Funding Sustainability, we do have a consultant that's on board right now that's looking at how fire service is being provided countywide, looking at all the districts in the county and the county itself on how we can move forward with a more efficient manner by which to provide countywide fire service, and that's currently underway as well. Succession and talent management, training and procedures documentation is underway. Business continuity planning is key there. And then recruitment and retention strategies are being looked at by countywide departments, and particularly the Human Resources Department. With employee engagement planning, just opportunities for staff to participate in programs, supporting county initiatives is currently underway. So you can see that each one of these areas that was identified as a key challenge or choice that your board considered as part of development of the 15-16 budget continues to be funded at this point in time, and that we're working towards the end of achieving the goals in these areas. As we move forward into fiscal year 16-17, as I mentioned earlier, we had departments prepare their one-pagers for the state of their department, and we asked them to identify what some of their key emerging priorities were, some of their key things, programs that they're working on. And what they saw where they needed to spend considerable resources, whether it be fiscal resources and or staff, to achieve what they believed are the desires of the community and your board. When we put all this together, we had a lot of information that came back from departments. It came back in this binder. We received this much information from the departments, and we sorted it out. And in sorting it out, we came up with certain themed areas where all of these themed areas were each of these basic priorities that the departments identified, and there were over 100 of them, a lot of them, were identified in themed areas. And I'll let Gretchen go through the themed areas and just give you a real high-level example of what some of the projects are in these areas.
Okay, so I will run through each one of these 8 themes. I will run through each one of these 8 themes fairly quickly, but this is, again, it's just to give you a very high-level look at what departments are already communicating to our office in terms of what they're going to be using to develop their fiscal year 16-17 budgets. So of the 8 themes that have emerged from the state of departments, the first one, and these aren't in any particular order, the first one is program expansion. Existing programs that are growing in response to community benefits needed or anticipated given an increased level of demand today. We're hearing a lot these days about groundwater management and, of course, efforts with homelessness services and marijuana regulating. So the purpose of these slides is to put up on the screen a cluster of, not to use that word again, but it just fits, a cluster of what departments submitted in their state of departments at a very abbreviated at a glance slide. The next theme is safety and security measures. Collectively, departments are mentioning an increased awareness of their surroundings, from the buildings they work in to public interfaces, and including maintaining the protection of our internal computer system security. Technology pursuit and implementation. Maybe more rapidly than ever, departments are recommending sophisticated technology to produce results in different ways of performing business. This is in reaction to what customers are expecting for modernized and quick information gathering and getting what they need quickly. Several departments could be partnering up this year in discussing major software replacements and business analytics to bridge the correlation between multiple systems into centralized results. The next is development financing and analysis. Not new, but increasingly building momentum in Western Placer County with the continued economic development initiative countywide. Infrastructure improvements and financing. Requests and needs are widespread, with the areas of focus to include, as you know, the Placer County Government Center campus, Health and Human Services office building, finance and administration building improvements, occupied DeWitt buildings, Tahoe buildings, Justice Center, the fairgrounds, parks and trails, sewer and utilities, to name several. Next is Eastern Placer County levels of service. We have a variety of departments located in Eastern Placer County looking to coordinate and plan at increasing levels on a variety of possible projects geared at improving delivery of services in this area. Customer service experience, probably our busiest slide to capture the various priorities of our customer-based departments and the types of focus on process improvements and modernization of space and systems to deliver quality services. And then the last one is regulation impacts and drivers. We continue to manage state-required programs, funded or not, and across a spectrum of our programs. We also find a need to create our own county legislation in some areas, and therefore reacting and driving regulation steers our workload towards these areas of priorities, regardless in some areas of our choice to do so. So those were the 8 themes, and again, that kind of serves to set the stage for how we're going to transition this board meeting now to some more of the critical issues, specific topics for more greater discussion. So I'll give it back to Andy.
So we took all of these issues and divided them up into the core areas where we looked at all of the priorities that were turned in by the departments. In addition to the departments, we also met with all of the board aides as a team and asked them what the issues were in their districts and from a countywide perspective as well. And took all of that information and basically disseminated it into those groups that you just saw. From those groups, there's really no science to how we picked the emerging issues that departments will discuss today. But we felt that some of these issues were more prevalent only because they have been discussed before your board at some point in time in the past and or have resonated in the past. And based on what is coming up in the future and what departments have indicated in their one-pagers, their states of their department, that these are going to require some level of resources, that probably most likely will be those discretionary resources that need to be allocated to what those priorities are. Discretionary resources fiscally and discretionary resources as it relates to staff. So each of these areas has touches upon all of those, and we'll be discussing that as we go through it. What we ask departments to do, for those departments that were identified to discuss a priority with you, an emerging issue, is we ask them to inform your board why it's a priority, what some of the considerations and key things to consider, such as regulatory policy, space needs, collaboration with other departments or outside of the department, status or timeline for the issue itself, and then fiscal issues and what some of the fiscal issues they should be that your board should be informed of as you consider whether or not some of these things are funded on an ongoing basis as part of the 16-17 budget and beyond. So with that, I'll take a real quick pause and address any questions the board might have at this point before we actually move into the departments.
I don't see any at this time.
I guess my only question is, what level of questions are you looking for here?
Just if there's anything there. If you have any questions. So.
Okay. Okay, so I will start with program expansion then. Under Health and Human Services, I want to make sure that our homeless services, shelter and housing is for all 3 locations throughout the county that the Marbot report recommended. And this is where I'm unsure what level of detail you're looking for, or if you're looking for it now or later.
Health and Human Services is actually going to be identifying service delivery as one of their major topics, and that question may be very appropriate.
Okay,
for that.
I will wait for
Okay.
the individual presentations then. Thank you.
All right, so we'll jump right in. So at this point in time, we'll talk about, and these presentations are being divided up into the systems that the county has, and the systems have been previously identified and been out there for several years, and each system has a cluster of departments that are resident in those systems, and that's where the programs will be aligned as well. So for the community and cultural system, we'll talk about Parks Master Plan, and Ken Grimm will come up and do that.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works and Facilities. And the first item we want to take a look at is our Parks Master Plan that your board approved funding for in the current fiscal year that we're in right now. And why are parks important? Here's a map that shows all the various parks. We have 32 park sites, 197 acres of active parks, 1,800 acres of passive parks, and over 100 miles of trails. A substantial investment of public taxpayer dollars. But I like to think more of, in a lot of the work that we do in roads and wastewater, we allow people to live in this county. Things like parks and libraries and all the amenities and open space that we have here, really what makes us want to live here in this county. And so as we talk about a master plan after several years of not having one, and a lot of successes have occurred. A lot of those in our developing areas, but we also have our crown jewel of Hidden Falls Park that also was developed during this last period of time. What we do and what we want to realize going through this process is that communities are different. People down in the western portion are different than the people in the eastern portion, and various communities in between. So we want to try to find out, do we have enough of the right features and the right amenities in the right places? And can we afford what we really want, or at least what can we afford? Typically, we're focused on active parks, particularly in the urbanized areas. I think here we show some various photos of some of our facilities throughout the county. And this is very appropriate in some of our communities, particularly with the popularity of lacrosse and rugby. Pressure on our open fields has never been greater than they are today, and we expect that to be a trend and to continue increasing. But passive recreation is also important. Our trails, our open space, bike trails are becoming increasingly popular. And so we talk about Hidden Falls, we talk about the Resort Triangle, the various bike trails that we want to connect up the entire area between Truckee and the North Shore, as well as other areas. So we want to take into account the desires of the community. Here in Tahoe, we find Tahoe, they really aren't looking for as many green parks. They're looking for access to the vast open spaces that we have here, access, trails, That seems to be the highest priority here now. And so we're trying to create a system and a master plan that can be flexible over time. We want to be able to realize the differences in the communities, but we also want to realize that over time, people's desires change. Who would have thought 10 years ago that pickleball would be as popular as it is right now, and how many areas that we're converting to pickleball? And even going back further, 30 plus years when I first got into this business, the growth of mountain biking. Lots of changes. We want to be flexible, making sure we're taking that into account. So as we do this master plan, it's not meant to be the Bible, it's meant to be the guide going forward. So the master plan that we are envisioning, we really want to first start by inventorying all the facilities that we have out there. And we're looking really geographically, how are they spread, and programmatically. What are the different types of facilities we have and where are they at? We're going to be focused on the county facilities, but we are partners in recreation with other public and private partners. We need to recognize that and take that into account throughout our county. We want to then take that, compare that inventory to our general plan policies and guidelines. How are we doing? We've got a lot of successes, but overall with what we were intending to do, where do we stand, and are those policies and goals still relevant? After that, we want to start getting together with our communities to really discuss the desires, the needs, and the needs aren't always the same as the desires, but also the priorities about what facilities they think they need now and going into the future. I think the intent, this is our park dedication fee area map, because that's probably our number one funding source for the capital costs of these facilities. We're probably going to use that in conjunction with the MACs, where the MAC boundaries kind of follow those areas to try to gain this input. Then we'll take a look at our current finances. How are we funding capital improvements to our park system as well as the maintenance? What can we do better than what we're doing now? What's changed? And then finally, identify some potential additional finance mechanisms if there's additional facilities and amenities that people are interested in constructing. With that, we'll have all the tools and the pieces we need to come up with and develop a preferred vision of our system, our entire system, and a system that we need to be able to show how we can afford to do that now and into the future. And finally, there'll be just the next steps about what can we do in the next 1 to 3 years to get us down that road. I do want to say what it is not. Because of the scope, this is one big chunk looking at this programmatic and geographical spread of all of our facilities and what we're looking for. We're not looking to master plan individual sites as part of this. We're not looking to actually site a future park facility or any future park facilities. That is a great effort, but that will be sometime going into the future. And so we do have a current solicitation out. It closes in 2 to 3 weeks. And so we will be coming back to your board with a preferred consultant to actually get that process underway. And with that, be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding the park master plan.
Any questions, board members? Jennifer.
Yeah, so the only question that I have, and I referred to it earlier, is just what is the intersection between the proposal for the Olympic Museum and the park and this master plan update?
And I think I'll probably see 2 separate processes. The one for us is trying to determine with the Squaw Valley community what programs and needs they have within the community now. We may not try to, or as part of this process, we may not try to spread those across the existing park site, but we're going to have to talk about how it might fit within the valley. I see that as an extension of what we're doing today. I know your board directed us to work with them to try to find a way that they could put the park in or have a discussion about that, how it fits in with the future needs of that park. This process will be the first half, which is identifying the programs. But exactly how much that site can hold or other sites can hold will have to be a separate process. And we can run that separately just for Squaw Valley, but I wouldn't want it to bog down the effort we have going on countywide.
Agreed. I don't want to see it bog down the effort countywide, but at the same time, I want to make sure that there is consistency between whatever ends up there and the general plan update. Absolutely. Thank you.
Jack.
Yeah, real quick, Ken, and this is going from the macro to the micro. One of the things that I get concerned about when we build parks is tying those parks up or the fields up to organizations. Not that I'm against that. I think it's great that kids participate in soccer, football, baseball, whatever it is. But I think we need to emphasize that there's got to be some time for the families to come out and do their thing. There's got to be more time provided for that. So, thank you.
Great point.
I see no other comments.
Okay, so we'll move on from there. And also under Community and Cultural Systems is the fairground futures.
So the fairgrounds, and so your board has taken some very recent actions on the fairgrounds and the future of the fairgrounds. Specifically, a new agreement with the Placer County Fair Association to continue, at least in the short term, the operation of the fairs going into at least the next several years. Secondly, you approved some funding, a reinvestment of $200,000 to put back into the aging fairgrounds. And then finally, you directed us or confirmed our suggestion that we go forward to identify and evaluate some of the various options that are available for the long-term viability of the fairgrounds. Why is it important? We've got a long tradition of fair within the county. They've run some great programs, goes to our agricultural roots as a community. They go to the great programs they have for young people. Here we show some 4-H programs, but the entries they have and how people come together in their local fair. In addition, we also have racing that's done, which for a segment of our population is a very popular pastime, and that's all been brought together through our fairgrounds, and no other place that I'm aware of, at least in that portion of the county. There are some issues that are facing the existing fairgrounds located in kind of north area of Roseville. First off is the increased urbanization. You can see over time when this used to be the outskirts of town, now there's a lot of residential, a lot of commercial all around the fairgrounds. Led to more community concerns, particularly noise associated with the racing. But there have been issues brought up, and how are we going to deal with those long term? It's not going away. There's been a sustainability issue with the fairgrounds. How can they continue off the financial model that they've had? They can't. They have not been able to reinvest into the fairground buildings and grounds the way a facility should be to make sure that that can go on and is sustainable into the future. And I think what they need to do, and they already do this, but there'll need to be some updating of how they diversify their revenue throughout the year so that it's not just, it's very hard for 1 week or 1 weekend a year to have a whole site dedicated just for that 1 weekend a year. Also made more difficult that there's no longer state aid for county fairs like there used to be. So there used to be a way for the fixed cost to, at least a portion of the fixed cost, to be handled prior to just the ongoing revenues and expenses of operating the fair. So the big question is, how does the fair go on without substantial subsidies? And it's going to be about partnerships. It's going to be about a new model. But the other issue that they first got to face, at least in this existing situation, is the lack of investment in the grounds. The grounds are dated. Some of the areas have obvious damage that needs to be repaired. Lots of deferred maintenance and lots of opportunities for freshening up the fairgrounds. Going to the long-term viability and options for the fair, your board solicited a study from the RCH group that talked about and really outlined the deficiencies and the opportunities associated with the existing fairgrounds, but also about the future of the fair, or alternative ways of operating the fair, a future model, if you will. Whether it's a current location, or at the current location, or whether it's a new location, we still need to have a model that works and that's sustainable. That's going to involve diversified uses that complement each other throughout the year. Providing alternative revenue sources. They gave a little option here, I'm not going to go into it, but showing different ways that the site can be broken down, that can come together at the fair, but during other times of the year can be their own revenue generating kind of facility. But it's not cheap. From scratch, this is about a $40 million endeavor. I'm not sure we're in the boat that we're trying to make that capital investment in a county fair. But perhaps working with a partner, someone in the private sector or another public sector partner, there may be ways to spread that capital investment over more people. And so that's what we're going to be looking for as we've had lots of people, your board between the Placer County Fair Association and the Fair Revitalization Committee are working together to identify who those partners may be and have some serious conversations about who really might be a viable partner for us moving forward with the fairgrounds. In the shorter term, we are looking at allocating the $200,000. In fact, we want that $200,000 or as much as possible spent doing upgrades to the fairground before this summer's fair takes place. We're working with some of the labor groups to provide free labor, partnering even with the state. The fairgrounds obtained a state grant for some additional improvements, leveraging our dollars to do some improvements that can help revenue generation, some site safety, as well as some deferred maintenance types of improvements. And we'll continue on, and I fully expect, and I hope make it very clear that that $200,000 is really a down payment. We will need to be spending money as long as we operate that fairgrounds or own it, that we're going to need to continually be making investments in there to keep that facility up, and what we hope is actually upgrade the facility to somewhere we can all feel comfortable with. And with that, I think that's it. Oh, I'll just say this just goes to show some of the immediate term improvements that we've identified, well over $2 million. There's plenty of things to do at the fairgrounds. It's about prioritizing them and doing the ones that make the biggest difference sooner rather than later. And with that, be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions, comments?
I have a question on this. One of the earlier slides that I think Andy presented was that 85% of our budget, which are the have-to-do things, versus the 15%, which are the, I think we called them the choose-to-do. Unlike animal services, which is a have-to-do, that's a state mandate, the fairgrounds were not mandated to operate a fairground. So these dollars would discretionarily come out of that 15% of our budget if we move forward with that. So just having set that up, I'm not opposed to investing in our fairgrounds. About 6-8 months ago, I suggested that this board maybe break with history and look at financing some of these things with the historic low interest rates that we have available for infrastructure. I think there's some huge opportunities for, roads and bridges and infrastructure like the fairgrounds and some of the other infrastructure to really look at the comparison between what would it take to finance these things longer term versus, how do we scrape together, particularly on these discretionary things, dollars out of the general fund that need to be spread more widely. So just food for thought on that.
Appreciate that.
I see no other questions or comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken.
So,
Great, thank you.
we'll move forward into our land use system, and we'll start with agriculture, medical marijuana with Josh Hunsinger.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant and Board. Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. The issue today is one that you're, I believe, very familiar with. As you'll recall, we had quite a number of local land use complaints early last year, led to a board meeting on May 5th, and then that was followed by some significant state action in October, 2 significant state actions. One was the passage of the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, or MRSA, which was a series of 3 legislative bills that set up for the first time, a regulatory framework over the medical marijuana industry. The second significant state action was action by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to adopt a waste discharge requirement for medical marijuana production that sets in place a set of standards to protect the environment from everything from sediment, erosion, fertilizers, pesticides, anything getting into local waterways. So overall, there's in place right now at the state level a fairly robust and somewhat well-defined set of state requirements. One of the other factors playing into this and why Placer County is actively working to address this issue is that it's widely believed that there will be at least one recreational legalization initiative on the ballot in November, and some of the current polling suggests that ballot initiative or initiatives may have a reasonable chance of passage. And so all of that puts this into context, your board, of course, met on December 8th, directed staff to take a series of actions that were adopted on January 5th to put in place a placeholder ordinance, which among other things directed my department as the lead on any regulatory efforts that come forward in the future for Placer County in this realm. As the slide points out, this is somewhat of an aggressive timeline that we've adopted. I think there's several things driving that. One is that we did, for the last several years, have widespread complaints primarily about the odor and visibility issues associated with outdoor cultivation. A regulatory program would allow us to put in place a system that provides accountability, that requires people to meet a set of standards, including such things as getting water quality permits, getting into our system, having a set of standards at the county level, and then providing perhaps for inspection systems so that we could go out and verify perhaps that those people are following all those requirements as well. And so putting that accountability in there by alleviating that land use conflict that currently is fairly pervasive in certain rural areas of the county at least. The other thing that I think that regulation would provide is through a permitting system that would provide a revenue source by which we could then offset the costs of that regulation and basically allow the industry to pay for regulating itself. However, this, for my department, certainly we're a small department, and this would be a significant change in the resources that my department would need to implement this program, both in staff and equipment, as well as just space to house all the staff that we would have. We're in a small, fairly outdated DeWitt barracks building right now, and you know, that I think factors into the equation as well. It's not just an ag department issue. If we can, let's see, I guess I got the control. This isn't just an ag department issue. As much as the ag department may be the lead on this, it does touch on a significant number of other departments, as you know, and frankly is already touching on a lot of other departments via the staff resources required, in particular the CEO's office, county council, and CEDRA currently. But then I think as this moves forward, it would impact, public safety obviously has a huge stake in this, as well as even the treasurer tax collector and some of the other departments you might might not directly think of. Another emerging issue is the fact that although the MRSA law was put into place last October, the state is anticipating that they're going to take the next 2 years to flesh out the regulations, the regulatory package that accompanies the state law. And so it is a little bit of a tricky situation developing county requirements a little bit in the dark as we wait and try to do our best to anticipate how exactly the state will flesh out the regulations that accompany these new laws. Particular to my department, we anticipate having a system in place by which people obtain permits, and that will require staff to issue those permits, to conduct field inspections, we'll need additional administrative support staff as well as additional management staff in order to supervise that program. One of the provisions in the new laws is also that the state can enter into cooperative agreements with the ag department to issue the state licenses once that comes online in 2018, and that would actually prepare us well or position us well to serve as a little bit of a one-stop shop for the industry as far as having a more streamlined regulatory process. As I mentioned, the current building is fairly close to capacity. There is an opportunity to reconfigure it and to absorb the anticipated additional staffing requirements through some remodeling. However, this aging DeWitt building, I think a decision would have to be made as far as the merits of investing in that building versus looking for other space for the department, certainly. As far as the status and timeline goes of this, right now staff is working on just really at your board's direction, developing a draft comprehensive ordinance for your consideration. Once staff has accomplished that, we're in the process of scheduling a very robust outreach program. I believe we're slated to go to almost all, if not all, of the MAC meetings. I plan to take it to my Ag Commission. We're going to take it out to some of the local public safeties, then the Planning Commission, and eventually, prior to it going to your board. We've also put a website in place, placer.ca.gov/medical marijuana. Tried to make it something that was really easy to understand, and we're doing our best to get anything new information pertaining to Placer County's progress up on that website for people, so they just have a simple place to go. We got a big green button that says medical marijuana on the Ag Department website that takes them there as well, just to really make it easy for people to find current information. This is, already, as I mentioned, a pretty significant workload. I was telling some folks recently, I think I'm personally spending about 3 hours on the phone every day just talking to people about this from the industry who are just really interested in staying abreast and keeping abreast of what Placer County is doing. And, part of that challenge is that we're taking an industry which has been completely unregulated to date and helping them potentially transition into a very highly regulated industry in a very short period of time, and that's quite a challenge. So to get into the particulars, I think what we've put out there just as kind of a first guess is approximately 4 inspection staff, a deputy agricultural commissioner, that's an unclassified management position to manage those, as well as something like an account tech to keep track of all the permit fees and all the administrative tasks that would accompany that. Ongoing costs obviously would be staff. We have a lot of equipment. Those field staff need trucks and computers and phones and desks and chairs and all that great stuff. And we estimate that to be about a $1.1 million startup cost. That does include 87 costs as well, and then somewhere in the ballpark of a $900,000 ongoing cost. And that's just within my department, not including any of the support departments or other county departments that would be impacted by that. Also does not include any facility improvements or additional facilities. The real crux of the matter, however, is that we're in a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation. We need to not be caught flat-footed as we implement we potentially implement a new regulatory program, but at the same time, we don't want to overstaff and have to lay people off if the workload does not materialize that we anticipate. At this stage, I've got quite a few interested parties already that are kind of chomping at the bit, so to speak, to potentially invest in Placer County. However, I think there's a much higher number. I've heard estimates anywhere up to 4,000 growers in the county currently, and if you even say 10% of those, that would be 400 permittees potentially. Which is a very significant workload. Just for contrast, right now we issue about 200 pesticide permits a year total for everybody in our existing workload. So with that, I think it's a very interesting time as we look at the potential to take on new regulatory responsibilities. There's a lot to consider, and a lot of public input and a lot of direction needed from your board as well. And I look forward to the challenge, but there's a lot going on there for sure. So I would just wrap it up and welcome any questions or comments you may have.
Questions, comments?
My only comment would be that, in light of us not, the predictions of, businesses that want to do this in Placer County, I think I saw the numbers in here and I think it was like 1 million plus. I think we need to be really cautious with any type of rollout until we actually see pulled business licenses. I mean, anybody can make a phone call and say, hey, what's going on in Placer County? But until we actually get those numbers, I'm going to expect CEO to take a real cautious approach on how this rolls out with the finance piece, because $1 million plus is not chump change. So.
No, I wholeheartedly agree, and you know, I just wanted to put something out there to kind of give you an idea of, you know, should things materialize in a certain way, there's a real cost to those, and just to give you an example to consider and nothing more.
Yeah, thanks.
I have a question. Does your regulatory responsibility as per the state extend into the cities in any way? I mean, like we do with restaurant inspections, and of course you with making sure when somebody buys a gallon of gasoline, they get a gallon.
Yes, absolutely. Every regulatory program responsibility in my department is countywide, so it doesn't really make any differentiation between jurisdictional boundaries.
So if a city provides for inside grows, do you have any role in that?
Potentially, yes. Okay. Yeah, pesticide regulation, for instance, would be a good example where, you know, if you know, any kind of commercial entity applies pesticides, they're required to comply with all the regulations of the state of California as well as federal law, and that's something that's enforced, you know, at the local level by the agricultural commissioner.
So have you had any outreach yet to the cities in that regard?
You know, just kind of keeping tabs on what the current status as far as their city ordinance goes, and keeping my ears open for any potential changes.
Thanks.
Robert, I did.
Yep.
So Josh, your first slide, one of the bullet points was talking about a comprehensive program to regulate cultivation, distribution, testing, manufacturing, and sales. But when you're talking about the fiscal issues, the 1.1 million and the 900,000, is that just for the cultivation piece?
Yeah, you know, as I mentioned, that's a shot in the dark at this point. The workload's completely undefined at this point. But, you know, I think, as we acknowledge, you know, certain types of permits would more than likely be primarily a planning department function, for instance, and the brunt of the costs and the staff workload impacts would be primarily a planning function. Cultivation, naturally, I believe, would you know, most likely be primarily an agricultural department function.
Okay, so when you say $900,000 ongoing annual expenses, then you also say that it's likely that additional staff would be required by other departments. Would that just be on the cultivation piece, or would it be if we expanded that conversation to the other pieces?
There would be impacts just for cultivation to other departments. For instance, I think, you know, without speculating on exactly what your board might approve in the future, for instance, I think it would be, you know, reasonable to assume there would be some zoning district requirements on what zones would allow cultivation, for instance, and then setback requirements. And, you know, at the very least, you would go through some kind of perhaps a zoning clearance type of process. That is, you know, that is a planning function. That is not something my staff currently has any expertise with, and it would be outside their job classifications. So, you know, just as an example, cultivation conceivably would still require some planning staff time on each permit that was issued.
Okay, so we'd be looking, you know, again, ballpark, round figures, back of the envelope, however we want to characterize it, at somewhere between $1.5 million and $2 million a year countywide.
I think you could conceivably double that figure, and, you know, if the workload materialized to justify that level of staffing in the agriculture department, I think it would be reasonable to probably double that figure for a countywide impact.
But it would be our intention to recoup all of that through fees.
That's our best assumption at this time, yes.
Thank you.
See no other questions. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to call up Michael Johnson as part of the land use system to talk about economic development.
Good afternoon. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to highlight two priorities for you, one on the west side of the county and the other on the east side of the county. The first I'd like to talk about is the Sunset area. As your board is aware, staff is currently conducting an update to the area plan for the Sunset, which has languished for many years. As the county looks to bring jobs into the Sunset area, we're also dealing with agencies in and around the area who are looking to eliminate their industrial areas. You're aware that in the city of Roseville, the Hewlett-Packard property has been converted to residential uses. In the city of Rockland right now, they are converting much of their industrial land to residential uses. So it becomes more and more important that the county maintain and focus on the Sunset area as the job center for Placer County. As you heard in the presentation this morning for the clerk recorder's office, growth in this area has waned for several years now. And one of those reasons is the limited number of new jobs coming into the region, which makes the Sunset area that much more important, not only for the current county, but for the long-term health of the county. We're looking at the Sunset area as a job center, and in that regard, we're looking and working very closely with Warwick University and Sacramento State University to find out what programs they want to bring into this region and how the job center can tie into and assist those university programs as they come in and move forward. As you're aware, there's a market analysis that has been completed. Based upon that market analysis, staff is currently preparing a land use alternative. We hope to bring before your board in February or March of this year. And then based upon that land use alternative, start the environmental document and move forward. One of the big unknowns that staff is addressing right now is Placer Ranch. As your board is aware, there was a proposal for Placer Ranch that was being processed through the city of Roseville. That application has been withdrawn, and county staff is now working with the property owner to find out how best to incorporate that project into the update of the Sunset Plan. As you have been made aware through the presentations that have been done, the Sunset Plan is going to be a mixture of land uses. You have your industrial, you have your commercial, you have your retail, and residential will be a key component of that also. We have 8,900 acres of land. The studies have shown that over the next 20 years, 500 to 800 acres will be needed. Over the next 40 to 50 years, another 1,000 acres will be needed. With 8,900 acres, there's plenty of land available for a multitude of land uses out there. And staff is currently looking at those opportunities and will be bringing forward a land alternative proposal to you within the next 30 to 60 days. The other highlight that priority project staff is looking at is an update of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. You heard a little about that project this morning. This project is critical to the long-term success of the land uses here in the Tahoe Basin. The update of the area plan is implementing the programs and policies that were set forth by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency in its regional plan update, which was completed back in 2012. As with the down in the Sunset area, a market analysis was done up here to look at what uses could be appropriate for this area, and we are currently looking to maximize and bring development into the town center areas. One of the big features of the regional plan update was focusing development in the town centers, Kings Beach being one, Tahoe City being the other town center. And how do you bring the uses in there to facilitate a higher level of activity that is needed for these areas to succeed. The project is continuing to move forward. We expect the environmental document to be completed within 2016, and it's staff's expectation either late this year or early next year to bring forward the plan update for your board's consideration. That is a brief overview of the two priorities for land development. Staff's available to respond to any questions.
Jack.
Yeah, Michael, thanks for bringing this information forward. You know, in light of the fact that we've got projects that are approved, you know, out Placer Vineyards, Riola Vineyards, we're working on regional right now. You're trying to fit Placer Ranch in the SIA. You know, I think it's probably time, and none of these things, none of these projects have had a shovel in the ground yet. But it's coming in the next couple of years. I think we really need to start talking about how to, and we talked about a little bit today, affordable housing for the Tahoe area in light of the ski, the transiency and the ski employment. How do we make that work down here in the valley, specifically with regards of having jobs that are coming in that may not be the top tier jobs, and providing housing for those folks. Where do we want to be a bedroom community and have people driving from Vacaville here or other areas, or how do we? So I think moving forward, we kind of need a strategy that encompasses ideas from those interested parties, such as the BIA, interested parties here in Placer, other jurisdictions, as to how they approach it to best approach this issue, because it's going to be an issue moving forward. So that's something that I'd like to think about, and it could be something very well staged with what Tahoe is looking at with regards to their needs here for housing.
The provision of affordable housing is a critical issue to the county, and it's also a very fluid issue. As the board is aware, the board made sure that for all the specific plans that were approved in the west side of the county, 10% of the units have to be set aside for affordable housing. In our discussions with the development community, it's the development community intent to construct those units. But when those units are constructed, how they're constructed, what the current trends are change over time. Mm-hmm. So it is important to have an ongoing dialogue as it relates to the provision of affordable housing.
And that's really what I'm looking for, is just more intense discussion with all of our partners to try to figure it out. And I'm not so much concerned about the low, but I'm really concerned about the low, and where, and I'm not trying to make a rhyme, but where does that go?
Yeah, it's the most difficult. The very low income is the most difficult group to provide for.
Yeah. So thank you.
I see no other lights. So,
thank you,
Michael.
Okay, we'll move forward to the Health and Human Support System with Jeff Brown to talk about homelessness and housing and service delivery models.
So good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. I'm going to add on to that last comment of what do we do about the low, and briefly review homelessness. Why is this a priority? Any given night, we have roughly 600 individuals that are homeless in our county. If you look at unduplicated over the year, we have at least double that amount. High number of chronically homeless individuals, probably double the state average, or double the national average, higher than the state average. Roughly around 30% of all of those are homeless or chronic. Negative impacts, hospitals, criminal justice system, local businesses. Supervisor Duran highlighted the cost of serving a homeless individual in these systems. It can range anywhere from $20,000 a year to $80,000 a year. And then the good news is supportive housing models have shown success. When we combine housing with services, we can actually ameliorate many of the difficulties and get those people out of those systems and get them to better places in their lives. Our current safety net, in the last year, we've actually doubled the number of shelter beds. So we have roughly about 230 shelter beds. The new additions are the investment in Right Hand Auburn's operation. That's roughly about 100 beds right now. And then we have a cold weather shelter. This was mentioned by Allison Schwedner earlier this morning. United for Action, community-based group, cold weather shelter, up to 10 beds a night. Services, we typically provide many of the services for the safety net. We provide the mental health services, the alcohol and drug services, and public assistance. Typically, the nonprofit sector supports the shelter services, food, and clothing. And then housing, we do have some permanent housing that we've invested in. We have about 110 units of shelter plus care permanent supported housing, mostly targeted to individuals with serious mental illness. We have HUD-VASH vouchers for our veterans population. We have 49 vouchers. About half of those are leased up today. And then we also have our Housing Choice Voucher Program, 275 vouchers. That program is for low income, not just very, very low and homeless. So the majority of people that receive benefit are the general population, but low income. Key gaps, we don't have a lot of resources invested in the prevention end. People that are right on the edge of falling into homelessness, where we can help with a deposit, pay off a bill to keep them in their housing. don't have many of those programs. We don't have sufficient case management for everyone that's homeless in our larger county. And then the comment around low-income housing, we don't have sufficient, and this is probably the largest gap in the system. So we have some potential new resources coming to our county. This is kind of the good news slide. With our Mental Health Services Act, we're actually actively looking to purchase a property to expand housing by 15 or 20 units for seriously mentally ill homeless adults. We are going to be submitting an application to the state in the spring for Mental Health Services Act innovation dollars. This could bring in about $800,000 a year for the next 3 to 5 years, would help us really expand some of our case management services and maybe cover some vouchers. Drug Medi-Cal is going to be expanding in 2016, which is always good news to expand drug treatment options for our homeless population, but also for our general population. Sutter Health is also interested in potentially a $10 million initiative, a regional initiative to include Sacramento and also Yolo County, and they're interested in Placer participating with that. Whole Person Care Pilot, this is a federal state waiver, 1115 waiver of the Medi-Cal program, which would allow us to draw down resources to target case management to frequent flyers. And probably the greatest frequent flyers are the homeless, seriously mentally ill. So that's something we have to compete for, but we will be organizing a community application for that. And then last but not least, No Place Like Home. This is a proposal from former State Senator Darrell Steinberg and Speaker Kevin De Leon. They'd like to invest $2 million in a bond initiative to build over $10 million for homeless, seriously mentally ill. This could impact our service because they're actually proposing that they would take 7% of our allocation for our Mental Health Services Act dollars. But in exchange, we'd have the opportunity for some housing. So it certainly has great potential. Fiscal issues. I'm looking at fiscal issues this year. If your board makes a decision to continue to support the temporary homeless shelter in Auburn, annualized, those costs could range between $470,000 and $500,000. That's currently 60% of the cost to operate that shelter. We're looking at a potential permanent site for that Auburn shelter. That cost of that land could be up to $600,000, and the cost of any newly built shelter could range between $10 and $12 million. Not looking necessarily at the county bearing all of those costs, but those would be the total costs. There's interest in bringing a feasibility analysis of our South Placer site, which we own, close to the Justice Center, to look at that for a multi-service center and also permanent housing for the homeless. So that's something that will be coming forward this year. Emergency support for safety net providers. Your board has a history of responding to emergency requests. This current year, your board's invested $80,000 in the Gathering Inn to meet some of their emergency support needs. And some of those needs could continue in 2016. Resources to develop low-income and workforce housing. Well, housing is very expensive to develop. It could be anywhere from $150,000, $200,000 a unit to $400,000 a unit. But certainly at some point we need to get started. And then matching funds for any of the other initiatives that I detailed above. And then finally, a timeline. We're planning to come to your board February 9th with recommendations, with an overview of the planning process that we've engaged in around some of the recommendations from the Marbut report. So looking at 24/7 shelters, looking at homeless management information systems, looking at permanent supported housing and permanent housing for homeless individuals. Also be addressing the issue about potentially continuing support to the shelter in Auburn. And then we'll also give you an update, share the information that we have at that point about potential permanent sites in Auburn for a permanent shelter. And then the one thing I just want to remind your board, the existing temporary conditional use permit for the Auburn temporary shelter expires March 31st, 2016. That's part of the reason why we're coming back to your board so quickly in February. In terms of some of the new initiatives I identified, guidelines are going to be coming out in the spring, early summer, and we'll respond to those as they become available. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
I had a couple quick ones. How are we integrating our recent action to adopt Laura's Law into our homeless management? Because my interaction with a number of homeless folks is they seem to have met the criteria at first blush for Laura's Law. And how are we working to integrate those two programs?
Well, There's certainly overlap between the individuals that are homeless and the individuals that qualify for Laura's Law. When we find individuals that are seriously mentally ill, we try to get them into our adult system of care voluntarily. If we think individuals might meet the criteria for Laura's Law, then we'll certainly act on those. We've, in terms of progress around Laura's Law, we've had 9 or 10 individuals that have participated in that program over the past year. But a number of those individuals, they come to our attention either through parents of the individuals in question or law enforcement or our own staff in our adult system of care. So I think it's something that we can actually improve upon. I think as we start to work with additional safety net providers, really trying to re-emphasize the program, and when they identify people that might receive benefit from the program, to bring those individuals to our attention.
Okay, and then just my second issue that I wanted to raise is just Fresno, I think it was the city of Fresno, just took some interesting actions on tiny homes. I think we probably need to have Health and Human Services work with CEDRA and CEO to start looking at some potential changes to code to allow for some different land uses than we've enjoyed in the past.
Well, we've actually had some of those discussions, and I do know some individuals in housing and CEDRA are starting to look at that.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see no other questions.
All right, well, let's move on to service delivery models. And the one comment, overarching comment I'll make is exploration of service delivery models really key to priority-based budgeting. You know, it forces us to understand what our unit costs are and what our outcomes are, and really ensure that whatever method we select for service delivery optimizes benefits to our residents at the lowest cost. In today's world, as I mentioned, problems are much more complex than they were. They cross multiple systems. If you really want to have input, it just can't be the county alone or a city alone or a nonprofit alone. It really has to be all of us at the table working together. So government, education organizations, the faith-based community, the business community, interested key stakeholders. 20 years ago, there really weren't many entities interested in providing health and human services, and that's why they became public services. But in today's world, in many of the sectors that we work in, all of a sudden there's newfound interest. There's private and nonprofit organizations that have a history of doing it. They have a history of doing it well, and often they can provide the services at a lower cost than what government can. Regionalism is something that is being given some priority in a number of jurisdictions. It really takes advantage of economies of scale to coordinate resources across a larger jurisdiction and provide services. It's something we've done, and it's something we're going to be looking at in the future. And then collaborative partnerships are really address the issue of problems being large and really needing to have multiple people at the table to have impact. But they also have the advantage of bringing additional resources to the table. So one service delivery model is contracting for service. Our department, which is a very large department, contracts out 40% of our adult system of care. We have over 250 contracts. I've listed just a few here in our adult system of care, children's system of care, human services, and public health. But it's something we've taken advantage of, and we've actually had very, very good results with. Regional partnerships, you can work with other forms of government. Doesn't just have to be counties, but it can be with cities. We have a great example with the town of Truckee, the animal shelter, but we have a number of others listed below, and I'll even go to the bottom one. We actually share personnel with other counties. We share an epidemiologist with Sacramento County, and in the Tahoe region, we share a program manager with Nevada County, and both those partnerships have been very fulfilling and very successful. Public-private partnerships, I think the homeless shelter in Auburn is a good example, but then we've done something very similar with Stand Up Placer, and we've actually helped them identify a site and support to build a safe house, and they have a very, very strong program. And then the last one here is non-governmental solution, shift to the private sector. Not all that we do is mandated. Sometimes we provide the service because of great demand in the community, great need in the community. And then over time, sometimes someone else will come to the table and say, hey, I can do that. And so we can make those shifts, and we have a history of that working with Project Go with the low-income energy assistance program and also community services block grant. So considerations, always we have to look at the quality of service, we need to look at the cost, and we also need to look at long-term sustainability. But there's always labor implications that we need to look at, and And we really try to ensure that when we decide to move a program from one service delivery model to another, if there's employee impacts, that we try to accommodate those within the department and within the larger county. So status timeline, we have really 2 service delivery models that we're working on right now in our department. Primary care clinics, RFP, we have responses that are due at the end of this week. And if we have some credible responses, we hope to bring something back to your board, most likely in early March. And then our children's receiving home, as a result of recent legislation, we're going to be forced to phase that out. We've actually have a contract with Koinonia to expand our emergency foster care program. We hope to have that transition completed by the end of October. And then we'll be looking at other alternative service delivery models throughout the year. Fiscal issues, all I'll say is usually when we decide to make a change, cost is a major factor, and the goal is to save money over the long run. So that's one of the things that we look at. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Jeff. Questions, comments? I see none.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the public protection system and start with the crime lab with District Attorney Owens.
Thank you. Scott Owens, 10810, Justice Center Drive, Roseville. I always forget that, so I'll get that out there this time. First of all, thank you. For those of you who know me, you know for the last 10 years I've been shouting to the heavens, and anyone else that'll show any interest of the importance of a Placer County Crime Lab and the need for a Placer County Crime Lab. I started in the criminal justice system here in Placer County in 1983. I believe with all of my heart that the Placer County Crime Lab has the potential to dynamically change what we do in our criminal justice field more than any of the changes that I've seen in those 33 years. It brings Placer County in a state that has woefully fallen behind what's happening nationally forensically. It brings Placer County into the 21st century, in short. It allows us to solve crimes quicker, to speedline the criminal justice process, to reduce continuances, to reduce failures to appear, which in turn reduces warrants that goes out, reduces bookings in the jail. It has a potential to make sure that we don't convict an innocent person. It has a potential to bulletproof our cases so that cases don't go to trial, to reduce cases that actually go to trial. There are a lot of exciting possibilities. It opens up tools in our toolbox, such as DNA, that we barely have in our toolbox now, and some tools that we don't utilize currently. Excuse me. Somebody else got this, or there we go. The headline is, why is this a priority? And for us, I've got 42 attorneys. Those 42 attorneys last year made over 75,000 court appearances. I didn't check last year, but in 2013, 27,000 of those appearances were on motions to continue. Now, obviously, not all of those are because of delays from the drug, from laboratory testing, but roughly, my guess is that roughly a third of them are. And if I can reduce my motion to continue by 1/3, 9,000 appearances, that's 200 appearances per attorney. I didn't mean to bring numbers. I thought I was going to be going before lunch. I know it's after lunch, but bear with me on some numbers here. But 42 attorneys at 200 appearances per year, that is a significant reduction in their caseload, which opens up the ability for them to do more. It enhances the court's ability to do more. In our criminal justice system, the less time you have to resolve cases, the less time you have to resolve cases, and it's a vicious cycle, and it just goes around and around, and you get busier and busier and busier. So it would give us that ability to get that pointed in the right direction. In Placer County, we get roughly 10 to 13,000 new cases a year. Approximately 6,500 of those cases involve some sort of testing. 4,000 blood or urine tests, roughly 2,200, 22 to 2,500 solid dose analysis. Right now, the turnaround time on our blood and urine tests is 9 to 12 months. That's absolutely unacceptable. In Sacramento, it's 11 days. So a lot of those cases we can't file till we get those results back. We have a very small opportunity to make a difference in these folks' life. People, if they want to make a change, it's closer to the time of the offense. It's not 9 or 12 months down the road. The entire program functions better if we can get those results, get them quick, get them to the defense, and then everybody knows what we have and we can move forward. I mentioned the failures to appear and reducing directions that way. Also, when it comes to DNA, I want to take a moment to talk about the Denver Crime Lab and DNA, or talk about a Placer County case versus what we were told when we visited the Denver Crime Lab. We have a stranger rape case that we got to solve on 3 years after the fact. It took 3 years before we got the results back from the Department of Justice because they were so impacted. It took 3 years for somebody to run that test for us to get it. It took 3 years that we don't know what that defendant was doing during that course of that 3 years. Was he out there committing more crimes? I suspect so, probably. I want you to contrast that case with the Denver Crime Lab, which opened about 3 years ago. They had a same thing, stranger rape case. Within 2 to 4 hours, they had a team processing for DNA at the scene. They had a hit by the end of that day, and within 3 days, they had that individual in custody. That's the difference. That's what we're missing. That's the tool that we're missing here in Placer County. I want to talk a little bit about considerations. Oh, first, before I move on, I want to talk a little bit about the lack of other alternatives. This has kept me awake at night for years. What are our alternatives? It's got to be a local alternative, which obviously dramatically impacts us because there are not a lot of local alternatives. They've got Sacramento. We've tried to partner up with them in the past. They're not interested in doing so. We looked at Solano County. Solano County built a new lab a few years ago. They underbuilt the lab. Originally, they looked at taking on our work and were unable to go with it. We've looked at private vendors. We were with a private vendor for about 20 years. They cannot process the work the way we need the work processed and can't handle all of our work. There are no other alternatives. I want to talk a little bit about what it does. What Placer County Crime Lab does too is it consolidates. Health and Human Services has needs for testing. The Probation Department has needs for testing. We have needs for testing. Particularly with probation, it lends a legitimacy to get a quick result if someone's violated their probation, and we don't have that currently. I want to talk about some considerations. First of all, if to take control ourselves, we would have full international organization for standardization, compliance for credible and authoritative results, and evidentiary value. What that does for us is that gives us the ability to, it opens up funding opportunities at the federal level that we don't have once we get that certification. And also none of the private labs in the area have that certification. We talked about partnering with the morgue, and Captain Reed is going to be up here in just a little bit talking about that. I'm going to sum it up. I've been through our morgue, and I've been through other people's morgues. We need a new morgue. and to us, it makes sense if it's the board's willing to combine those two projects. There's testing that the crime lab can do for that's going to come out of that morgue, testing that they're going to be sending out otherwise. So it certainly makes sense to have them in the same building. Also, with the development of DNA, there's areas there where we can collaborate and utilize combined services there. So it just makes sense from our perspective to combine those two, to co-locate with the corner facility. There's also an opportunity for partnering with other agencies. With other agencies, I'm not just talking about the local law enforcement, police departments and sheriff's department. I'm also talking about other DA's office. I rode to Sacramento with the Nevada district attorney last week, and he's like, when do you need me to come talk to your board about how we want to get on board with this lab? They have work for us, and I think that there's going to be a reduction of costs as other counties come on board. The district attorney for El Dorado County has talked to me about handling their DNA work. No, we haven't signed an MOU, but they have certainly exhibited a willingness to come on board and to join with us as we move forward with this project. I think there's a need across the North State from the district attorneys that I have talked to for this type of service. The Denver Crime Lab, which opened 3 years ago, interestingly enough, was voted by their chamber. They were given the Downtown Denver Business Partnership Award, and they were described as one of the most innovative and positive forces shaping the city. And I say that because they took DNA and they utilized it on property crimes. And nationwide, again, I'm getting back into numbers here, nationwide, there's a clearance rate on burglaries of about 13%. In locations where they use DNA on property crimes, that skyrockets to about 31%, right? So you're catching them, basically. In Denver, they've been able to raise that to 50%, were the numbers that we were told. That is absolutely amazing. Clearance rate on burglaries. And so they've reduced crime so much that the other local businesses wound up voting them the Denver Business Partnership Award of the Year. It's something that is going to benefit our entire community. They estimate they've saved $36.8 million in avoided property loss and $5 million in avoided police costs. Those are numbers that they pulled out of a U.S. Department of Justice article. They claim that there is a return on their investment of $90 to 1. Again, pulled out of a U.S. Department of Justice article. As far as a timeline for doing this, we have currently completed a feasibility study. We'll be bringing it before this board as soon as we get it on calendar with you guys. It was just recently completed. We're looking at 18 months to 2 years to build a lab. Probably 6 months to a year to get that lab up and running. So it's something that it's going to take some time once it's on the calendar and once we're moving forward with the project. Fiscally, we've taken an approach on this to try and keep the ongoing costs low, although the initial outlay is fairly heavy. You see the $64 million was the initial estimate on the total project cost. That was for the lab and for the morgue. And starting personnel costs around $2 million. That $2 million makes up about 1.22% of our current criminal justice budget, and it also does not encompass the reduction or the offset of what we're already putting in with regards to laboratory testing and paying other agencies to do. When you factor that in, it reduces it to about 0.75% of our total overall criminal justice budget, which I think, quite frankly, the savings alone that we've seen exemplified by the Denver lab, the savings in cost and the ability that it gives us to streamline what we do and to make a difference in our criminal justice field, I don't see how we can't afford to do this. With that, I'm open to questions.
Any questions? Yeah. Kirk?
Scott, you and I have had the opportunity now for a few months to gather together with our friends at Sac State and talk about Sac State's interest in expanding their offering out in Placer County. And a lot of time, especially at our last meeting, was spent actually on this conversation. I think it might be helpful for the rest of my colleagues to hear Sac State's interest in the crime lab and what kind of a role they think they can play in this.
Sac State has a very high interest in partnering with us and putting together a master's level criminology program and partnering with Placer County on that at the crime lab. Whether that crime lab winds up being on Placer County property or winds up being on Placer Ranch property, they have an interest in doing that. We had the good fortune to go down and look at the LA model, and CSU LA has done that with LA County and LA Police Department, LA City. And of the 300 employees at that lab, 150 of them came out of that program. CSU Sacramento is, I can't even tell you how excited they are about the possibility. They have a nursing program where we can that would benefit because of the blood draws, where people could get experience doing that. They are really excited to the point that they have put together a committee to look at what it would look like, the coursework would look like. So there's a ton of benefits for partnering with them. One, it brings, you put together a lab, the educational field gives you that cutting edge ability to look forward. It gives you hope to continue to grow as a lab, and I think it would be a great opportunity.
Jennifer?
Scott, thank you for the presentation on this. I think, getting back to an earlier comment, this is one of the incredible opportunities we have in terms of funding infrastructure, looking at those low interest rate loans. I don't think any of us has $64 million in our pocket that we can just say, hey, here you go. But I think this is one of the pieces that really we should consider financing, and financing potentially with our various partners, whether it's Nevada County or Sac State, having them really be part of the buy-in in this process. I know I talked to Becky about the visit back to the crime lab in Colorado and some of the other work that you guys have been doing on this. And I'm with you. This seems to me to be one of the things that we really do need to move forward on. The question is, this is sort of that 15% again that we were talking about, that discretionary dollars. And so how do we fund it? How do we, when we recognize these things, how do we actually move them forward in a timely fashion? We could spend a lot more than 18 months to 2 years trying to get $64 million in hand to build this, or we could try to have some conversations about how we finance these pieces of infrastructure moving forward.
I agree. I think there's certainly pieces that are out there. The criminal justice fund, we have a fairly significant amount in. And some of that, we've kind of put away with the idea that we could earmark it or maybe put it towards a lab at some point in the future. I mean, it's a step in the right direction, but it obviously is not going to get us anywhere near where we need to go. But I'm looking forward to working with county staff on identifying a funding mechanism to put this thing together.
Good. And let's be innovative and think about all our different options in terms of financing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize and just add to that conversation that the USDA, and I've said this before for some other programs, offers loan guarantees to rural areas. Depending on where it's located, those guarantees are at like 3 to 4%. So that's something that we can talk about, and I can put county staff in touch with the folks that are experts on being able to structure that that guarantee. And banks are lined up because it's guaranteed by the U.S. government. So
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
See no others. Thanks, Scott.
Hi, Chairman, Board. I'm Captain Mark Reed. I'm with the Placer County Sheriff's Department, and I've been asked to talk about the morgue and why it's a priority. Bottom line is, our facility was built in the 1940s. It's in the DeWitt Center, and we are completely running out of room. Right now, we have limited storage space. We're having to use outside mortuaries for overflow, which how that affects us in most ways is we lose a little bit of control over the cases that we have. Also, I don't know if you've been to the morgue, but there's no separation between if somebody comes in to view an autopsy or another agency between them and the actual doctors performing the work. And that's a problem. So lots of liability and contamination. Won't get into all the complete details, but another problem that we have is there's no secured loading or unloading at the morgue. I have some pictures on the third slide, and you can see the front of the morgue, and when we have to bring people there, that's where we have to do it. Also, specimen storage. We've basically are using every kind of nook and cranny that we have there. You guys were instrumental in getting us another pathologist a couple years ago, which has been great, but we definitely are just running out of space. The considerations, we've talked about it, and thank you. So here's some of the pictures that we put in, but oops. Okay, so going back to considerations, DA Owens talked about combining. We've been a lot of meetings with that. If that's not feasible, standalone facility we still need. We do like the idea of combining with them down in the lower. Again, there was a feasibility study done with the crime lab and the morgue, and there's definitely the need for that. And again, not to kind of go over the same things, but the combined facility is the cost between us and the crime lab. If it's decided to go a different way, we would still have to look at that, and it's kind of undefined, unknown at this time what a new morgue would cost. So with that, and the photos again at the end there. If you have any questions, I'd be.
Questions? I see none.
No? Okay. Easy.
Thank you.
We'll move forward with the South Placer Jail Transition and Expansion with Lieutenant Carol Walsh with the Placer County Sheriff's Office.
Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Lieutenant Carol Walsh, I'm here to discuss the South Placer Jail Transition Expansion issues. Priorities are in fiscal year 2015-2016, our final budget authorized opening of 180 previously constructed jail beds at South Placer Jail. This will include tanks A, B, and G. And included in this is half-year funding for 25 new positions. We're currently in 1/2 year as of January 2016, and those 25 positions are currently in background. And then we have the South Placer Adult Criminal Facilities Construction Financing for SB 863. As you know, we received a $9.5 million conditional award for program-specific facility at SPJ. And we are currently developing a scope reduction plan with a consultant. And we plan on building a 45-bed chronic and acute mental health facility. And some of those considerations are the 30 additional positions to be requested in fiscal year 2016-2017 in the submitted budget is for bulk for opening booking. We anticipate some jail bed reduction through full implementation and some potential staff reduction through attrition. And some of the status and timeline things to discuss is the new booking station, which will open in January of 2017, will be aligned with a new arraignment court. This will include the enclosure of the ALC booking area to improve safety and security. And then we have the Auburn Jail Housing Unit 3 retrofit in the design phase. We are currently in the construction design phase with a firm, and the bid is pending completion. Also want to talk about status and timeline with the program-specific jail bed reduction. Housing Unit 3 is intended on becoming a program tank, and that will incorporate female minimum security tanks as well. And with the acute mental health facility, from groundbreaking to completion, we anticipate that being 18 months. And again, half-year funding for the 30 positions, it's going to be submitted in the budget for the bulk for opening booking. And then with SB 863 and the conditional award, we have a 10% county match, which has been previously identified. And with that, that concludes my slideshow. Any questions or comments?
Questions? I don't see any.
All right,
Thank you.
At this point in time, I'll move forward to the administration and financial system and start with community choice aggregation with our treasurer tax collector, Janine Windishausen.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, County Council, CEO. I'm here to talk to you today about countywide integrated energy strategy and specifically community choice aggregation. Community choice aggregation was authorized by AB 117 not quite 10 years ago. And what it does is it authorizes cities and counties to essentially build an energy portfolio and supplant the energy portfolio currently provided by an investor-owned utility. In this case, it would be Pacific Gas and Electric or Liberty Energy up here in the high country. And it is only available in the investor-owned utility areas, not in the municipal utility areas. We have done preliminary investigation of this and some more detailed investigation. And what we have found when we talk to various folks is that what we keep hearing is the Placer advantage. That there are some unique attributes in Placer County that create an advantage. So by creating our own energy portfolio, which is then delivered through the investor-owned utilities, can give us local control over rebates, incentives, and opportunities to stabilize rates for the benefit of business, industry, agriculture, and homeowners. It also gives us an ability to optimize our own local resources in order to meet local demand. And those resources include solar, biomass, hydroelectric, and other types of local resources. We also believe that we are in a position to develop potentially more efficient and improved business model related to community choice aggregation and to take advantage of local financing. In so doing. It's another opportunity to leverage local tax dollars by moving Treasury investments from Wall Street to Main Street. And also, the revenues generated from a community choice aggregation program can be utilized to develop specific incentives and programs to target areas of economic development based on local policy. We also have come to realize that this is a well-timed opportunity and that a CCA program could provide the foundation for a county-wide integrated energy strategy. There are a number of key considerations. This timing is critical, and we shouldn't miss any potential opportunity here to explore and potentially develop a community choice aggregation program. What we know is that there is an emerging trend. There are already 3 operating CCA programs in the state of California. In Marin County, they developed one in 2013, and the city of Lancaster and Sonoma County developed programs and brought them online in 2015. We're also aware that there are at least 10 other programs in development. So we believe that there's enough experience in front of us that we can avoid mistakes. We have had the opportunity to meet with Sonoma County on a number of occasions and talk to officials from their program. They've been very generous with their time and their information and their learning experience. There's also the potential for community partnering to collaborate with cities, developers, utility customers, and other economic stakeholders. And to also collaborate with other CCA communities, such as the existing Marin and Sonoma programs, to influence legislation and regulations related to community choice aggregation programs. There is criticality right now in the timing related to resource availability. CCA can help to support the development of biomass at multiple sources throughout the county. There may also be mutually beneficial opportunities related to large-scale solar development prior to expiration of tax incentives, and then other mutually beneficial opportunities related to local hydropower supply, sale, and purchase. Right now, another critical element in the timing is the current low-cost energy market. Timing is critical for building a long-term core portfolio based on these historically low energy prices. Also, from an economic development standpoint, CCA programs, they continue to retain most of the investor-owned utility incentives and programs such as CARE, many rebates, and energy efficiency evaluation programs. There is also the ability to develop our own rebates and incentives not currently provided by the two existing investor-owned utilities. There's an opportunity to stabilize rates for businesses, industry, agriculture, and homeowners, and an ability to provide special economic development rates to fund special energy projects and other incentives related to local resources and local demand. A CCA can create the opportunity to integrate, again, in a countywide integrated energy strategy, biomass, hydroelectric supply, waste to energy, large-scale solar, the Empower program, and other local resources and programs in a way that optimizes the use and the value of those resources for local economic benefit. So we have identified 3 phases toward implementation. The first phase is assessment and planning. The next phase would be implementation and startup, and the third phase. We are currently in that assessment and planning phase, and we would be looking to return to your board to report back on that phase and to get any necessary and appropriate approvals from your board before moving forward on the next 2 phases. And so more specifically, those phases include studies and analysis in the current phase, development of business plans, and budget and financing plans. In this phase 1, the treasurer has been working with Dr. Dean Tibbs and Steve Nichols on the early stages of feasibility analysis. We sent last summer a request for data to Pacific Gas and Electric and also to Liberty Energy, and we have recently received that data back. We need to do an analysis on all customers on an hourly basis based on rate structure, and we have almost 60 rate structures in Placer County. And so we are embarking on that analysis, and that is what will be a primary consideration in ultimately determining feasibility. We have met with officials from Sonoma County, as I mentioned, and we have developed pro forma budgets and financial plans based on estimates and rudimentary data that has been available. An initial review of the data that we've received back says that we are within a reasonable margin on our pro formas, certainly enough to continue to proceed. One of the steps in implementing a CCA program is the development of an implementation plan and a statement of intent, which is required by the PUC and has to be reviewed and approved by the PUC. And so we have been working on an initial draft, the data that will be analyzed. The results of that will need to be rolled up into that implementation plan. And again, that will be one of the steps in coming back to your board and reporting back to your board. We also are looking at governance and organizational structure. A review of what is required and what is appropriate is ongoing. And a community outreach, education, and information plan is also under development, as well as and so we look forward to returning to the board to provide you with the feasibility information and information related to implementation plans. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any of your questions.
Jack?
Yeah, I just want to thank you very much, Janine. This is very interesting and very timely. And I just kind of want to break this down into a very simple, there's a lot of information, but hypothetically, we've got an open field, we've got a home, and we've got a farm. And what this contemplates is the county buying a portfolio of, let's say, electricity from PG&E. And we buy it for...
Not for PG&E, but go ahead.
But we buy electricity from whomever. And our margin, what you're talking about on the pro forma is how we, is the difference between what we would normally pay versus what we get at a discount rate. And then we take that power, run it through those lines, and then service the vacant land, for infrastructure, the home, and the farm. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, just to kind of put a finer point on that, the utility customer, regardless of the type of utility customer, will still receive a bill from PG&E. It will just have a breakout that shows, right now, the bill does not break out the transmission portion of the bill and the energy portion. They will then have that broken out, and it will show Placer, CCA, whatever we end up calling it. So it will break that out on the bill. So part of this CCA, in addition to one of the operational pieces to a CCA, in addition to purchasing, developing, and managing an energy portfolio, will be coordination with the investor-owned utility on billing and sending, transmitting billing data back and forth.
So this could be used as a tool to, for example, develop that undeveloped piece of property, and also to flatten the rates for a homeowner or the farm, that kind of a.
Right, and that's why this detailed analysis is so important, because we need to figure out, one of the things we'll be looking at is, might there be a better way to structure rates? Maybe there's fewer rate categories. And then how should those rates be applied? And then when number one, we have to pay for the energy that's purchased and delivered, but to the extent that there is a margin on that, then there are policy decisions that will come into play in terms of rebates and incentives. Do we want economic development rates for certain types of business or industry locating in certain areas of the county? That is part of that local control. I mean, that's a message I really want to drive home here, is the local resources, local control.
In addition to just the unincorporated Placer County, which we govern, is there the possibility of connecting with, let's say, other jurisdictions that are incorporated?
Absolutely, with the exception of the city of Roseville, because they are a municipal utility and they cannot participate. It just, under the law, it's, and plus, they already have their own operations from a practical standpoint as well.
Okay.
So yes, absolutely, and that's part of what we're looking at when I'm talking about governance and, who participates, because we want to optimize, again, the load, and so any other participating jurisdiction, the other 5 cities would bring their load, if you will, that we would be purchasing the power for.
Hypothetically.
And so, yes, hypothetically, right. And all of this, really, again, it's going to ultimately be brought back to your board for consideration based on what the feasibility looks like after this analysis.
Thank you. It's and I appreciate you playing along with me just to kind of break it down. They're very exciting stuff and cutting edge, I might add.
Thank you.
Robert?
Jennifer.
I'd like to follow up on Jack's comments, but I want to start by asking what might be a really simplistic question. But in addition to buying energy portfolio, would we, under a CCA, have the opportunity to generate our own electricity, say through
Yes.
a biomass facility?
Yes. So I will give an example using Sonoma's Sonoma Clean Power Program. They contract for development of large-scale solar. And they've done some unique and interesting and innovative things there. That's one of the things that consistently is pointed out to us, is really the unique position that we are in with biomass resources, with hydroelectric, with the landfill. There may be opportunities related to waste to energy, and what we really need to do is explore those with the idea of, again, optimizing those resources for local use, local control, and in many cases, this is kind of vernacular, but cutting out the middleman, and that's part of, because we are dealing locally, that also can help to optimize the energy that we're utilizing.
Absolutely. So I'm going to steal one of Robert's favorite words and say that this is really intriguing. I love it when,
I'm not always so sure about that.
It's gonna be a long year.
and entrepreneurial, yeah, but I want to, it's always going to be a long year, Robert. I did want to just say a couple of things very quickly. I'm delighted that you've reached out to Liberty and are looking at what's happening here. In terms of the feasibility, Liberty currently has a proposal for, I think, a 17% rate increase for electric rates for the Tahoe Basin area. So maybe when we're looking at the feasibility, potentially run numbers both ways. I mean, obviously, there's no guarantee they're going to get their 17%, but we've not often seen our state regulators turn down increases.
Yeah, that's one of the, already, by virtue of what we're doing, we've begun to start to watch PUC and, to a lesser extent, I mean, not watching them to a lesser extent, but the CEC, they both can generate policies that affect community choice aggregation. And so that would be one of the things that they would be considering is rate increases. So we're watching that. And in fact, they recently took action related to CCAs and without getting too far into the weeds. So we're continuing, to monitor that because those things can ultimately affect feasibility.
Absolutely. In a nutshell, if you would, can you let us understand what implications there might be for them in terms of the Middle Fork project?
Well, I don't want to get, we have not talked specifically to PCWA, who is our partner in the Middle Fork project, but obviously they enter into power purchase agreements, they sell power, and so there is the potential that that power supply could be part of this portfolio. From an evaluation and an analysis standpoint, we have always looked at everything at market rates. It's got to work at market rates first. If at some point certain officials have ability and authority to do something different, maybe based on economic development type incentives, that would be then in that purview. But that would definitely be one of the resources that we would look at and want to explore and talk to our partners about.
Okay. And then last, I just want to say, based on the incredible track record that you've shown us with Empower, I really am interested in what you're going to be bringing back to our board because, frankly, you've, I think, shown real leadership and innovative thinking in bringing Empower to us as a project. And I think there's some incredible opportunities here that would truly benefit all of the residents, well, with the exception of Roseville, of Placer County. So thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Other questions or comments, caveats?
See no other questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeannie.
Okay, I'd like to invite up Andy Sis, the Auditor Controller for Placer County, to talk about financial system replacement.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Wygant, members of the board, Jerry, David. It's time to replace PASS. And if you guys, I'm going to take you guys back a few years about Y2K, and you guys might recall the panic of Y2K. And as an outsider, I was an outsider look perspective because it kind of, now 20 years forward, now we're talking about replacing a system that replaced the microfiche, which was PASS. And PASS, basically, we went live with PASS because of Y2K to make sure we could survive the 2000 anomaly, and obviously almost every government survived. There was unnecessary panic. PASS currently is run on a Unix system. It's not Windows-based. At the time, the product's being supported, but there's limited enhanced functionality that's being rolled out. And as you heard earlier today, it's not able to meet our current needs in accommodating priority-based budgeting and the accounting structure needed to get us where we want to go. All modules within PASS are either not being fully utilized, grants management, inventory to name a couple, or they're not fully integrated with PASS, so they're separate standalone systems where you have to interface data in. The big one being our capital asset system. Another one we found out just recently is that our county departments are decentralized, and so departments have come up with a number of ways to track receivables. We have about 15 different ways departments are tracking receivables. So it'd be nice to somehow integrate all that into one application. We know that one box is not going to fit all, but that's our goal in trying to move in this direction. The county is going to need to decide soon whether or not this application is going to be on-premise or in the cloud. And I'm sure you guys have heard about an application that's being hosted on site and being manned by our staff, and we're applying patches and upgrades to the databases. In the cloud, that's done by someone besides our staff. They apply those things. We still have some testing to do on the back end, but that's a decision we're going to have to make here during this 2016 calendar year. We're also going to need to secure a project site. If some of you recall, when we went live with Acorn, we had a project site, dedicated staff on site. It's probably going to be for at least a 2-year period. And of course, communication with any type of project of this magnitude is going to be critical. We're going to form a steering committee, currently working on that now, and we've hired a dedicated project manager who's a CPA as a consultant to help us. He started his work this week. He comes highly regarded. He just recently implemented Sonoma County's general ledger system, and they were using something very similar to PASS. He started his planning work this week, and he's doing a high-level assessment of our existing system and the related business processes. After that, he'll give us a report, and at some point, we'll probably have to entertain going out for an RFP for this product. Takes us to where we are currently. We've been doing a lot of planning. As a well-trained auditor, I believe in planning, and planning is critical for any successful project. We have seen 3 financial accounting system demos from 3 vendors. We've been reaching out to other counties, including 1 field trip to Sonoma County, and attending various conferences where these products are being demonstrated. Right now, the tentative timeline, January 1, 2017 through June 30, 2018, that would be a magical date. I think everybody would be jumping up and down for joy if we went live on July 1, 2018. But that's very tentative at this point in time. Fiscal issues, like I mentioned, with an off-site project, we're going to have a dedicated project team. We're going to need to backfill those positions while those people are dedicated working on site. In addition, we're planning to hire 2 business process analysts that will provide dedicated support to the project for all phases, planning, project duration, and post-implementation. So with that, it's a very high-level overview, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Andy. Questions? I see none.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. All right. Finally, last but not least, we'll talk about all systems for the county and focus on Eastern Placer County levels of service with Jennifer Merchant.
Batting cleanup today. It's all right. I'm a patient person.
And you have the shortest drive home.
That's right. Nothing to complain about. So I've got a variety of topics. This topic really relates to everything that you've heard previous today, including public comment and some of the comments on a few of the other items that your board heard prior to the budget discussion. So why is Eastern Placer County a priority? Really, the delivery of services in the county is based on discrete challenges that we have in a geographic region that is remote from the county seat, which rises to create its own challenges. So some of the considerations are based on those challenges and the harsh climate and our tourism economy driver, as well as regulations in the Eastern Placer County region. And our needs are related to addressing those challenges while also maintaining service levels within prescribed budgets and available revenues. The status and timeline, because I was trying to fit within the format of the budget presentation here, is really all of these services are contemplated by all departments on a regular basis and then considered as they relate to the provision of services in Eastern Placer County. And I just put a smiley face on the fiscal issues because, of course, there are some, as with any budget discussion, considerations regarding financing. So when thinking about levels of service and providing service in a geographic community, the first thing that comes to my mind is human resources. So I kind of wanted to give you a snapshot of information that's based on some data that's been collected by our Human Resources Department, and that they're going to be providing in a more formal report to the Civil Service Commission. The Civil Service Commission was quite interested in learning some more information about attraction of employees and retention of employees in this eastern Placer County area. So I really want to highlight a couple figures for you on this screen. So, you know, obviously, other than the notable difference on the number of employees in eastern Placer County versus countywide, some things jump out to me on the page, and that is our percentage of extra help employees. And that really relates a lot to the seasonality of the services that we provide here, often because of the tourist-based economy and the need to ramp up for to serve visitors or to serve the to service the facilities that they utilize. So that's something that I notice, and I will tell you in working with the Human Resources Department and other departments that provide these services in eastern Placer County, it's very difficult to attract and retain extra help folks because it's just on an ongoing cycle. And especially given some of the housing issues that I'm going to continue that theme here. It's very challenging to hire extra help folks. But it is a larger proportion of our total employees here in eastern Placer County. And then another interesting thing that's really directly related to the housing is this number of employees that live within the county, countywide, and then if you just pull out the Tahoe numbers, you see, I mean, they're almost inverse of each other, but even more drastic than that, where you've got 76% of total countywide employees living within the county that they're serving. And in the Tahoe area, only 40% of our employees live here. Now, of course, it's a geographically smaller area, so you've got the rest of Placer County where folks can live and work in the same community, and has a lot to do with our different state and county lines. But it does give you a feel for, or maybe make one wonder why so many of our employees live in Truckee or Reno or elsewhere, and that it's really kind of based on that housing driver. And then also ultimately impacts why people are not staying in the jobs as long here as they may in the rest of the county. And then you kind of go down to this last section here, and this will be part of the analysis that Human Resources does with this raw data that we've really got right now. But you see here kind of another distinct difference, and the reason for separation of county employees from their positions, at least during this fiscal year, failed probation, involuntary separations being a really high number in eastern Placer County as it is compared to employees in the rest of the county, although, as you notice, apparently survival is at a higher rate if you work in eastern Placer County than the rest of the county. I won't hazard a guess on why that is. Maybe it's just a healthy place to work. I do want to point out that there are some departmental requests to fill vacancies, and as we're looking at providing service and the level of service that your board makes recommendations for, we are looking at the challenges in hiring employees, attracting and retaining employees, and then also on the balance of that counterweight is, can we provide those services through contracts? And that is what the next slide is all about.
Actually, Jennifer, before we move
sure.
off that slide, if you would, something that I would be interested in understanding, particularly in the failed probation and the involuntary numbers, is of those people who failed probation and those individuals who were involuntarily separated from the county, what was the percentage who lived locally versus were driving long distances to get here?
That's a great question,
because
and I think we can pull that data because we've got the residence address of every employee, so I think they can do some cross-tabulation and get the answer to that question. And as I mentioned, I mean, this is just kind of the initial findings that they've got on paper, and they're working to analyze the information further.
Understood. And what I'm thinking is that, we may see a lot of people who are driving long distances, which sort of disincentivizes people to be happy in their jobs. And it goes back to conversations that I've had with you, I've had with David, about how do we communicate to and outreach better to local people who already live in the area to fill positions, instead of, asking people in some cases. I mean, I knew a couple people, they're no longer with the county, but they were driving from Lincoln every day to work here. And I just don't know how you have a happy life and do that. So.
Yes, I think that's a good question, and I'm certain that they can get the answer to that question through their further analysis. One interesting data point too, and during 14-15, there were 6 hires in the Tahoe area, and out of those 6, 1 didn't meet probation, 2 ended up moving out of the area, and we retained only 50% of those employees that we still have today. So there's definitely some challenges around that we'll be looking into a little bit more deeply, and how we can move the change on that. So let me go on to the human resources contracted services. So in many areas, we've made a decision for a variety of reasons to provide services in the eastern Placer County area by contracting for those services. And I just broke out a couple of them here that I'm aware of that I think that you would all find interesting because it relates to some of our higher priority services here. So related specifically to maintaining or serving our county buildings and grounds. You see all those numbers there for different kinds of services, snow removals in our parking lots and at our buildings, custodial work, landscaping during the summer months, and then servicing, maintaining our parks, beaches, and trails. That number, just so you don't have to do it yourselves, adds up to right around $750,000 a year. So it's a pretty big annual contract out of services, and certainly when we talk about that counterbalance, the departments are looking at what's the best way to provide service to make sure that it's effective, to make sure it can be managed well, and to make sure that it's also efficient or cost effective. So those are all the the considerations that go into when we decide to contract rather than perhaps hire an employee. And I know that we often consider that contracting employees is more cost effective. It's not always that case. And I can't tell you that the discrete analysis that's been done on that first check mark, but for the TART bus drivers, we do know, because we do that analysis on an annual basis based on the contract, that the contract employees actually cost us more money. By not much, it's a couple dollars an hour, but you see $46.58 per hour for the contract employees. We do contract with the company out of Reno, Nevada, and they hire most of their drivers out of Reno, Nevada. And then our actual county employees are a couple dollars cheaper per hour. That's a fully loaded county employee, full-time benefited employee. So those aren't the extra help drivers, so we have a hard time getting. And there are pros and cons there too. We do have a hard time recruiting bus drivers because it's not one of the higher paid positions. It requires a lot of training. It requires a lot of interaction with the public. So it's not a particularly easy job. So that's just kind of, I think, a snapshot of that kind of balance that we look at when we're contracting versus hiring employees. Then also the next 2 bullet points there, the marketing and the capital project planning, we do contract with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association to provide certain services for us. Marketing services, that includes advertising, public relations, conference sales, international sales, and the variety of service, special events, development and management that they provide for us more on the marketing end, and that's funded through our TOT revenue from the Tahoe area. And then the Resort Association also provides services related to capital project planning and implementation for our tourist serving projects. So things like bike trails, and you had the report at your last Tahoe meeting about the tourism master plan. So the projects that you see in there related to tourism service, tourist serving capital projects are what get funded there. And you see that the contract cost, the total contract is $6.2 million, but the cost for the personnel component and the kind of general and administrative rent and all the goodies component is that piece there of the total contract. A couple other things about contracts that I wanted to note, and Jeff Brown referenced this earlier. We are doing a county-wide RFP. The responses, I think, are coming back. I wrote receive there, but I think they're coming back on Friday, and HHS and other departmental staff will be reviewing those RFPs. We suspect that perhaps some of the responses will include interest in providing services at the Health and Human Services Clinic. So that will be something, at the clinic in Kings Beach, that will be one of the considerations that we end up considering, assuming that the RFPs have the responses show an interest in providing service in Kings Beach as well as the Auburn Clinic. And then the Kings Beach Business Assessment District, you'll recall that your board presided over a vote of the property owners in Kings Beach where they assess themselves to maintain the sidewalks and other amenities out in front of their buildings in the Kings Beach area, includes snow removal and landscaping, that sort of thing. At your last meeting, we had a rejection of the bids because they were much higher than our budget. So in some areas, we're able to provide contract services within budget and budget expectations. And in this case, we weren't. So at the last minute, our Public Works and facilities folks were scrambling to identify county employees to provide those services. And I can tell you, because I checked in with the project manager, Brian Stewart, out of our Kings Beach office here, that they're working to budget to date. As long as we don't get some gigantic snowstorms, at least this first winter season, they are servicing it by having staff from Auburn drive to Kings Beach and do the snow removal and de-icing and that sort of thing on the sidewalk. So even that probably imperfect service model where we're paying to drive people back and forth from Auburn is, at least at this point, coming under what they would expect for the budget. So we'll move on to the next slide. So some of the other priorities, and you've heard many of these from the departments already, so I'm going to go over them pretty quickly. The regulatory processes, TRPA is certainly a big piece of the business that we do here and a high priority. In Eastern Placer County with the area plan, we're also going to be looking at the impacts of development projects out of the basin on the Tahoe Basin, and there could be costs associated with that, either borne by the county or the developer or some sort of partnership. We are working on process improvements within CEDRA. It's directly related to your board's desire to improve economic development in Eastern Placer County, specifically in Tahoe City and Kings Beach and the basin. So we've got some process improvements that we're initiating now, probably get fully implemented starting next fiscal year. I don't see a significant cost associated with any of these, but I did want to let you know that the first three anyway, we're looking at providing office hours for our partner agencies, including the fire district and TRPA in our office to improve the streamlining and communication between the different jurisdictions to help project applicants get through the process more smoothly. That's going to help streamlining, but we may have some code or process changes that we would also be making on top of that. Right now, we actually just sent the first this week, the first permit fee calculator out. We're hoping to have one available online next fiscal year so that people can enter their project data in online and get at least a guesstimate of what their fees may be, because that's always been a bit of a mystery, and I'll tell you, it wasn't easy to put the first guess together. We did that for the Tahoe City Lodge project, and that was collaborative between Chris Perry and our office as well as CEDRA staff. CEDRA is proposing a new code compliance officer. That's a county-wide position. We do think that will positively impact timelines for code compliance in the Tahoe Basin as well, though, even though they're not specifically focused here.
And Jennifer, before
yes.
you move off that bullet point, I think we should also mention that hopefully we'll be looking at some event permitting, streamline a process for event permitting.
Yeah, I should have included that here.
That's been pretty problematic. And on the code compliance officer, again, I'm strongly going to advocate for a combined code and parking compliance officer who is actually based in Eastern Placer County, so they're here full-time and not coming up from the west end of the county.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for that feedback. Also on the regulatory list, we've got Lahontan water quality regulations, likely to be a new public works permit this in the coming year that's going to cost more money. I know that Ken and his staff are working hard to figure out what the right balance is between the growing expectations for improved water quality almost to drinking water coming out of the storm pipes in the Tahoe area, and then what the costs are associated with those increased targets, and identification ultimately of a long-term funding source for that, because as the regulations get more and more stringent, of course, the costs, because of the improvements you need to make to meet those regulations, are going to be increased. And then you already had the discussion this morning about the large development projects. So priorities for levels of service and projects on capital projects. You heard the presentation on the Parks and Trails plan. I want to mention that through our contract with the Resort Association this year, we had two pieces that really will feed into this plan in Eastern Placer County, the Tourism Master Plan, which your board heard about last month. And then the Resort Association is also required in their contract to complete by the end of this year a trails plan. The public utility districts also have their own plans that they're very eager to figure out how they integrate in with this county-wide plan, and they're really looking forward to, especially on the park dedication fees, figuring out how we're going to be funding these projects in the future. Of course, you heard we're hoping to finish next year Kings Beach Commercial Core project. We've got a gateway project in Kings Beach that Public Works will be initiating this year that will be going into next year. Fanny Bridge, we talked about that. Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail. I'm glad that we're all on the same page. We've got the same things on our list. And then we've got some potential facility improvements, county facilities as well, that we've talked about funding considerations for making improvements or relocations. Health and Human Services, Carnelian Bay relocation. When we get to this issue of serving our community and how we can do it best, that location is not closest to its highest client group. So HHS is proposing to continue to look for locations closer to Kings Beach where most of their clients are. The admin center in Tahoe City has been an off again, on again, off again project for many years, and I know there's renewed interest with the potential for the state budget looking better and potentially more state funding to rebuild, relocate the Burton Creek facility, including our sheriff's substation and the California Superior Court. So that is an issue that could be considered as an upcoming project in the upcoming fiscal year. And then we had mentioned before the Kings Beach Library upgrades. They've made attempts for upgrades, but because of their constrained situation there on a stream environment zone, it's on environmentally sensitive land, they're really not able to do the kinds of expansions and improvements, remodeling that they'd like to do. The environmental document for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan contemplates a potential relocation of the library in with the Kings Beach Center property as part of that development project, and really kind of treating the library as a civic use that also serves that more tourist-based use. So maybe it includes a counter for a visitor center, or maybe it's got a little coffee shop in it, or maybe it's got a place where people can hang out and access the internet and get tourist information. So that is in the concept stages right now. We're doing the environmental analysis for it in case the potential buyer or developer of that property, which we own at the Kings Beach Center, has an interest in doing that. I've heard that a couple folks do, so I think that there is an opportunity for that, and that would kind of solve a couple problems that we've got, and also allow us to rehabilitate that stream zone and get water quality credits through the TRPA, which we need to do, required to do in our area plan. Economic development, you heard about that as it relates to updates of the different plans on both ends of the county. The Tahoe Basin Development Incentives Plan that you folks heard about last time you were in Tahoe is underway right now. There will be components of that go forward in the following or upcoming fiscal year. We're working on the application process right now. We've got some development projects that are probably going to be coming forward within the next 12 to 18 months. So we want to make sure that we're able to acquire tourist accommodation units and provide those at the right price to incentivize development in Tahoe City and Kings Beach. We're also looking at implementing an enhanced infrastructure finance district in Tahoe City and Kings Beach, similar to what's being considered in the Sunset Industrial area. And perhaps the first properties that get included in that in eastern Placer County and Kings Beach are the properties that are owned by the successor agency in Placer County. So we can start there as they get purchased, and they would kind of begin the EIFD in those communities. Property disposition, I know you're aware of that, but we will be looking at doing that probably before the end of this fiscal year, but then working with developers on what sorts of things go on those properties that achieve environmental goals, economic development, and meet the community's vision for what they'd like to see happen in Kings Beach. A couple more slides on economic development. The transit vision is something that you've heard quite a bit about. There is a new federal share of transit operating revenue that will be accruing to our rural transit systems here. We're not sure exactly what that's going to mean dollar-wise, but policy-wise, we'll be having discussions about whether that money supplants the current TOT money that we're using to operate our transit system, or perhaps goes on top of that so that we can grow that transit system in line with what many have talked about in the eastern Placer County community in implementing the transit vision, which is really a doubling of our existing transit service. Although we have made some progress with the extension of the Highway 267 transit service, there's still quite a ways to go. You're probably also likely aware that PCTPA is contemplating the potential of an additional half-cent sales tax on the November ballot. We'll probably hear more about that in the coming months on whether that rolls forward. And of course, your board will have the charge of placing that on the ballot at PCTPA's request. And then housing is something I think that's really important for us to touch on again, because it really impacts the levels of service that we can provide and the delivery of service and how we manage our employment and personnel system. So there was a North Tahoe Regional Workforce Housing Needs Assessment. You heard about that during public comment this morning, and how Placer County is collaborating with the Community Foundation, other partners, including the town of Truckee. They do have some preliminary data, and there's a lot of information, but I did want to share a little bit of it with you today, and I can get you all a copy of the initial findings, because I think you'd be pretty interested. It's pretty stark information, similar to what Heidi Hildrum from Tahoe Prosperity Center shared with us about housing in the Tahoe area. I do want to let you know before I send it to you that the data currently includes population, employment by industry for Eastern Placer and town of Truckee, seasonality, commute flows, including from Reno and Truckee in and out of the basin, housing and rental stock, including costs, occupancy and vacancy rates, income of local residents, and HUD limits by area. Along with the data that we've collected in the HR analysis that was commissioned by the Civil Service Commission, I think we'll have a great understanding of housing-related impacts on employment that will inform service delivery here. And this is a pretty telling slide. And we have a lot of communities here in this region, and I didn't have enough room to put them all up here. But just a snapshot of the variant housing costs. And this is pretty recent data from June to November of last year. So this is one of two slides, and I want to point out the Kings Beach one being the lowest one at $388 for the median house price. So it's not cheap to buy a house even in the cheapest community. And then when you see this next slide, you realize why even people who make pretty decent wage can't afford a house. So a four-person household at the moderate income level can afford a $325,000 house. And then going back to this one, median in Kings Beach, which is the most value-oriented community to purchase a home, is $388. So, we've got a lot of challenges with the lowest of the low end of our community in serving the highest of the high, the visitors, or in their high expectations. And then we've got this middle group of people that includes many of our county employees who are having a hard time affording to live in our community. And there was a little bit of a discussion earlier today, or a mention that that revenue or income had gone down. And I do have a data point here from that that study that was completed, saying that median household income in eastern Placer County had gone down from $67,000 to $57,000, excuse me, 77 to 67, so down 10% since the 2000 census. So that is worrisome when we're looking at trying to develop an economy that's based on jobs and a workforce. So this is my last slide, which means we're really close to the end. But I wanted you to see how all these things that we talked about really fit together related to service delivery in the Tahoe area. Really, in many regards, eastern Placer County is a microcosm of Placer County, yet with its own distinct economy, geography, and those associated challenges, which is what I'm trying to demonstrate here. You know, we've got these populations that are served that are very diverse, like I mentioned, the tourists, and then we've got basically the employees and the middle class who serve tourists or are here to enjoy the natural beauty of the area. And there's an expectation of high quality recreation. How do we provide recreation as part of our economy and as part of our parks and part of a healthy lifestyle? And then the associated new development and infill projects, which we're trying to attract to also serve both ends and all the entire spectrum. And then you weigh that against protecting the natural beauty that really draws people here and drives the economy, but it also drives the cost of the delivery of service, including how much it costs to do a project because of the environmental regulations and the investment in that. And then when it falls down to delivery of county services, we look at a more transient employee base and how do we manage that. It's a higher cost of living, so how do we attract those employees and keep them here so that they're not moving on to the next job? The seasonality and how do we hire those people on an ongoing basis to keep a high level of service? And then the management challenges of just being farther away from the county seat when we're managing contracts or employees from 85 miles away. It makes it more difficult to maintain that higher level that we expect. I think that's it for me for today. Thank you very much for listening. Happy to answer any questions.
I just want to say, no, actually, I just want to say thank you. The challenges of managing county operations in eastern Placer County are really challenging, but I think well worth the effort for all of us. And so I really want to thank you for sort of putting together this overview of the eastern county specific issues. I live with them on a daily basis, but I know that my fellow board members don't. They hear about some of them certainly, but I think it's just really valuable as an educational tool. So thank you very much for your efforts.
You're very welcome. Thanks.
Okay, well, board members, as you can see, there are many priorities out there. There are many priorities and emerging trends coming into the current fiscal year, coming into fiscal year 16, 17, and beyond. And even in the current fiscal year, as we talked about with the challenges and choices and just kind of where we're at with those, that are going to draw and demand resources on that 15%, as you mentioned, which represents essentially the discretionary revenue sources that are collected in the county, that go to pay for governmental services and those things that aren't specifically funded by a fee or a revenue that is specific to a certain activity, road overlay or whatever, sewers. And it's going to be really important to understand exactly how those funds will be placed out into the budget when it's recommended to you in June this year, in fiscal year 16-17. This has been very helpful. Hopefully we've given you a good overview of what we believe some of the emerging trends are and what some of the priorities are. We've tried to take a look at each system across the county, which represents the array of departments that are in the county, and then each of the common areas that we saw resonating in the information that we received back from the departments in their one-pagers, and just try to pick a few things to have departments discuss with you to show that these are upcoming issues, upcoming emerging and critical needs, and ultimately, at some point in time, will need to be funded by the county to the extent they remain a priority. So with that, I'll ask if there are any more questions of your board.
Are there any more questions? I see none, but so on behalf of the board and the public, I actually want to thank you and all of the staff for the huge amount of work that went into this. I personally really like the direction after 20 years of being on the board of supervisors and going through that many different budget experiences. For information, I guess, for everybody, one of the things that has emerged over those years is giving the board
You've been using it too much?
Here you go, honey.
Does anybody please have a microphone? Maybe this was purposeful back there, huh? Eric, you guys? No conspiracy thoughts on my mind. So one of the things I've enjoyed is sort of maximizing the opportunity for the board to have policy input on actually how that discretionary money in particular ought to be spent. So with that, what are the next steps? Obviously, we have June's budget consideration, but before here and there.
So the next steps, right now, we're awaiting the department's submission of their budgets as they come in. So we rolled out the base budgets about 3 weeks ago, or thereabouts, and they're due on March 1st. So when those budgets come back, we'll evaluate them. We'll determine whether or not we want to meet with departments, because we have met with departments. We had a good, long discussion with every department in the county, 20 different discussions about their one-pagers to try to really understand exactly what some of these more countywide global issues were, which is where you'll find the information that came to your board today came from. Once we have that information after March, we'll make a determination whether or not we want to bring back to your board something similar to what we did with the Challenges and Choices Workshop in May, where we will have a better idea of exactly what the funding constraints might be, mostly from an expenditure perspective by truing all of that up, and then more importantly, a good indication of exactly where revenue streams are going, particularly the sales tax, property tax, some of the other fees, commensurate with the requirements that you heard today, and from some of the departments that have these new and emerging programs and needs out there. So it's very likely we will come back with something like that before we bring the proposed budget, just to get further feedback. And I'm sensing that that's kind of what your expectation might be.
Yeah, and just since Ken gave his presentation on the Parks Master Plan update, not that I'm fixated on the Placer County Conservation Plan or passive parks, but with Kirk and I being on the ad hoc committee, some of the more recent things are that we think we actually have a high expectation that we're 15 months out from being in business, up and running 100%. And I'm, in my mind, as it relates to and with Hidden Falls, obviously, one of its issues is that it now is being overloved, over capacity probably, so huge demand compared to the supply that we have. But I see the county maximizing our investment by working closely with people like the Placer Land Trust, and we're in partnership with them on the trails component. But I think, so there needs to be this place where the board can plug in some of our vision components, like planning for more of these areas over time, like you see in the Bay Area, actually, where there's a huge demand for those kinds of parks, including the multiple uses of them. But some of the reserve that will be developed will have some opportunity for public access, some of it probably none. Some of it special, like educational opportunities, K through 12 even. But so I guess, I think all of us on the board have our own particular passions, and I think connected to the budget, we would want to have at least some opportunities to sort of create those kinds of. So all of that is by way of that I was thinking one of the things that should happen soon is in that master plan development should have some really in-depth conversations with CEDRA as to what the ultimate build out of that reserve in light of what our demands would be inherently for passive park demand. And I'm sure all of us up here have our own perspectives on those kinds of things, and they're directly related to the budget. So yeah, I would personally like to see some of that come back to us again.
Very good.
I'd also also like to ask that this be posted on the main county webpage, on
Yeah.
the front page.
Yeah, great. Did you get that?
No,
Sure.
I just was saying, I'd like to see this
she
posted. Oh, look, I'll borrow his mic. I'd like, I'd like to see this presentation posted on the main county webpage, not just within agendas, but on the main page. Thank you.
With that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Everybody drive safely.